I'll be home in a minute.
Well, the party's just getting started, so hurry home, honey.
Talk to you later.
Yes, good job.
Slow down. Your family is waiting for you. Watch the road.
Springtime brings flowers in bloom, birds chirping, and the smell of freshly cut grass. But before you mow your lawn again, think about this. Each year, your gas-powered lawnmower may be polluting as much as one new car driven for thousands of miles. How can you prevent the smog that's produced literally in your own backyard? With AQMD's Mow Down Air Pollution Program, you can trade in your old polluting gas-powered mower and save hundreds of dollars on a brand new battery-powered mower. Weekend drive-through exchange events make it easy and convenient for you to trade in and trade up. And because your new mower is electric, it creates zero emissions. Now that's something you can breathe easy about. Visit aqmd.gov for more details about the Mow Down Air Pollution Program and how to clean up the air we breathe.
Okay. Thank you very much. We're going to bring the special meeting of the Budget and Finance Committee to order. We have a full committee with Mr. Rezar, Mr. Zine, Mr. Smith, Mr. Rosenthal, Mr. Perry, Mr. Koretz, and myself, Bernard Parks, is the chair. Let me just get a couple of housekeeping issues. The clerk has published a updated agenda for the committee, and so I'm going to go through this so that for public consumption, is that today is Wednesday, April the 28th. We will be handling today, the agenda is posted, that takes us from the last item is public safety. We have administrative and support services and public safety. For tomorrow, Thursday, we will have the items that are listed on the calendar for Thursday, April 29th, and we will also deal with the Friday, April 30th calendar for Thursday. For Friday, we will address the calendar is listed for May 3rd. We'll handle that on Friday the 30th, along with the miscellaneous reports that are currently listed as April 30th. And then for Monday, we'll handle those items that are currently listed Tuesday, May the 4th. So we can put those notices out, and if we have to flow into Wednesday the 5th, we will, but the heavy day for us will be on tomorrow, Thursday, getting through those. And so those are things that's for housekeeping that we can keep current. And if I understand it correctly, because we recessed the meeting, we do not have to continually reproduce an agenda if we move things on, if I'm correct on that, City Attorney? Because we recessed.
I think it would be helpful for the public if they knew what departments were going to be discussed. And for example, the items that were set for Friday already, if there's people in the public who are intending to show up on Friday, they should be given at least 24 hours notice as to when those will be.
The game plan today is to you have those items on Thursday, those departments, because we'll have a full day Thursday. Everything on that was prior listed for Friday, other than the miscellaneous, we would schedule for Thursday.
Right. Well, then, is there going to be, I believe there should be a new agenda then put out.
Okay.
Because people who have seen the agenda that lists recreation and parks, for example, on Friday, they won't know to show up tomorrow other than your announcement.
All right. And if you could work with the clerk on that, and we can get that done, because that's currently how we're going to merge this, because we lost one day yesterday. And what's important to me is that we get finished on a schedule that gives the CLA an opportunity to go through all the things that was required so we can then present it to the council on time. So if we need a notice...
I'll work with the clerk.
Thank you.
Possibly the items for Friday, if they could be scheduled for after 3 o'clock on Thursday.
Well, the issue is you see the full day on things that will be going on Friday, on Thursday will be those that are already scheduled for Thursday that start with the Human Resources benefit and goes through Public Works, and then we merge what's currently Friday into that mix. So if you could work out if we need a notice, then we'd appreciate it, and then we could be legal. Okay? Let me ask, we left yesterday's meeting asking the CAO and the CLA in the mayor's office to get together and come back with what is viewed as accurate dollar figures so we can base our deliberations on, and understand that we have a report that you have prepared for a joint report with the CLA-CAO dated April 28th. And so if you could start with that report, and then if there's questions from the committee before we get into the departments.
Good afternoon, Miguel Santana, CAO.
Oh, let me just say one, I'm sorry. For those that are here that wish to speak on an item, if you get your cards in, we have some cards from yesterday, but on your card either public comment, which is items that are within the purview of the Budget Committee that may not be on the agenda today, or you can make out a card specifically for one of the items that's listed. Thank you.
You should have before you a communication from myself and the CLA responding to yesterday's directive to identify those revenues in the proposed budget that either haven't been acted on by your council or may be overly optimistic based on a variety of criteria that you laid out. The first area that we identified was as it relates to $53.2 million that's identified in the budget, utilizing funding that would come from the strategy on our parking assets. If your committee believes that that money is not secure enough to consider as part of the base budget, that $53.2 million would be taken out. Second to that was the discussion around the water and power transfer projected for next year. The figure that we came up with was based on a communication received by the controller on January 27, 2010. And that communication showed an increase in the amount that was in the revised budgeted of $36.5 million. This is the same process we follow every year. It's based on a similar communication that takes place at the beginning of the year. But given certainly all the discussion around this year's transfer, if there was concern about being able to receive an increase in the DWT transfer, then that $36.5 million would be taken out of the revenue projections. The final area is really more subjective.
Let me just ask you one thing. If you move that, what would then be the projected?
$220 million,
So
which is
same as this year?
Same as this year, correct. That's assuming we receive the final transfer this fiscal year.
Thank you.
The $73 million. And then the final area is more speculative and could certainly spark a significant debate on the state of our economy. We projected, much of our revenue projection was based on the recession reaching its closure, and we've essentially bottomed out, and hopefully we'll start seeing a recovery. That's what many of the national economists are projecting, and our local economists as well. There has been some concern that perhaps that is overly optimistic, that we could see a recession similar to what took place in the 80s, where there was one recession followed by yet a deeper recession. And if that would be the case, we try to estimate what would be the amount to take out of the projected revenue, assuming a double-dip recession. And Rex could certainly go into more detail how we reach this number, but that we estimate a reduction of about $32.6 million from the projected revenue in the proposed budget. And again, that's based on just a different point of view of the level of recovery and whether or not we are in recovery, or we should anticipate a series of events that will result in a double-dip recession situation. So if you look at the final chart here, and we try to
get to the final chart, let me ask, the one area that I didn't see is dealing with what was projected to be a part of this year's reserve fund towards the end of the year. Now, is that figure, are we addressing that in this report?
Actually, it does. In the fourth paragraph, or the second from the bottom, it does talk about the $73.5 million. And if we were not to receive that entire amount...
No, not that amount. I thought what was stated is that we had an expectation of some funds coming from parking meters that were going to be placed in the reserve fund that would enhance it towards the end of the fiscal year.
I think you're referring to the parking. I believe, are you referring to the garage?
It was garage and then meters, is what they call securitization.
Well, that would be for next fiscal year. What we were referring to here is just the potential reserve fund balance at the end of this fiscal year.
Okay.
9, 10.
But I think what my concerns were is that if we put that in the original report and we projected that it would come in, our budget decisions would be different if we knew at the end of the year we would have significantly less money than what was offered. And so I think even though we're talking about next year, we need to know that because it will drive decisions as we create the budget.
That's correct. I think as it relates to that revenue going into the reserve and raising that reserve at $285 million, I think that's what you're referring to. If you go to the back chart on the far right, if we do not receive, if all we receive is a transfer for this year, we will close this year's reserve at $121 million. And based on what your assumption is as to what other revenue you want to take out, the base of the overall revenue reduces. And on sort of, if you, in the middle where it says July 1st, 2010, can you see that?
I'm not with you yet. Okay, I'm with you.
Okay, there's July 1st, 2010. That's basically what the reserve cash balance will be. If you take out the parking, number one, the parking asset revenue, okay, it reduces your base from $4,339,000 to $4,285,800.
Okay.
And so that $121.2 million in reserve fund would then represent 2.83 of the overall reserve, of the overall general fund, rather. So if you were to take out all of what's assumed in the optimization of our parking revenue, then our reserve fund would stay at $121.2 million. I'm sorry?
Actually drops. If you take the entire bid down, it'll drop to 170.
Oh, that's right, correct. And then it will further drop to $117.2 million if you keep on going down the line.
Yes. Okay. And that's you're quoting the figure for June 30th.
Yes, that 2011.
Okay.
So that's where we would end that fiscal year.
Okay.
Is that clear?
Yes.
So that responds to your question. Now, what we went further, since we're on this line now, if your committee wanted to restore a portion of that reserve fund, and there was a good discussion as to what would be a reasonable amount, we sort of took a stab at 3%. If you go further down to the right, where it says alternative June 30th, 2011, okay, the amount to get it at 3% of the general fund, assuming you take out the parking asset revenue, would result in an increase to the reserve of $11.4 million to get it to a 3%, leaving you with a final reserve of 128.6. Does that make sense?
Yes, so far.
So then, if following that, if you were to decide, well, not only do we want to take out the parking, but in addition to that, we want to take out the power revenue transfer and leave it at the same level as it is this year, okay? So number 2 on the far left, then if you continue going through to the far right, it would show how much more in reserve fund you would have to put in. And of course, it's a little counterintuitive. The number goes down, and that's because your base goes down, so the percentage of 3% is less. And then finally, number 3 is the double dip recession of 32.6. With the aggregate of all 3 of those being the value of $122.3 million. If you would go to the far right, if your goal was to have a 3% reserve with a reduced base revenue of $4,216 then you would, to keep it at a 3%, the amount that would need to be identified would be 9.3. We did various versions of this chart to try to make it simple, and I realize it's probably not as simple as it could be, but so the goal here was to provide you sort of a menu of ways of looking at the revenue and to allow you to make the best decision on what revenue would be soft, and then it shows what it does to the overall base revenue and how much and what that represents, and then it gives you options as well if you wanted to bump up the reserve, what you would have to identify in savings to be able to make that contribution at 3%, and we could certainly come back and figure out what a 4%, 5% reserve fund would look like.
And again, just to make sure we're clear, and line 1, the 53 million that you mentioned there is dealing with the parking lots, not any portion of the parking meters.
That's correct.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay. And then on the cumulative figures that are below?
That's basically the cumulative amount of, if you just did number 1, if you did number 1 and 2, it's 89 million. If you did number 1, 2, and 3, which is the parking, the revenue transfer, and the double dip recession, the total amount the added amount to the deficit would be 122.3 million.
Okay. And so it would be the difference of having what's proposed in the budget of 4.33 billion that you, with these three, if they were cumulative, would take you down to 4.216 billion.
That is correct.
Okay. And then correspondingly, if we approved or went with those numbers and with the 3% reserve fund, and that reserve fund would be just barely touching the emergency reserve, there'd be no contingency.
Right.
Okay. Then we would have to then have a corresponding level of cuts that would, whatever those numbers that were selected.
Right. So if you were to choose to pursue the most conservative, where you would basically take out the amount for the parking, the revenue transfer, and assume a double-dip recession, and want to keep it at a 3% reserve fund, your total whole would be 131.6 million, which is the final number on the bottom right. Or it's
Okay, and could you just go over just briefly line 2 and 3 on what was the calculation on the power revenue to come up with the 36, and then also number 3 on the recession?
what was the calculation used for that?
How did you come to those numbers?
For the power revenue, it was again, instead of assuming an increase in what is in the revised budget for the power revenue this year of 220, the proposed budget assumes an increase, which was based on the January letter that was sent by the DWP to the controller. And so a more conservative approach would be basically a flat line, that we would not receive any additional revenue from the DWP beyond what we were receiving this year. And again, assuming we receive the 73 million for this year.
Okay. And so let me ask on that too, is that what is the time they generally make that assessment? It has to go after June 30th, but when do they normally make that?
Well, normally we would have already received it.
No, I mean for next year.
For next year?
Yeah, for next year's budget. They set it after, they set the...
Our communication is usually in January, the one that goes to the controller. But Sharon, is there something that's one?
Councilman, we really won't know what we get from water and power until after the budget closes. We have to wait for their books to close. It'll be based on their June 30th financial receipts. So we won't know until clearly after the budget is closed. We usually have a reasonable expectation in terms of what that number is sometime in September, October, when their books close and we have the financial data. The transfer itself doesn't usually take place until about 8 to 9 months into the fiscal year.
Yeah, what I was trying to find out is when do we normally get that expectation? Because it has to be after they close their books. So is it September, October? That we'll
Usually, we will have an idea around September. The books take some time to close. We have to wait for their financial statements to be available. So it's usually September, October, but the transfer itself, it's also dependent upon board action and by ordinance. So usually, the transfer doesn't take place, as I said, 8 to 9 months into the fiscal year.
Normally, we actually get the information, an estimate from the department, usually in January or February, but it is an estimate. And it is subject to further revisions, as Sharon has indicated. We won't truly know until the following fiscal year.
If you recall, this year we had to adjust what we budgeted and when we received new information by approximately $20 million. So that sort of shows a pattern that we go through on an annual basis.
Ray, you mentioned January, that's January 2011 is when you get...
Basically, I mean, in the future, yes.
Well,
and go ahead. Well, the other thing I was just going to note, normally, in prior years, setting aside the current year, the increment or the change from the final numbers are usually very small. This year it was a $10 million. It went from the 232 down to the 220. That certainly was a larger increment. With all of the actions and discussions that are occurring this year, it remains to be seen what that number will be, the final number will be next year.
But based on current trends, because remember, the transfer amount will be dependent upon gross revenues that are generated. So essentially, we already have information for about 9 to 10 months of gross revenues because it started last July. So there is reasonable expectation that based on the gross revenues up until now and the last 2 months of the current year, that 257 could be generated. So that was where the original estimate came from. It was in January from Department of Water and Power, but even up until this point, the revenues are higher due to higher sales. So essentially, it should be close, but as I said, we really won't know until after the books are officially closed.
But again, which is a new factor in their calculation now, is that it's no longer just the 8%. They now are throwing into that equation their bond rating and a variety of things that we were not privy to before. So they still have to declare it.
That's correct.
And then they still have to transmit it.
That's
so our calculations on sheer volume of dollars coming in could alter significantly depending on how they make their judgments.
The calculation to generate 257 is based purely on 8% of gross operating revenues. To the extent that there are any other factors that the department is taking into consideration with regard to their debt coverage, cash flow, we believe that with the actions that the board took recently with regard to rate adjustments, we believe that should take care of those issues. But of course, like I said, it's going to be subject to whatever they determine sometime next fiscal year with regard to the actual amount of the transfer.
Okay. And then could you just go over number 3 on the reassessment dealing with the recession?
Do you want to go ahead?
What we did with that is look at the 3 most economy-sensitive revenues right now that have growth built into them, the documentary tax, the sales tax, and the hotel tax. And we said instead of growth that would get us halfway out of where we've fallen into...
Could you give those 3 again?
Yes, the documentary tax, the sales tax, and the hotel tax.
Okay.
Those are ones that swing particularly with the economy and their significant amount of money. What we did with those and say instead of the 5% growth we anticipate in the sales tax, the 3% that we anticipate in hotel, and the 16% that we see in the documentary, instead of that, make it 0 for all 3 accounts for the whole year. It's not an attempt to be precise in terms of exactly how these will go, but it's saying it's a good way to take a look at the major economy-sensitive revenues, and by pulling it out of these three accounts will very much dampen the revenue estimate and put off recovery at least for another year.
Okay.
So it's essentially what it is saying there'll be no recovery in the budget year.
Is that pretty consistent with the material that came out from the state in the last week?
The material coming out from almost everywhere is that we've hit the bottom and it's turning up. That's what we're seeing from the state controller. That's what the governor's budget has. That's what U.S. Commerce Department data shows. I'm really familiar with no one, I'm not saying there isn't somebody out there, but there's no one in the consensus that I've seen that would say we're going into a double-dip recession. So that is it's not a false one. I don't think back in 1981 anyone would have said we're going into another recession. So it certainly is a possibility, something you would want to consider, but it was not in the budget, and depending on how much weight you want to put on that, the $30-some million that we put in essentially would say that is a way to deal with that pessimistic scenario.
Okay. The other side is that we've gotten a document, I think, in the last couple of days from the State Legislative Analyst's Office. Have you reviewed that and some of their numbers?
I have not seen the latest one.
Okay. I'll share that with you. Because they seem to paint a picture a little differently about 10 and 11 fiscal year.
All right.
You have a question?
Yeah, just a couple points on that. And historically, we have seen that double-dip recession going back into the 1886 recession. So it's not uncommon that this happens where you do hit a second recession in a row like that. So that does happen and has happened numerous times in our economy.
Well, in the post-war years, it happened once. It happened in the 1980s. We've had different effects. Just, I think I'd agree with this one. In the early 1990s, the U.S. had a relatively minor recession, but it hit Southern California intensely.
Yeah, we talked about that the other day.
Yeah, so it was not a double dip. It just didn't go away for us.
Yeah. Well, I think the point I'm trying to make is that historically that has happened.
Yes.
I think it should be in the back of our mind, and Ben Bernanke's warnings just 2 days ago were, don't get so excited about the economy, because unless the federal government gets its inflationary spending under control, we are facing some severe challenges in this year's economy. And for those that follow the stock market, everyone knows it's way overvalued as far as market pricing goes right now. There's a lot of enthusiasm in the retail sales of marketplace that may be unfounded because the economy and the unemployment rate is still not showing us that we're quite there yet. So I think a level of cautiousness should be part of our decision making. Where are we in comparison to what the state predictions are and the county predictions are as far as our you're saying 5% growth in retail sales? Where are they?
Okay. The County of Los Angeles is at 4% right now for the budget year. We're at 5%. The last I saw from the state, they're slightly below 4%.
Okay. So we're on the high side of the California economic forecasting.
I'd agree with that, yes.
Okay. And that's my concern is we don't know where we're at this point in the economy, other than we've had a couple of really good months and everyone's all excited, but it may be unfounded, and Bernanke's warning in particular should put a little chill on that 5% number, in my opinion. I think just from a forecasting point of view, it's always better to err on the side of conservativeness rather than being liberal on these kind of numbers, because if you're liberal and you're wrong, you're really messed up. If you're conservative and you're wrong, you're in good shape. So I would say I think we need to, as far as retail sales go, be a little more cautious than 5%. And on the other stuff, there's evidence that the housing market is coming back very strong, but as we heard from the Board of Realtors the other day, an awful lot of that is short sales, quick turnarounds, and very depressed markets. So while numerically the numbers are there's been some increase, no one knows if it's sustainable. In fact, we have no clue if it's sustainable or not. It's guesswork at this point because we've only had 1 month of an uptick. And while it was significant, it is not a trend by any means.
Yeah. Our receipts have turned up about 4 months ago, but I also agree 4 months does not make a cycle.
On the documentary tax?
Yes.
Yeah, but those first few months were very minuscule upturns, right?
What?
Those first couple of months were very minuscule in the upturn.
Yeah, and again, by upturn, what I mean is from the very bottom, it's turned up. There's no representation at all that it's going back to any of the boom years. We hit $217 million in 07, 08, and we're going to finish this year $90 million. So it's a big drop. And so, but by the same token, $105 million going into the budget year is consistent with the cyclical pattern we've seen in the past. No one can say for sure what's going to happen.
If you were, you'd be the richest man in America.
Well, I think the overall cautionary conservative approach is the correct one. I mean, to put this in context, we're talking about a less than a 1% in deviation in our overall revenue as it relates to these sensitive taxes. And a 1% in sales tax represents about how much, Rex?
It's about $4 million.
$4 million. So, we could certainly look at that. I mean, I think one of the things that this year has shown us is that, this in this new economy, it's very unpredictable. I mean, we assumed a double dip drop in our revenue when the budget was approved, but we didn't expect it to be as high of a double dip, and so certainly we had to play catch up that year. So, but overall, this office is generally conservative as it does its estimates when it comes to revenue. By no means, to clarify to all of you and to the folks watching, by no means are we saying that we're out of the woods. Our recession has still resulted in a significant drop in our revenues. We're just saying that we think we've flatlined, and we're seeing a very modest, less than 1% improvement. But that's ultimately what is decided by this committee as to what would be the appropriate way is the options that we're laying out.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I would just end in saying, when you look at the chart and the graph, I would love to think that we're in a traditional V-shaped recovery. I think we all would, but I'm not sure we are.
Right.
And I think 1 month into that is not a way to make that judgment. It could be a U-shaped recovery, and this is just the first beginning. So I think cautiousness, and there was a time when $4 million would be no big deal. We'd say, fine, do that. Now that's half the hiring program for LAPD. It's that significant. So $4 million is really a real number for us, where it never used to be.
That's right.
And so I think those are important considerations. Thank you.
And if I could add, the point Mr. Santana made is that the revenue figures representing that $32 million are a very modest increase over the current year. That's not by any means excessive. It's very modest. And so the trade here is if the committee wishes to go into a direction where those are backed off and you assume a flat revenue increase, then that's another $32 million that needs to be addressed in the budget.
Yeah,
but these are fairly modest and not unreasonable.
And nor am I saying take a flatline approach. I'm saying let's get more in line with what other governments in this California are doing, which I think would be the appropriate approach in an economy. We still don't know where it's going, and when the Fed chairman says, don't get excited yet, folks, this economy's got a long ways to go to recovery. That's a cautionary note I think we should take note of.
Right, and we don't disagree with that.
Mr. Zine?
Mr. Zine has nothing, but let me ask something. What concerns me from these two, from this memo, is not so much the DWP transfer or your modest revenue growth projections. I mean, you mentioned they're modest. It's not like we're being overly aggressive. And with the exception of this current fiscal year, the city has been fairly good at estimating what those, projecting what that revenue growth will be. So we're in the range. We're not being too aggressive. The DWP transfer, I think, it all stands as is. They've made arguments before as to why and how much they can transfer should they get their ECAF, seems like they're going to get it, and so that seems pretty solid. Again, for me, as I've been saying since I heard about this plan, is the restructuring of our garages. But my question is, I've always said that I don't think that was going to come in on time for this fiscal year, and it didn't. And now we're projecting, okay, well, it didn't happen this year, but for next fiscal year, we're going to have those revenues and we're going to put it in the reserve. Have we budgeted like this in the past, or there's a major policy decision that has yet to happen, and we don't know if it will, because whether financially it might not make sense, whether politically the council doesn't want to go with it, that we put a large number such as $53 million as anticipated revenue for a reserve fund. Have we done something like that in the past?
Proposed budget.
Or is this like the first huge...
No, it's been done in the past. I know that we have proposed...
this large amount of money?
I believe so. I mean, I know there's been a number of budgets that have been even adopted, not just proposed, but actually adopted, that included revenue numbers that were, expected to come in based on certain initiatives and certain deals being closed sometime in the fiscal year. Such as, I know that a couple years ago, there was a proposal that came forward after the mayor submitted the budget that said that we could possibly receive revenue from putting up some advertising on the convention center. And I don't know if that revenue has come in. There was also another proposal a couple years back, and it was included in the budget at least on a couple of occasions relative to some surplus property throughout the city, and also some property over by First and Alameda, known as Mangrove. So there has been a couple of occasions where revenue has been added to the budget, even after the mayor has proposed the budget, when it came out of the Budget and Finance Committee, those dollars were part of the budget.
But I would say that this fiscal year, with the assumption that the early retirement program was going to be completed, I think part of what we had to deal with was the fact that there was a delay in that program and a revisiting of it. And so we had to then contend with not just the hole that it created, but also the delay in it. So that's the only one I'm familiar with outside of that.
Each budget has included one-time revenues, and sale of surplus property is one, and the parking proposal has been included in past budgets as well, so this is not the first time.
I see, and those are some good examples, but I think in this case, there's risks on two fronts. One is politically, we're not sure if this council is ready to move in that direction, whereas, let's say, sale of surplus property, most council members would say, okay, I mean, it's not controversial. If we could sell it and we get a reasonable price, let's do it. And this does seem to be controversial on philosophical grounds. Some people may not, as the item has come up in council, people are just not comfortable with it. And on the other hand, financially, we don't know how that will be structured. That needs more... maybe council members may say, we don't agree with the money we're getting for this. This just does not make sense for us. So I understand those examples, but I think this one is a lot more riskier. And I'm not saying that I'm not there yet to include it as a revenue source for next year's fiscal budget, but it is riskier than any of the other examples you've given on this.
Mr. Rosenthal? Jan? Mr. Gritz?
Yeah, I think I would agree pretty much with what Mr. Weezer was saying. On the double-dip recession, we haven't heard any economists that are projecting this. Probably the only piece of it that looks a little weak to me is the sales tax. But on the documentary transfer tax, I think that could actually wind up being substantially higher. I know we're looking at some ways to maximize collection of that with Ron Galper and his task force. I've heard that there are folks in Korea that are looking to make some major purchases of buildings in Los Angeles that could bring in some decent money. So overall, I think we're pretty likely to meet those numbers, if not exceed them, unless there was something relatively surprising like a second round of recession, which As we said, it has occurred once since World War II, but not overly likely, and no one's anticipating it. The parking asset piece of it also seems kind of questionable to me, although the mayor's initial numbers for the reserve were rather large, so in a way it accommodates that. If that actually didn't come through, we would still have a very healthy reserve, according to his proposal, of $230+ million. So if we took that assumption, I would be okay with it, although I don't know if it would make sense to look at creating some sort of a piece of the reserve that was set aside for items that we were much more uncertain about their coming to fruition. I don't know if we typically do that, but we probably have a couple items, and I'm sure we'll have some others. Some of the efficiencies that are being proposed could wind up turning up big numbers, but could wind up coming up short. So I don't know whether we want to find some appropriate way to look at things that we haven't done before, and not fully count them because of their possibility of not coming through.
Let me just say, and take a stab at this. When looking at the figures, appreciate the quick work you've turned around. From my estimation, it appears that in looking at item 1, that's the one that's probably the most vulnerable. That if we left that in, we'd be spending money that we hadn't manufactured yet. The item of the power transfer, I think we have two options. We believe that that's likely to come in some form or some amount, and we also have issues in the sense of whether there's somewhere down the line whether the council agrees on additional rate increases, so that one is more in our purview. The third one on the double dip type situation, I don't know whether you have a situation to where we can basically look at our bets and say whether we take the whole 32 or whether a portion of it to where you pare that down and say, well, maybe, I don't know, figure out the top of the sky is a half or whatever, but you take a portion of that just to err on the side of having some stability, and also that if things go materially bad, that you have some safeguards. If they go wonderfly well, it'd be great to have money that we didn't expect to get. And so what I would recommend is that we basically look at item 1 in the removal, which we know creates a hole that we'll have to fill, that we allow the power transfer to remain as until further notice, but we still move forward, that looking forward to that, those funds, but that on the double dip that we take some portion of that in the sense of balancing exactly where that is. We'd have to leave it up to our financial experts to say whether the entire amount or a portion of it, or what makes sense, so that we'd have something that's reasonable. I think and everybody's got a theory on these economies, and the one message I think I get out of reading all these reports is that they're a point in time. You can't go to the bank on them, because the next day there's another report that's contrary. And so I think just like we passed out to you the state legislative analysts, that if there's gloom and doom, they found most of it. And so I think that's the concern we have, and what I don't want to do, as we mentioned yesterday, is to go through next fiscal year weekly where we are basically budgeting by the hour. And so it would be refreshing to be able to put a spending plan in place that lasts beyond each budget meeting. So,
I certainly don't want to go through that again this year either. I think there was a healthy discussion around the sales tax, and your recommendation to look at a portion of it. Perhaps one option would be to make it consistent with what the county and the state's doing and reducing that by $4 million, if that would make the committee more comfortable to being aligned with our other jurisdictions.
I think that's something that we can I mean, if other governmental agencies in the state are going in that direction, and although I wouldn't want to follow the state in some of their financial dealings, but the issue is, I think, as far as our projections, I think we would have a comfort level. But again, colleagues, I would ask that in the sense of looking at these numbers, that we give the CAO and the CLA some guidance as to the overall budget, that we look at again, the issue of the power transfer is, I think, within our power, our purview, and is more realistic, but that we seriously look at some combination on the double dip in the sense of looking more at what's going on in the rest of the state and coming up with figures that match that, which would reduce it some, but wouldn't go all the way to 32 million, but that the 53 is something that definitely would have to be moved so that we then get a figure of where does that put us in the sense of the dollars you put together. Is that somewhere at the it's below the 4265, but not as far as the 4216. So somewhere between those two.
So just to clarify, so then we have the parking that we can certainly look at. Associated with that is the reserve fund balance. So I would imagine your committee would also then want to create some resources that we can actually use and then build the reserve. So then in essence, what you're, at a minimum, at a target would be roughly the 64.6 or the 65 million, plus any of the economy-sensitive revenues that we think we need to take another look at and make sure we're aligned appropriately with other agencies.
Yeah, I think that would be appropriate. And I think at a minimum, depending on how the money runs forward, is that the 3% seems to be about a minimum that barely would cover our emergency reserve. We'd certainly like to see more, but again, the reserve is what the reserve is. And so, but if it's real 120 million or 3%, it's a lot more comfort than it's not being real. But I think that would be the absolute minimum that we should use as a goal, and if we can get above that, then that's...
Yeah, and likewise, as mentioned previously, each 1% is roughly 42 million, and so we can slice off, try to shoot for another 0.5% or whatever you're committed.
But I think that's something as a goal, but we'd like to reach those. Today we're in projections, that's our reserve fund projection, so we'd like to see that. But I think if we go forward on that, then you give us a figure of what our overall budget is, whether it's 4.28 below that, or just where that's going to be, or 65 million below, or whatever that comes up. That's what we need to then base as we go forward on our deliberations with the different departments. And then I would hope that we get back from you what that means as some potential cuts, if it's going to hit departments harder than what currently is in the budget, so that we are clearly aware of what the outcome will be.
Councilmember Ben Sahel at the Mayor's Office. While I understand the direction you're giving the CAO and the CLA, I just want to state that as far as the revenue that we had proposed to come from the structure deal and from the meter on the parkings, on the two parking assets, I just want to state that given these are revenues that are dependent on policy decisions, and obviously you as a legislative body can make those policy decisions, and believe you're doing so now. But relative to the economically sensitive revenues, even the information your office just passed out, it indicates that in the 10-11 for the state, there's baseline revenues for the year are projected to increase by 6.4%. And the only reason why those projections are somewhat offset is because of the policy changes that are being made at the state level. So it's not necessarily based on the economic trends.
I don't disagree with you, but we also have some of those policy decisions in our own budget. And so I think we can't take the revenue basically by itself and ignore the larger issues that are before us. And so I think those are the considerations. I think just as we've seen over time, our revenue is significantly increased, but so is our outlay of allocations. And so the one thing that is not grown is our stability account, are our reserve fund, because we've, over the last, I think, 3 years, at least 2 of them, we spent all of our, or not all, a significant amount of our reserve fund to balance the books. So I think we can't ignore the fact that historically, we balanced our budget on retrieving money from previously allocated accounts, which serves 2 negatives. One, we're putting one-time money into multi-year expenditures, and then what we are deferring is deteriorating. So I don't think we can ignore that either. So I think the issue is that we're trying to come up with something that is reasonable and that gives us a sense of that we're in a position to where we can adjust depending on how the economy rolls, which no one has the complete answer. We're just trying to come up with what's reasonable that we can move forward with.
May I make a recommendation, sir? So that we could proceed forward with the hearings. Then if you, based on the conversation that's been laid out, if you were to take out the parking and assume the 4, reduce the overall projections of the economically sensitive revenues by $4 million, and assume a 3% reserve fund, then it would be the target number to identify additional cuts for would be about $68.6 million.
Yeah.
Would that be a comfortable?
I think that's something to work towards. That's, for me, I think that would give us a sense that we're in the ballpark and we're able to adjust whether it's the economy's up or down.
So what you're saying is that we would have to find an additional $68.6 million in cuts?
That's correct.
Well, if it's only the reserve fund for the $53 million, and we're saying we're taking that out.
No, it's the $53 million is actually in the budget. There's a far greater number that's targeted for the reserve. So the $53 million gets reduced in the proposed budget. And then based on not assuming the assets at all, the use of the assets, then you can account for that money for the reserve. And that would then, if you want to have a 3% reserve, that would result in having to identify an additional $11.4 million. And then to get it at 3%, and then assuming a less aggressive recession recovery, then you would identify another 4. That's how we get to the 68.6.
And are we still working with a target reserve fund of 5% or 6.5%?
No, it would be, the reserve fund would now be 3%.
3%.
And what I assume the chairman would pursue is moving the assumptions of those revenues into the UB or some other place, parking that, and obviously if that were to occur, then at that point the policy decision would be made as to how to shift that.
I agree with that, but now on the revenue growth, what are we doing there? I didn't quite understand that. What will we assume? What's being proposed by the chair? To what?
If it's 60, 68, and you take that from the 4,339, is that right?
Yeah, you would subtract that from the 4,339.
So basically 2.7 something. I'm sorry, 3.7 something.
It would be 281.8.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry.
It should be.
Hang on a second.
We're doing the math here.
I'm sorry. No, it's 4. Yeah, 4.2 something. Yes, 4.2.
And Mr. Chair, as we go along with these hearings now, and we have a higher target, do we reconcile that at the end of the hearings, during the hearings?
I think we're going to have to, in order to produce a report to the council, we're going to reconcile some of these issues while we're discussing as to this item can go in the UB, or as we reconcile at the end of the hearings and find out whether we are over or under and hit items, we'll have to go back, because our report to the council should give them a package as to a balanced budget.
And through common practice in this committee, we usually don't cut as much as the original mayor's budget that comes out, so at some point, I think if we go forward, we're probably going to have to, at the end of this process, identify more cuts. Well, let me say for the
Let me
record
just
that
comment on that. Not only, one thing, we have to identify cuts, but I think also there are items that just can be moved to the UB if money's forthcoming. So it's a matter of not implementing a program as of July 1st. So you got two choices, as opposed to saying we cut it and it's gone.
Yeah.
You move it and you don't have money attached to it, you can come back to it during the year.
Okay. Well, let me say for the record that moving forward with the parking asset optimization revenue, that's fine, but in order for us to move forward with the hearing, I don't necessarily agree with the proposal to reduce the amount for the double dip recession, but for the purposes of moving forward with the hearings, let's move forward and see where we're at. We're not taking a vote on that right now, right?
Well, the thing is, we have
Just
to give them
direction.
Well, we want to give them direction because that formulates what they will be bringing forward. And Mr. Santana, why don't you give us the number again for the...
Well, there's the actual number for your base in terms of your new revenue estimate would be 4.281.8, but that does not include, so that's in terms of revenue, okay? Now, you're adding to your expenditure side the additional 11.4 as a result of seeking to have a 3% reserve fund.
That's right. That's right. So the issue, what was the...
So the total number, the total hole that creates is 68.6.
Yeah. And what was the number you said on the sensitive revenues? Every point
of sales tax is $4 million approximately.
Sales tax, okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, Mr. Weisler, did that covers your concerns?
Yes, that's...
Okay. So the issue is we're dealing, going forward, with a $4.281.8 billion budget, and we are moving towards a goal of a 3%, which on the revenues, that's on the allocation side, which costs us another $11 million. So roughly, it's $68 million hole that we have to fill as we move forward. Okay? Mr. Perez.
Somehow I may not be following this. We're starting with a $284 million reserve that we're trying to create in the mayor's budget?
No, the reserve fund, the 284 assumes that the parking asset proposals move forward. And what is being discussed by the chairman is that we not assume that and instead put those dollars into the UB.
Right. That sounds like a consensus to me. So I think we've all expressed concern about that. So why does that not leave us with a reserve of around $230 million and still in the plus category?
Well, it's still in the plus category because then it leaves you with a reserve fund of what we end this fiscal year of $121 million. And then when you subtract the added amount from the parking, it's 117. So you end the fiscal year, June 30th of 2011, at 117.2 million.
And looking at what we're expecting to end the next fiscal year with, we still should wind up with a reserve of 230 million some odd, because the total is 284, and we'd have 53 million less.
No, the 53 million is actually earmarked for the budget itself. So it's basically assumed that the parking assets will go through, and 53 million of the total amount that's going to be generated will go to fill in part of the deficit. And so the remainder, the greater number is targeted for the reserve.
I'm not sure I follow that. So it's part of the budget, but you take out, needless to say, since you don't have that money, since we're assuming it's not going to be valid, you would logically take that out of the reserve. So the reserve number should now be around 230.
Well, what has happened, the way the budget is proposed, roughly from parking optimization, I'll call it, for various items, it's roughly $220 million. 166.8 was slated for the reserve fund, and 53.2 was being booked as revenue. So as proposed, if we're going to basically pull the parking optimization to set it aside, then we have a $53 million reduction in our revenue, and we also have a $166 million reduction in our projected year-end 2011 reserve fund balance.
I see. Now I get you. The only thing I would object to is, I think, in reducing our revenue projections, because while I think we all can agree the sales tax might come in a little lower, I'm fairly optimistic that our documentary transfer tax will come in high enough that, assuming we make all the changes we need to make, to more than cover that. So I'd be hesitant to lower that figure. I don't see any reason why it wouldn't wind up being accurate overall.
And I think we were, as discussing the documentary transfer tax, that we were going to leave alone. As far as the economy-sensitive revenues, it was just a sales tax that was being discussed as far as bringing that down a percent to be more in line with some other agencies in the state and with the county.
Right.
And I'm guessing they offset each other, so I'd be more inclined to leave that alone.
The documentary transfer tax is being left alone, and there already is a projected increase in that of about $15 million for the year. So.
Thank you very much. We'll give the CAO that direction, the 68, the 3%, and the 4.2. And so we'll ask, as we move forward, those are the numbers that we'll use. And so now what we'll do is basically get started with the departments so we can get on schedule, and we'd like to make sure that staff is available to address those things. Well, we'll ask the chief to come up. Mr. Smith is going to basically handle the police and fire. But before we get the chief up, let me start off with, we have some general comments. We'd like to have people come up. You get 2 minutes. If you come up in line, and we'd like you to come up behind the rostrum, you'll have an opportunity to speak. First of all, on general public comments, and just to remind people that if you want to speak on an item, please give us a card so we can have you speak before the departments make their presentation. On general public comment, Diane Williams, Dennis Hathaway, Joyce Forrest, Daniel Gus, and Jim McQuiston. So those are the several cards for public comment, and then we'll go to the police before the department makes its presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember. Good afternoon. My name is Diana Williams. I'm an Executive Administrative Assistant at the Board of Public Works, and I'm President of Local 3672. AFSCME Council 36, Executive Administrative Assistant Unit. I'm here today to express the importance and value of executive assistants to the executives of City of LA, specifically general managers, bureau directors, public works commissioners, and assistant general managers. There are several departments that have eliminated positions that I represent. Some of these positions fall under the ERIP, for which it was agreed that only a percentage would be filled. I understand that. Some departments have communicated with those that are affected, and some have not. I am concerned about the lack of communication to those affected by position elimination, and hope that those of the executive management team who have not talked to their staff will do so immediately and work towards finding a solution for them. It's the right thing to do. I am concerned about the potential elimination of approximately 15% of our unit. El Pueblo has proposed elimination of their only executive administrative assistant 3, who also works in the capacity of the commission executive assistant, who is being proposed for elimination, who will do their board commission meetings. The Bureau of Street Services has only 2 executive administrative assistants proposed for elimination. Those are their only 2. So who is going to support management? According to the charter and through the Board of Civil Service Commission, positions were classified for all positions of employment within the city. We support management. They work at will and can be removed from their position at the mayor's will. But we are civil servants. When they leave, we are still here, and we deliver services.
Thank you.
And I also have a copy of what I mentioned, and I have enough for all committee members. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Dennis Hathaway.
Good afternoon. I realize I'm Dennis Hathaway. I'm president of the Coalition to Ban Billboard Blight. I realize this is general public comment. Unfortunately, I can't stay much longer, and I wanted to make just a couple observations that I hope that you will take into consideration when considering the city attorney's budget. And to start, I want to, as a way of illustration, I want to use the Hollywood Roosevelt Hotel. Now, what does that have to do with the city attorney's budget? The Hollywood Roosevelt Hotel is one of the most historic buildings in the city. It's on the National Register of Historic Places, and it has been defaced the past 4 years by a huge garish series of super graphic signs. I just learned this morning that the hotel and the sign company have agreed to remove those signs, and they are actually in the process of doing it right now. And that is a direct result of the city attorney sending a message to the property owners, the sign companies, telling them that the days of thumbing your noses at the law because the risk is not the potential gain is less than the risk, those days are over. And even more relevantly, the city attorney last year filed an action in federal court asking for a fine of $2,500 a day against the sign company and the hotel. And that could result, potentially, in millions of dollars that go directly into the general fund. So I know that you have, and that's not the only case, there are other cases the same way. I know that you have tough decisions to make here, and this is a very serious matter, but I hope that you will take into consideration what the city attorney's office is doing here and what benefit can result to the city, not only in its visual aspects and its quality of life, but in its financial condition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there. Joyce Forrest had to leave, so I think I'm next in line.
Okay.
I'm Daniel Gus. I have an animal charity in Los Angeles. We're a strategic partner of LA Animal Services, and I've also written several dozen op-eds for the Daily News and the Los Angeles Times about LA Animal Services and other sorts of animal-related things in the city and in the county. When we get to animal services, I have some terrific cost-cutting ideas, and I just wanted to remind the committee that there's good cutting and that there's bad cutting. There's cutting that will hurt the city, and there's cutting that will help the city. I wanted to let you know that as the city looks for its new general manager, several of the candidates who were recently eliminated, including one who's a budget and finance guru for the Treasury Department, who would have been a great GM, she advises that not one interview question was asked about budget management, nothing about generating revenue, cutting costs, allocating resources, and things of that nature. So already, Citygate Associates is eliminating people who are gurus, JD MBAs from UCLA, prosecutors for the IRS, veterinarians, and didn't ask them a single question about budget and finance. Talk about shooting the city in the foot. Citygate Associates is going to find us a GM without knowing what their financial and fiscal quals are, and that's just a disaster waiting to happen. I know it's unfortunate. By the way, Councilmember Smith made a very good point this morning. I do watch Channel 35. You made a very good point when you said that there's no point in funding initiatives that don't exist yet, and I think that's a very good point because canvassing does exist for animal services and it needs to be saved desperately. It's a very good idea. I'll talk to you more when we get to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Don Garza. Now, several people put cards up for public safety, and I'm going to assume those were public comments on the larger issue.
If there's somebody before me, then they should go ahead of me.
Mr. Garza, come on up.
Because I'm not really sure where I'm supposed to
put a card in for general comment.
I put general comment, but I'm just a little concerned about some of the budget cuts that are going to be going into the city attorney's office.
All right, if you would like to wait until the city attorney, we can hold your card.
Yes.
All right?
Okay.
All right, Pam Wilkerson, Monica Harmon, Stephen Box, Trenton Whitstone, and Jim McQuiston.
Stephen Box, I live in Hollywood. I'm one of the neighborhood council budget advocates. I represent the central planning area. And we have lots of feedback, but most specifically, I'd like to address one specific area. We've heard a lot of discussion on the theory of the public-private partnerships, but we were surprised, as were many, to hear that some of these as yet unapproved, unvetted, or undiscussed, if you will, partnerships seem to be the cornerstone of the revenue for the mayor's proposed budget, and we're concerned about this. We're concerned that selling during desperate times to balance the budget is dangerous, and that the sales of these assets must be approached as a solid long-term deal. And so we offer these guiding principles as we move forward. We're opposed to one-time sales or a lease price, and instead ask that all deals must include an active, ongoing revenue participation as a strong, continuing financial investment and not just simply a bad bailout. We ask that appropriate partnerships for public spaces like the zoo include a portion of revenue set aside to subsidize low-income Angelinos. We ask that there be no flipping of assets, that any new owners are prevented from reselling these properties or these rights, and that the city would have first rights of refusal or a turnaround clause in any relationships that we establish. We also ask that you establish a civilian panel for contract oversight, because these assets belong to the people of Los Angeles. We ask that there be a commitment to transparency and appropriate deliberation and a timeline for evaluation. This process must not be rushed. This proposition must be done in the full light of day with proper public notification and participation. And in conclusion, we do not support the sale of parking meters. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Pam Wilkerson, Fred Dow, Monica Horman, Trenton Whetstone, and Jim McQuiston. Mr. McQuiston?
Yes, sir.
For those that are not here, we'll just put your card in file.
Jim McQuiston. I'll hold my comments on the police department, I think is general, but I do want to say I did put in a statement on the income side of the budget, specifically this time, and it could end up with a big elephant in the room and no way to get it out. This really bothers me because, as you know, they're going to decide if there's surplus this year. Well, if they can't send us the $73 million, they're also going to decide that there's no surplus for next year, and we're heavily depending on that in the budget. So this is a major concern of mine. Also of major concern, I think, item 2, which I won't discuss here, I think this really has to be hammered down because it is such a big component. It takes away our future problems with the budget. Maybe you don't realize how this gangs up on you. It's a slow water torture, but it's going to be every single year, and it's going to get worse and worse and worse. So we have to get this controlled. And then our income problems disappear, and we don't have to lean on our valued employees anymore. That is something that we've really got to stop, leaning on our valuable employees.
Thank you. That closes the public comment, and now we have a couple of cards for the police on specific cards. And we'd ask Vicky Arijo. Vicky has 2 cards. Okay. We also have Alice Goff. Okay, start Vicky.
Good afternoon. My name is Vicky Arujo. I'm a police service representative for the Los Angeles Police Department, better known as a 911 operator. The mayor's proposed budget contradicts the commitment to public safety. If 911 calls are not answered in a timely manner, the police and the fire department will not be responding in a timely manner. The summer months are just around the corner, and the call loads will be increasing. Furloughs will delay service to the public. It is not fair to the citizens we provide a service for, the mother who might have a child who's not breathing, or to the police officers that protect us when they show up to work and find that we have one dispatcher handling 2 areas. We need a commitment to all public safety. On a personal note, I have a child and a mother who depend on me, but I am considered essential emergency personnel and expected to show up to work during an emergency like an earthquake, and I do so willingly. But during these budget cuts, we are just a figure, a number, a dollar amount that doesn't seem to matter, but it should matter. It should matter to everyone who lives in the city and all of the constituents that we serve. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Ms. Goff, and then Arnold Sachs.
Hi, good afternoon. Alice Goff. I'm the president of AFSCME Local 3090. We represent the Clerical and Support Services employees. The police department, has traditionally had problems in recruiting and retaining civilian employees. Over 100 clerk typists and other civilian vacancies were eliminated from the current fiscal year's budget, in spite of the fact that many of them were critical positions. So, as a result, police officers continue to do administrative work. The issue of civilianization is one that we have been raising for many years, and our position was corroborated by the study done by the Controller's Office about 2 or 2.5 years ago. At that time, there were over 500 positions that were identified as being filled by officers doing work that could and should be done by a civilian. I would venture to guess that the number is either the same or larger at this point. The staffing levels in the divisional records sections are at an all-time low. Our members are working between divisions, and so as a result of that, there are delays in the reports being processed, and I guess a further follow-up then that their follow-up work on those crime and arrest reports are more than likely also being delayed at a disadvantage to the citizens. So we are asking that adequate support staff be retained and that classifications be assigned appropriate to the work that is being done. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you. Next would be Isabella Afalan, and also Jim McQuiston. That's the last card for police.
That's Abiola Afalayan.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Abiola Afalayan, and I'm a union representative with AFSCME District Council 36. I implore you today to please hold department heads to implementing the cost savings provisions of the Coalition of LA City Unions Agreement. Case on point. Just last week, I filed an appeal on a grievance with the Police Commission because the department insists on paying police service representatives in cash as opposed to in time, as the coalition agreement suggests. Such actions by departments can help the city save a lot of money, such as millions of dollars. Such millions of dollars saved will not only keep PSRs or police service representatives on the city's workforce, but will also keep essential city services, such as the ones that police service representatives perform, which is serving as first response contact when there are services needed in the city. In closing, I implore you to tighten the belt, as one of the speakers yesterday said, and please hold your department heads to definitely implement the charge of helping the city save money. I thank you very much for your time.
Let me just take a look at it so I can figure out how to fix it.
Jim McQuiston. This is on the police. You fill out a card.
Jim McQuiston. One thing about the police budget, I think it has to be increased, or something else has to happen. You know, regularly, the police always go over their budget, about $60 to $70 million on their salaries. Instead of fighting the police chief all the time, and he says, nuts to you, I'm going to spend the money anyway, why not we really say, look, they're going to spend the money, we're going to have to give it to them, so therefore we got to adjust our budget so that it comes out all right. One of the things that I also put in recently was that there's some departments have a very high overhead, and the police department is one of them. 116% of their direct cost is overhead, and usually it ranges around 35 to 40%. Either the classifications in the overhead are improper, where they should be changed, or else we got to cut down on that overhead. If we work on that end, rather than trying to cut the police direct salaries, maybe we can get somewhere with the police chief.
Thank you. The final card on police is we have Ben Pizzillo. You have to fill out a card, evidently got misplaced after you speak.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. I'll make sure I follow up on that. I am Benjamin Pizzillo of the Engineers and Architects Association, and I am speaking against the proposal to furlough and eliminate EAA civilian positions at LAPD. Furloughs of EAA civilians at LAPD have already caused increased backlogs in fingerprint analysis and delays in crime scene processing from understaffing of the photography unit. EAA civilians at LAPD are an essential part of fiscal operations, CompStat reporting, crime and intelligence analysis, grant funding research, as well as supervision of the 911 call centers. In short, a strong LAPD requires an EAA workforce undiminished from further furloughs and position eliminations. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment for the police. Chief, before you get started, Mr. Santana, you're going to make some comments as to the impact on this budget since we've created a different budget allocation. Is there any changes?
As it relates to the previous conversation?
Yes.
Well, what I was going to suggest that at the beginning of each meeting, we essentially try to reconcile the activities that happened the day before, so that you have an ongoing account of what the overall revenue deficit reduction strategy is. So, for example, from the actions or the discussion that occurred so far today, we are in a situation where we have an additional challenge to identify $68.6 million of additional reductions in the overall budget. And so at the end of this meeting, what we'll do is we'll reconcile whatever other actions take place so that you can start each meeting with a clear indication of how much further you have to go.
Thank you very much. Chief, Mr. Smith will start off. You have opening comments?
Thank you very much, Councilman, and I want to thank the collected council for the attendance at the funeral yesterday. I really appreciated it. And I want to thank Councilman Smith in particular for wearing his uniform. It was... Well, first what I'd like to say is the police department recognizes the budget crisis that the city's in, and that and the fact that we worked with the mayor's office and the CAO on this budget is the reason that this committee will not get a budget letter from us. We are willing and able to live within this budget. This budget that's been presented to you is a real budget. It is a budget that the police department can maintain services within and one that we can stick to. It is not a budget that we will go over. It is a budget that we will abide by. This budget contains significant cuts, however, and I think it's important that I detail those cuts quickly so that the council understands that we are sharing in sacrifice. This budget is $61 million less than the actual spend projected for last year's, or for the current year's budget. It's $137 million less than our budget for 0809. This budget maintains the elimination of 57 positions that have been laid off or eliminated during the past 2 months. This budget has significant savings through efficiencies and adjustments of over $130 million. That includes CTO, and that includes civilian furloughs. The most controversial piece of this budget, and the one I suspect the council will want to talk the most about, is the hiring to meet attrition program. This budget requests that the police department be able to hire to meet a projected attrition of 229 officers over the coming fiscal year. The CAO and the department agrees that this will incur a cost of about $7.6 million to this budget. But we think that we have done the best that we can to spread that cost so that three things can be accomplished. First of all, we've changed the way that we project to hire classes. There are 6 classes included to meet this 229 number, and there has to actually be more hired because of the attrition within the class, but because I suspect that we'll end up with 229, I'll stick with that number. So there are 6 classes. 3 of them occur in the last quarter of the year. Over half of the people that we hire would be hired in the last quarter of the year. This does a number of things. First, it minimizes the dollar impact on the city. Second, it allows the city to do what you've been so worried about, which is to assess what revenues have actually come in, so you can make adjustments to the hiring if needed. And then it maximizes the department's ability to analyze attrition, so that we just hire to attrition. That's what we're asking for. We're asking to maintain the strength of the police department so that we can give the city the policing that it so desperately needs and so desires. If the committee likes, I can go through a few lines of the budget, or we can do questions. I'm not sure how you wanted it. My first time.
Yeah, I understand the chief will give you a lot of latitudes. And I know also that you're only about 6 months into your first budget, so
that's true.
We'll give you all the latitude you want. I think it'd be, why don't you just highlight some of the things that are important to you for us to understand?
Sure. You know, I think that the important piece to understand is that the budget, the adjusted budget, the adopted adjusted budget that we had last year, the $1.166 million, $1 billion that we were not able to stick to, we actually ended up spending, we'll end up spending 1.24. It's not a real budget. It was a budget that we tried to make adjustments so that we could attain, but we were unable. This budget is a real budget. $1.177 billion will run your police department at a level that will sustain public safety, will continue to reduce crime, will continue to allow a problem-solving approach that makes this a better place. So I think those are very important. I think that it's also important to recognize that there have been adjustments made in this budget that save the city over $130 million in the budget. Those things are some of the things that go to that, are CTO overtime. I know that, and we can talk about that if the council wants. If you'd like me to talk about CTO and its effect, I will. But that's not the only saving. There's also the elimination of the uniform allowance, the adjustments on the vacation time, and a number of other things that allow us to make that $130 million. And that, of course, that includes the civilian furloughs. The CTO overtime, and I'll just contrast that to hiring, because I think that often gets confused as an either-or situation, and I don't want that to happen. The CTO overtime saves this city $73 million over this coming budget. The hiring piece, as I said, is $7.6 million, just slightly over 10%. The difference is that the CTO piece, if this is not a double-dip recession, if the revenues return to the city, the CTO piece can be turned off instantaneously by this council. The attrition piece will take a minimum of 6 months, and that's if we've been doing our backgrounds, and I anticipate that we would not if hiring is eliminated, and a maximum of a year to realize. So not only is CTO save a lot more funding for the city, but it's also something that is more easily adjusted. The difference of the 229 officers is the projected difference based on a study done by the RAND Corporation is included in the last page of your handout. And the difference in those 229 officers is this. We anticipate that absent those officers, we can expect an additional 8 homicides, an additional 80 aggravated assaults, 160 additional robberies, and 160 additional burglaries. If we do not hire, or are not able to hire by July 2012, because of the delay in the hiring cycle, if we do completely stop hiring, then these numbers quadruple. So there's a significant impact on public safety. I think that we are recognizing the city's budget straits here, and that we've presented a budget in conjunction with the mayor and the CEO that we can live with.
Okay. Let me begin with questioning then. First of all, I think the council has kind of decided the issue of hiring to attrition because it was brought up within the last few weeks, and the decision was made to continue on the policy that we have and the formula we have. So I think the issue, and while this is the budget for the next year, we'll certainly have that discussion, I think the council kind of stated its policy on that. So I think we're kind of beyond that. But I want to look really at two things. One is on the CTO and the bank, as has been hitting a lot of news media lately, and that is it's now beginning to restrict, and I think, and certainly Chief Parks, Councilmember Parks, understood very clearly that argument as we discussed it a few months ago, what the impact would be. For me, I think it came a lot faster than I thought it would come. But for a lot of us here that aren't really familiar with what's happening now, can you give us some numbers of the restrictions that the overtime bank is hitting you as far as Detective Bureau, SWAT, and patrol functions?
So, just a brief primer on CTO overtime, so we're all on the same page. It is the compensation in time for overtime worked. In the police service, as so many of the council members are very aware, you do not control all overtime. You can mitigate it, you can minimize it, but you can't completely control it. 70% of our employees work when the courts aren't open. All of our employees go to court, basically. Arrests occur when arrests occur within your shift, and the reports get completed when they get completed. So the problem is that we can't completely eliminate overtime. We've done a good job of reducing it, but we can't eliminate it. So it's a constant problem. Can't be eliminated. So CTO time compensates that overtime by time and a half. So what that means is that when an officer works an hour overtime, he has to get an hour and a half off, or he or she has to get an hour and a half off at a later time. They're allowed to bank up to 400 hours before they are paid by contract. So we can never let them get to 400 hours because I don't have the funds to pay them. So we have a fail-safe cutoff of 250 hours. So what's been happening now is what we've been talking about, and I know that Councilmember Parks is very aware of this because he was the chief when we did this. I was one of his officers when we did this, and so was Dennis. I'm very aware of the system. So what this means is that we've been early impacted in the high overtime, high productivity units. In other words, things like homicide detectives who when they catch a case, have very little ability to control their overtime and work tremendous hours because they're very driven people, and they want to do the right thing for the city and the victim. So homicide detectives in particular, SWAT officers because of their on-call status, our bomb canines because of their on-call status. A number of our high earner units are adversely impacted by this early on. So what that requires us to do is to shift resources to those units, and because we literally can't pay the overtime due to the budget constraints. What I have to do is put more personnel in those units, and we have worked forward to doing that. We have more officers working homicide. Chief Pacer just released an additional 10 to go into the homicide units. I've rearranged our specialized units, much to the chagrin of many of those that got moved out of units that you're all very involved with. Both Councilman Zion and Councilman Smith work in those units. So we moved people from specialized units to the divisions, recognizing our core functions. So that's what we've done to adjust for this. Now, what will happen is that the banks across the board will start to fill. And what I mean by that is that it won't just be the high earners that we are required to give CTO time to. It will become everybody that's involved in operations probably by about September. So right now we're giving the equivalent of 300 officers, full-time equivalent officers, time off every month. So that effectively, that was our last 28-day budget cycle. That effectively reduced the size of the police department by 300 officers. By September, that number will be 600. And there are some projections that it may get bigger than that. But this is a management problem. I can manage this, but it will affect some of our services, and to some extent already has. But there are managerial ways to compensate for this, and it's not something that I think this city wants this police department to do in the long term, but I think it's something that is necessary for this police department to do in the short term to meet the economic needs of this city. And as I said, as things improve, and I believe that they will, but the council needs to have control over that because nobody can be sure. As things improve, this is something that can be adjusted by the council, and it can be adjusted very quickly. And it's also something that if the council gives me the ability to work within my budget through salary savings, which we have accrued quite a few of this year, and I can anticipate more next year, then I can adjust that to my overtime piece also. So, this is tough. This is tough management, but these are tough times, and we can do this.
Yeah, how are you going to accumulate salary savings if we're continuing hiring, other than you'll get salary savings in the first half of the year, but if you're hiring in the last quarter of the year, then you are going to use that up very quickly?
Well, we'll use that up, but we save it in other ways. We save in when we don't do promotions, when we defer promotion, when I hold assignments, all these things that get done within the organizational structure, if they're done right, generate salary savings, and then it's whether or not we can shift those and how we can shift them, and so and then the council has been very generous in some instances using their private funding to augment, and I also can do as we've done with the rape kits, reach out to nonprofits. So these are tough times, and there's no easy solution to this. For me to get my budget down by 61 million and still maintain the size of the police department, which I think is imperative. I think that the city has to do that. There are difficult things that have to be done. We can't have everything. I can manage through this, but there are many things in this budget that the council has to recognize we can't do forever. We're not buying any police cars for the second year in a row. That can only go on so long. Everybody knows that, just like in your own private life. We're not buying any motorcycles this year. None. Most of our computer maintenance is going to be done through our asset forfeiture account. So I've really had some of the best people that I have working for me try to give you a real budget that you can make real decisions on, and where everything is on the table, everything is transparent. All these numbers are agreed with with my partners at the CAO. We're confident that we have a real document that we can really talk about and that I can stick to.
Okay. I have a couple of very specific questions, but before we get to that, let me turn the attention to the civilian side of the House. Obviously, the sworn side has been fairly well taken care of. It's the civilian side that I'm very concerned about. And
so are we.
And I know Mr. Rosendahl and others have said, the more you cut that side, the more you rely on the sworn side to fix things.
Well, and that's absolutely true. And of course, there's some jobs that sworn, there's a lot of jobs that sworn can't do. Mechanics, and we're not very good with the radio operations, and there's a lot of things that the jail's very tough. I know that this council doesn't want to see me putting police officers in the jail, so there's a lot of these cuts that are real. and that I can't accommodate with SORN.
So is there anything in this budget that you would want to draw our attention to on the civilian side that you think really is underfunded and needs to be fixed immediately because it's going to impinge upon other operations?
You know, I can live with this budget. Okay. I have worked with the mayor's office on this. I've worked with the CAO on this. If there were things that I thought that we couldn't live with, then I would have worked on them already. And I know that this council has to make tough choices, and what I ask you to do is give me this budget and hold me to it.
Okay. That may be the last opportunity we hear a general manager say that, but I have a quick question.
That's why I went first.
Yeah, I'm not so sure being first was so good after the previous conversation we've had last day and a half. But on CLEAR, there's some reduction of personnel in the CLEAR program.
There's reduction in funding. We will maintain the advanced pay grade positions out of our own TO within the CLEAR programs, and there will be officers to work there. So, of course, the problem with the CLEAR program is it's not just me. You know, if the funding gets dropped off for the partner agencies, then not all of them will continue to play. So, I believe in CLEAR. I believe in putting additional resources in places of the most need. You know, so we will do our best to work to do that.
And we've heard nothing from probation about any additional cuts coming from them?
No, not yet.
Okay. Any problems with maintenance effort on the COPS grants with this TO?
You know, the COPS grants, I think, are minimal enough that we can deal with them within our budget. I think if Eileen has anything on that.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Eileen Decker from the Mayor's Office. As I understand, the COPS grants should be fine, and we're administering it on schedule, and I'm not aware of any issues with respect to that, Councilman.
95 of the 229 sworn attrition that's coming next year is dropped. How many are going into drop next year? Have an idea?
You know, it's difficult, very difficult to project. You know, typically we'll get 100, 150 a year. I just don't know though, because right now a lot of because it's certainly a budget, it changes the way people look at their retirement and their retirement date, and that's another reason why I think it's so important that we've changed the way that we're hiring so that we can really meet attrition. You know, we may not lose as many as we project. I have to lose 95 next year. 95 will max out and drop, so they will be gone. The other 120 or 134 we anticipate. So, you know, but by deferring the hiring throughout the year and putting the maximum at the end, you know, I can adjust for that, and I can make sure by meeting with the council, and we can set up the whatever mechanism the public safety wants. You know, we can make sure that we stay right on that number, and that we don't use the city's money unnecessarily, because that's not what we're trying to do.
Okay. On the issue of not buying more cars, motorcycles, that obviously drives up cost of maintenance. Do you know what the status is on the consolidation of the maintenance functions with fire and general services?
You know, I don't have I can't give a up-to-date update on that.
Yeah, we'll ask the CAO to report back on that. Jail consolidation issues. Is there a plan now to eliminate a couple of the divisional jails?
You know, that plan has been completed. It goes to the police commission for approval and forwarding to this body or through you next Tuesday. So there is a plan. You know, what it does basically, you know, without going through the whole thing, and obviously I'm a little bit out of turn here because the commission hasn't approved it, but it is a consolidation, you know, in order to open a new center.
Okay, and that's calculated into this budget?
Yes.
Okay. And finally, the DNA criminalist hiring. We've got 10 on going forward right now. The plan was to do 26. Ms. Gruhl asked me to ask you specifically because she's under the impression it's going to be 21 rather than 26. So is it 26 counting next year's hires, or has it been reduced?
You know, I believe that the number is still 26.
Yes, that's correct, Councilman. It's the full amount that had been planned out. And
Which has
I
been
think there's some, sorry, Chief. I think there's some confusion because not all the positions were filled this year, but that funding was carried over, and then 10 additional for next fiscal year.
Okay, that's what I thought. 10 additional for next fiscal year, then it's only 20. So it should be 16 in the next year's budget.
Yeah. So that's my recollection. There's 16, but and you know, and I know that the controller is really interested in this, and I know you are. But remember, so am I, and I mean this is very important to the department, and the same people that hold all of you so accountable have direct access to me. So
well, I assume it was important since it was your plan. So
yeah, that's true. It was.
I know Mr. Rosen wants to ask some questions on the airport. Mr. Zine would add us first, so we'll go to Mr. Zine.
Airport. Let's talk about the police department. Yeah. All right. I have about 15 questions. They're all softballs. I don't want to...
That's good. You had me worried there for a minute, sir.
Jerry Chadeff told me don't make them too difficult because I'm only a reserve. Thank you.
You're a retired reserve.
Retired reserve.
Is there a conflict here?
No, not yet.
There's no conflict.
Okay, the bounce program. Are you going to be using that bounce program when folks go into the drop and then they end?
You know, of course, that depends on my salary savings, and I do not anticipate a liberal use of that program.
Because there's obviously a cost to that.
There is a cost to that, but that would all be predicated on the ability to stay within my budget, and also the needs of the police department, and quite often, you know, that it does not fit the needs of the department. Of course, a lot of this is about us working together on these things, and if the council gets a look at each one of those, and we'll make sure that happens.
Well, I mean, if it's a necessary thing, but I know that a lot of folks retire, and then they go to the job market, and they find that the job market is pretty slim, and then, well, let me go back, because obviously there's benefits, and they like the camaraderie. It's just that dollars and cents that I'm trying to identify with. The issue of court. The courts close once a Wednesday, one Wednesday a month. They're laying off court employees.
Yes, they are.
And have we tried to deal with that where our officers are subpoenaed? I know a situation on a 187, a murder case, which is trailing. The officers getting the overtime every single day. And
do you have a name for that?
Yeah, I do. I'll give it to you.
Is it the same as yours?
I'll give it to you. It's not mine.
Okay.
But he told me, he says, every day I'm getting this overtime. This case is trailing. It's a murder case. It doesn't seem to be the end in sight. It's like 2 weeks we getting this overtime every single day. A patrol officer, it's a serious case, etc. But it doesn't seem like the courts have really gotten the message on how to do something to help address the concern that we have because of all the expenditure of overtime for court, whether they're testifying or sitting around or waiting or on call. And the on-call, as you know, they're collecting every day. Have we tried to deal with the courts and try to say, can you work with us a little more or do something to help relieve that pressure?
Sure, and we do, and we've had some success on that. Although, you know, it's not universal. Obviously, there are some courts that haven't complied. Our biggest on-call, although the homicide piece is significant because you know that this one case that you bring up is so egregious. The vast majority of our on-call, as you know, is misdemeanor court because, you know, almost all of it's on-call. So, you know, working with the city attorney to get the electronic subpoenas on board and to make sure that we, on the intake side, put as few officers as necessary on the report, you know, and use our subpoena control officers to further audit those things. And in the case that you mentioned, the subpoena control officer has really kind of fallen down on the job there because, you know, that's the person that should be on that case and then working with the court. So that's one of the pieces. You know, the other piece of court overtime is that when the contract again comes up with LAPPL, you know, there's been a tremendous change in technology since the current compensation for on-call court was was instituted. That compensation, that 2 hours in the morning, that 1 hour in the evening, and then times it by time and a half, that was put into being when I was a P2. And there was no cell phone. You actually had to stay home.
Right.
Now, a little bit different. So, we need to take a whole look at the way our business book operates on the on-call piece. It's, is it really a 3.5-hour burden for an officer to be on call anymore? I can't do anything about that right now. Okay. But this is a topic that we need to talk about.
Well, still that rule, you have to be there within an hour once they call you.
Right, well, yeah, there are rules, but you get my point. I mean, it's nowhere near the burden. I know you used to sit by the phone. I know that, dressed in uniform, ready to go.
Wait.
And so.
Well, no, you'd wait, and then you'd get up, and you'd hopefully live within an hour to the court. Yeah. But the problem was when I see that accumulating with the court problems, the financial problems for them.
Oh, it's worse.
Laying off staff, closing on the Wednesday.
Another thing we're looking at is declarations, especially for traffic court. I mean, can't we just submit declarations from the officer, a short declaration from the officer, or a short declaration from the individual that was cited, and let the commissioner make the decision? I mean, does this require an appearance? You go to 1945 Hill now, they have been severely impacted by the cuts and are really unable to keep up with the amount of people that appear there. So I know that every crisis there's a little opportunity, and we're looking at this as an opportunity to change the way that we look at the system. I have a number of people working on these things. We will do better at this.
The other situation with traffic is that the fines are becoming so steep, a lot of folks are opting for community service.
Yeah.
So with that for community service,
exactly,
Caltrans or something else, those dollars aren't being collected, because obviously a $500+ ticket for running a red light, a lot of folks will say, let me do Caltrans time for a couple of days. So the courts aren't receiving that. We've got something going through to try and have it administrative where we can keep those dollars here in the city, which is a whole other ball game we're working on.
Sure.
To try and capture that. Away from court, the issue of the DNA backlog, do you have all you need to clear the DNA backlog in this budget?
At this point, between this budget, between grants, and between foundation money, we'll be able to get through this. This is a combination of funds that will allow us to eliminate the backlog by the end of the next fiscal year.
So we'll bring that down to a reasonable number where we don't have that 7,000 sitting in.
Well, we don't now. Of course, I know you know this. That we have significantly impacted the backlog. In the old backlog, there's only 600 and a handful of cases, and even in the newer backlog, it's in between 1,000 and 2,000. We will get through all of those. This city has made a bigger impact on its DNA backlog than any other major city in this century. So it's a really positive thing.
And while it's a real serious issue, the DNA for the apprehension of the individuals, that seems to be the issue. And then we're putting our resources there, and then a couple months down the road, there'll be another huge issue that now we have to allocate dollars.
Well, DNA will be a constant drumbeat with me. Between the improving of our DNA collections and analyzation and the state law placing all felons into the database, we're getting tremendous results. And I think a lot of the council sees those results in high-profile cases, but it's not just the high-profile cases. It's the everyday stuff. So this is something that not only demands our attention because of public outcry, but demands my attention because this is what I do for a living.
And then with the DNA, once you identify an individual, then you need the personnel, which normally isn't uniformed personnel, to go out and apprehend the individual that's wanted, which is fugitive detail, which has been reduced in size. So who's going to go out there and apprehend the folks once we identify them?
Well, if it's not fugitive detail, then it's the assigned case detectives, or we use some of the other resources of the department. And, as you know, the DNA hit goes back to the division of origin. If a fugitive can't handle it, then they're expected to. If somebody's findable, we'll find him. And I know that it's tough to have these specialized units cut, but I also know that you understand why we've had to do it.
No, I don't question why you did. I'm just saying that the aspect is when the divisional detectives are loaded, and you got that specialized section that goes out there, and I've worked it, so I know how diligent they are. And then we identify the individual, and if there's no one to apprehend them, then they just continue preying on society. The number of officers as of today, what's our count as of right now?
It is 9942. 9942.
That's what we have in the academy?
That's everybody.
That's everybody? And we promised you 9963.
We did.
Okay, but we are committing to that.
Oh, yeah. Well, no, you have committed to us that we will hire for the rest of the fiscal year, and we will be at 9963 at the end of the fiscal year, but we're erring on the, I am being respectful of what I believe the council's wishes are. I'm trying not to go over that number. I'm trying to attain that number.
Right.
And so, that's how we've been working. We've been working very well with the folks at this table to do that. I'm happy with the formula. I think everybody agrees on it. I think we're meeting the wishes of the council and the mandate of the people.
And the number of personnel, temporary light duty, permanent light duty, to put into vacant civilian positions and the full duty folks in the field, are you doing?
Yes, we have. Well, as you probably know, we have about 400 people who are permanent light duty who are grandfathered in, who I cannot deal with as I would somebody that had just attained that status. But the majority of those are working detective functions, or we have in the watch commander function, a number of them. They're performing sworn duties. It just happens to be that they can't be involved in confrontation. So, we are doing the absolute best we can to make sure that we don't have police officers sitting in what would be considered a pure civilian position. We don't necessarily agree. Well, I don't agree necessarily with the controller's audit about what is and what isn't a position that's appropriate for a civilian. There are, every police job is not in a black and white car.
Right.
The positions that require either the expertise acquired by being a police officer or the statute authority of a sworn officer are much more than just uniform and much more than a black and white. They include such things as my adjutant, such things as any manager's adjutant, such things as detectives, detective support. There are a lot of things that require the training and expertise that is only gained in police work.
But you are using those in those categories.
Oh, yeah.
And regarding the fleet, hybrids, what can we do to convert or utilize more hybrids for our non-black and white operations? Or are we doing that?
Well, we do use hybrids, including the Prius in a number of our use situations. Unfortunately, we're kind of stuck with the fleet we have right now because in order to meet this budget, I'm not buying any more cars, so it's hard to expand or change the fleet. We are looking at a number of not only cross-fuel vehicles but hybrids in order for our next purchase cycle, which probably won't occur for another year and a half. So we have a ways to go on that, but that's an important consideration and one that we're looking at.
Another issue is leased property that the department's leasing
and occupies. Yeah.
And that's one of the concerns. I know that Internal Affairs has been decentralized, or Bradbury's one. I would not want to guess what the lease is on Bradbury, the historical building. But there's other facilities. Is it possible that some of those facilities, we could move those folks into city buildings and save the cost of leasing? Because I'm sure if you add them all up, we're talking millions of dollars we can redeploy for other functions that you have.
Yes, and that's something that we're looking at. Actually, we were extremely pleased with the solution that the council helped the department reach on our technical SID people, going over to Piper Tech rather than purchasing a building. I'm very cognizant that that's a much better way to go, especially now. I think it's important that we survey what's available in the city, and especially as the council changes departments or reduces the size of departments, see what becomes available, and then see if the police department can use that space to eliminate a lease.
Do we know what the annual cost for the leases are?
I know we know, but I don't.
You have that?
I can get you that, unless somebody behind me has it.
Because whatever we're doing, whatever we can convert to city facilities, we could put that money back into the department for other operations that you have. I'm not going to take it away, but since you're spending it for another purpose within the department.
We can look at that. Now, some of them are, well, let us look at it, because some are longer-term leases, and, we may not be able to, let us look at them. We can come back to and this is something that's already in process, so we can certainly come back to this body.
Okay. The student worker program, are we looking for private funding?
Yes.
Okay.
That was heartbreaking to eliminate all those positions. I know that a number of the council members started there. I started there. That was a tough day for the chief that day.
And it's beneficial. I mean, it gives you the insight.
It's beneficial on a number of levels. First of all, they're really good employees. They do a lot of very necessary tasks. Second of all, it's a great training program that keeps people interested in the police department so that we get the very best candidates. So we're looking at it. And actually, Chief MacArthur's been tasked with that, and she's been very, very diligent, because I know that she didn't like eliminating those positions any better than I did.
And the general services, how far are we along with general services?
There's been some discussion. I think that the mayor's office is probably more appropriate to answer that with me. They've been working directly on it.
Because they approached me on it. I know you and I had a brief discussion on it, and additional personnel reduce some of the administrative costs currently.
Well, I think all these things are worth looking at. I just don't know when the timing is, and I know that Ben's got something.
The proposed budget does not anticipate moving the functions over, but we do have as one of the recommendations, or actually one of the items in Exhibit H, that we convene a working group, collective working group, and obviously within the purview of the Public Safety Committee, and have that study completed relative to that potential move, the functional transfer.
And then with that, how are we going to get the detention officers to open up Metropolitan?
Well,
is that in this budget?
No, that's in this budget. We'll work that within this budget.
The regional jails. One of the promises, because I remember when I first got elected, the commitment was, we're not going to build a jail at West Valley, which we did a rebuild on West Valley. And the commitment was to the community that we would have a service, a shuttle service, if you want to refer to that term. Officers would not have to go to Van Nuys. Officers would not have to go to remote locations. They'd go to the station, book the body would be there. There would be basically a shuttle service that would come by, pick that individual, and take them to the station. Now, I understand Devonshire's supposed to be closed. You don't have one at Mission. You don't have one in Topanga. You don't have one in West Valley. So now they're going over to Van Nuys, which is going to be a backlog with the CHP booking, the school police. What is the problem with the shuttle service that was committed to, that was promised back in 2000?
Well, there is no problem with it. It just needs to be something that's a priority to those commands. This is something that we will task them with working out. If that makes sense, then that's what they should do. It's this is a concept that's been used for generations. The B-Wagon has always been successful. So that's something that is being actively looked at.
So as we close these additional remote stations, or close the jails of those stations, somehow we're going to have to do something other than the commute back and forth with the reduced force.
So that's a very extremely legitimate solution to this. So it's something that one of the things they're looking at.
And I understand one of the issues was they had to be armed, which I think could be a condition that could be worked into it.
There's a number of ways to do that, obviously, and so we're working on that. And it may be that it has to be sworn, and that might just be the way it has to be. That's the way it was in the past.
And the final one I have, if we furlough civilian staff on this furlough program, do we then put sworn personnel into those positions, or does that position go vacant that day?
Well, in the vast majority of them, they go vacant that day. You know, they work within their ability. You know, a lot of the staff that's furloughed, there's no police officer can't do that job. You know, it just depends. I'm sure that there are situations, maybe an adjutant's job or something like that, where somebody gets put in, but that's not the norm.
So the norm would be it would be vacant that day, or
the norm would be vacant that day.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. Mr. Weezer?
I only have 20 questions, so this is going to take too long.
Did I get any of them?
I'll reduce it all to one. On the civilianization, when I was the chair of the audit committee, the controller at the time put out a report that up to 400 positions were currently filled by sworn officers that could be put out on the streets. I've since had some conversation with some of your personnel who mentioned to me that the number is not that great. I wanted to reconcile that to see where we are with that, and what is there a number?
Well, one of the numbers, there's a number of ways to look at these numbers, and they're very difficult to quantify because most people do a combination of jobs when they work in a non-traditional, non-patrol, non-straight detective function. They'll do a number of things, and some are sworn, some have sworn pieces to them, and some not. But we estimate that it's more in the 200 range, and it's part-time. You know, we don't have, contrary to popular opinion, there's not police officers sitting doing typing or doing clerical or filing reports or things like that. This is if anybody does that, it's just as a very, very small part of their normal job. So, and then of course we have the 400 that I talked about earlier that are permanent stationary folks that will have to be grandfathered out. But as I said, many of those do jobs that are sworn functions. They're just not full-duty sworn function. They're something like like you could do my job that way technically, but that's not what I am. But
so of those 200 positions, at the time it was estimated that we could save about $29,000 per position. So can we say that if we put the sworn officers on the street, that we could save $29,000 per position, or is that too simplistic of a solution?
I think it's I think that it's always dangerous to generalize and then do the math and figure you're going to save money that way. We have tremendous civilian vacancies and tremendous issues with on the civilian side right now, trying to keep up with the jobs that they have, and adding more functions to them would not be a good idea. I think that what I would ask is that the council allow me to work on this piece and make sure that we maximize our people. Believe me, nobody, me especially, and certainly nobody behind me that manages for this police department wants sworn officers doing jobs that do not require their training and experience, and we do our best to eliminate them. But these things flex, because sometimes you have to remember that some of the vacancies occur sporadically due to vacation, due to leave for whatever reason, and somebody's just got to fill in temporarily. So it's a constantly changing number. It's hard to it's very hard to quantify it. It changes. Some commands have none. Some commands have 5 because they have people out sick or injured or maternity leave or whatever it is. It's not an easy number to use in this case.
So your recommendation would be to keep the budget as it is and to have you work on that?
Yes, have us manage within the budget to make sure that we're not using officers inappropriately, and that if that gets done, it's temporary and is caused by a temporary need. There's always going to be, especially with furloughs, there's nobody. The timekeeper is a great example. The timekeeper's not there, furlough, and you have to have a backup, and it might be that the sergeant adjutant has to fill in that day. Now, that he or she is still doing their adjutant job, but they just got to do more.
It would help if you do come back to us with some definitive analysis of that issue, because when I was the chair of the committee, we talked about that issue ad nauseum, and we had some very different information at that time from what we're getting now. And if we could have some savings in there, obviously, like you said, everybody would want to see them and put the sworn officers on the street. So either there are some savings or they're not, but whatever the answer is, we need something from the department that could either put that to rest or further deliberations on what else we can do in that area.
We will try to be more definitive. Well, I will come back to you and be more definitive on that. It's part of looking at our business model too. I mean, there are things that maybe we should be able to civilianize. Right now is not a good. It's a very difficult time to do that because a lot of it will require hiring. But there are many departments, and I would like to be one of them, that uses civilian crime scene and analysts to do initial reports. Initial burglary reports or initial property crime reports. This is very common in some smaller departments. And so these are things we want to look at. These are efficiencies. But right now, May is difficult because we're so down to our core functions with this budget.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before I turn to Mr. Rosendahl, if I could ask, and I think Mr. Zine hit on something on the youth worker program, if we could investigate, have a report back, if we can investigate whether Workforce Investment Board money could be used for that, since we have a $32 million increase in that money this year, and it is kind of a training program. I think the connection, if we can make the finding for it, would be a great opportunity to refund that program.
We'll be happy to look into that.
Mr. Rosendahl.
Yeah, just to go back to the last two questions, we need a report back that clearly addresses several issues. One, more constituents than anything always say to me, we have able-bodied officers in civilian jobs. And then in the next breath, they say, and if we're getting rid of more civilian jobs, ergo, we're going to be putting more able-bodied officers in it. We've got to have some clarity on how that works itself out. In the same context, where civilians are doing certain jobs, for instance, 911. If we're eliminating any or furloughing any 911 operators, once again, my constituents are saying the 911 is as critical as the officer showing up, because anything that takes long, delayed, frustration could mean a life or an injury. So in some of those civilian jobs where one is wondering if that will impact safety, we got to have an appreciation that it doesn't.
Sure.
That is a constant concern. Some of the union folks, clearly say that constant staffing ideas that the fire department have done might be something to look at. That I'm not familiar enough to know, but I'd like to know what that's all about. And then I get a few specific things. I have, since I've been on this august group, talking about the LAX, where we have had LAPD officers there not requested or even agreed to by LAX, and it was costing us about $2 million at one point. There were about 24 officers, and then Bratton brought it down to somewhere between 16 and 20. I'm not seeing it here. Does that mean
those have been removed?
They're gone. Okay, so this is a victory. It took a few years, and I appreciate your leadership.
The Chief Pacinger's right there. You can tell him.
Chief, you get a 4th star, maybe.
No, that'll be the chief who's got 4 stars.
No, I understand that. I understand. I said maybe, okay? All right. Then now you have elimination of LAPD overtime detail at LAX. Why do you put that in there? What do you care? This is LAWA money. It could be a little bit of a perk for some of your officers, or the way in which that number of hours over. What's the point of eliminating $11.8 million in savings? I don't know if it's savings because LAWA gets, is the reimbursement part of that. That's a separate entity. Explain that one to me.
Well, my understanding is that LAWA has eliminated that from their budget, so hence it comes out of mine.
Is that right?
That is correct. They've hired up, so they're saying they don't need that anymore.
Well, that's another new day for us here. Yeah, and that's the pedestal crown. I know that we see seen there. Well, there's a lot more, but those were my big ones. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Perry?
Chief, I just wanted to ask you a question about the fleet, and this might be a longer-term question. I sit on the board of the South Coast Air Quality Management District, and there are a number of programs there for public vehicles to either be subsidized or retrofitted or other opportunities. And I know in the emergency preparedness world, there's always some resistance to going to alternative fuel vehicles because of the concern about dependability. But do you know whether there's anybody in the department who's ever explored programs that might provide subsidy for acquisition or to update the fleet in some way? And if not, that's something that I would be very interested in working on and matching someone up in LAPD with South Coast Air Quality Management District to see if we could maybe fill the void or at least make a bridge.
Sure, we'd be more than willing to explore that. I know that there are a number of initiatives that our Motor Transport Division is doing, looking at the future of police vehicles, and alternate fuel is certainly one of them. This is something that I took a personal interest in, and in my last job is trying to find a suitable solution. The current platform, the Crown Vic, as you all know, is on its way out. So, it's not that I love the Crown Vic so much as just I would like to get a solution that not only meets our needs but saves fuel and saves the environment and is a better long-term solution. I mean, we've been using the Crown Vic for almost a decade now, and I assume that whatever the next platform is will be the same type of longevity. So it makes a lot of sense that we be involved in the development. And actually, my staff's met with GM, Ford, Chrysler, talking about just this issue. So if you have contacts that you'd like
why don't you have them contact me, and I will set them up, because the AQB is a repository of information from all over the country, and there are other departments I know that have already made that transition, and we may be able to help you save some money in the, maybe not immediately, but in the near future.
Maybe we get off that list as the...
I'm done.
That's all? Mr. Kretz?
Yeah, I've got a few questions and a few comments. First of all, thank you for the change with LAX. I think virtually everybody, if not everyone on the council, applauds that as a good savings and a good opportunity. I don't know that everyone's given up on the concept of dealing with the hiring to attrition issue. I think we all agreed it wasn't worth wrestling with at the tail end of this year's budget. But I think we still look at it going forward. I think your suggestion of placing a lot of that hiring at the tail end of the year, so if we find we come up short, that we have the opportunity to take advantage of that is certainly a good compromise and probably a good way to handle that issue. I know we're trying to quantify the impacts, and we have the sheet that you handed out here showing that a reduction of 200 would result in 80 additional assaults and 160 additional robberies, etc. How does that jive with the fact that we had a similar impact by all the overtime that we cut, and yet crime continues to go down and has gone down to a record low level, down to about when I was born, when my parents would leave home during the day and leave their door unlocked. What do you base these figures on?
These figures are based on a RAND study that was done of the Los Angeles Police Department and the increase in hiring since 2002. It's based on aggregate years. It's a number that I don't think would be impact. You have to. The impact on crime is not short term. We really have only been doing this CTO time since November, and actually in earnest in large numbers just in the past 2 months. So any impact is put off by that. Then I've also been able to mitigate that by moving resources from our more interior functions to the most visible functions, which doesn't completely eliminate the impact, but it does mitigate it. So I've been able to mitigate the reduction of by compensatory overtime by deployment scheme, and also we haven't felt the full impact of it because there has not been enough time. The way that Rand did this, if my memory serves me correct, is by using 4-year increments to gauge, to try to get rid of the peaks and valleys of crime. Crime's like the economy. If you look at it day to day, it drives you. It's like trading stocks day to day. It drives you crazy. But you have to look at it over the long term. And then in the big numbers, I mean, we always talk about homicide, and homicide is extremely important to me. But homicide is a direct result of an aggravated assault or a shooting, and so and a result that is at the extreme. So it's more accurate to look at your shootings to judge levels of violence. So these things, take time to work their way out. You can, on the fringes, make adjustments to impact them, and that's what we've done. I'm just trying to show that there is an impact. It's not the police department's numbers. Rand Corporation did this. I encourage anybody that is interested. It is a report that is extremely thorough. It is extremely well written and uses all the standards that you would expect from Rand. So I think it's an accurate reflection, but it would take time to realize the impact.
And how are we doing in terms of our civilian cuts? Are we at the point where we're endangering some of our safety already? And are there critical functions that now aren't being performed or are requiring sworn officers on a sporadic basis that I'm hearing about anecdotally on occasion to jump in and do functions that wouldn't be the case if we were staffed at a more desirable level?
Well, I mean, that is always the case. The reality of running any big department like this one is that there's always people jumping in and doing somebody else's job when it's required. I mean, one of the hallmarks of this organization is that anybody will do anything in order to achieve, the goal of public safety. So it does happen. These are significant cuts. Over the last 18 months, we've eliminated or e-ripped or furloughed 960 positions. That's huge. We're at the bare bones. I understand that, and we have structured our budget accordingly. I would not want to go any lower. The detention officers are a perfect example. We are dangerously close to the point where I've got to make some decisions about using sworn officers to do that function. Now, I don't want to do that, and I don't anticipate having to do that, but if I was to lose more, then I would be forced to do that, because I can't waste the resources or close jails that transportation would require just because I'm refusing to put a police officer in a detention officer's position. Haven't done that yet, but these things are always possibilities.
Well, one of my concerns is that I think the number of sworn officers is to some degree an optic, but we're so committed to being around the 10,000 that when you look at efficiencies like maybe having civilians go out and take reports that sworn officers are doing now, that might make sense, but if in reality we're going to then cut them because they're civilians, and then you won't have those people to take those reports, the practicality might turn efficiency to a greater problem. So how do we look at doing some of that while protecting the actual positions and making sure that you don't lose every function that you civilianize.
Well, and that, of course, is the problem of management of the police department, is trying to determine, what is the most efficient use of your budget, what are the most efficient positions. Police officers are the fail-safe because, I can use them in case of riot, flood, civil unrest. They are the all-purpose employee. I can flex them to a degree that it's impossible, especially in a state of emergency, to flex my civilian workforce. So you'll note that when the department has instances of high order, even Harrietto's in uniform, and Harry here. So I mean that shows that there is a benefit, and especially in times of crisis, a huge benefit to the number of sworn employees. So it's a constant battle. What I commit to the council is that I understand this, and that I am working diligently to make sure that I am not overstaffing in one at the expense of the other. I think it's important to recognize that the department's done very, very well and continues to do well at this level of deployment, and it's right for the council to worry, that we're approaching inefficiencies in our staffing, but that is not borne out by crime figures and by the service level that the department's giving. So, but it's an extremely important point, and something that I'm more than willing to report to council on, in the future or periodically, as ever you like.
And two other quick questions. One, have we looked at trying to save the time of sworn officers by identifying ways that they can spend less time in court and less time in the booking process? Are there any pieces that we can cut out of that to allow them to spend more time doing their more direct work?
These are two processes that we look at continuously. We've just made some shifts in the booking process that have saved time by changing the order in which arrestees get their medical treatment, moving it behind the booking process, as they say. So we look at these things constantly. We've done a number of projects in order to expedite both these processes. Now, are they as good as they could possibly be? No. They can always be improved. Particularly the court piece. One of the problems with the court piece is that the jails I have control over, the courts I don't. So, in some aspects we're at the mercy of the court, of the rest of the court system. But I work with them. We've made significant changes over the last couple of years that have resulted in tremendous savings, and we'll continue to work on this. Our e-subpoenas, our floor warden program, where we have supervisors actively engaged in making sure that officers are there when they need to be and not there when they don't need to be. Our review, increased review of the initial reports of what causes the overtime in the first place. We're looking at these things, and these are not things that we just accept on face value, or that the way we've done them all the time is the right way to do them. So there's a constant improvement piece.
Have we ever looked at not making every single traffic court appearance?
Well, one of the...
I would think that would be a costly process, and one that financially we don't benefit much.
Yeah, we don't benefit much from. Obviously, there is the legalities of subpoena and the need for appearance. But one of the things we're looking at, I think I discussed a little bit earlier, was the declaration piece, where we're trying to work with, we are working with the traffic courts right now to see if we can get them interested, where when an individual wants to contest a citation, then the process is that there's a declaration filled out by the police officer, a little longer form. I saw this is what happened, this is what I remember. And then another one filled out by the citee, and then it's reviewed by the court, and that would eliminate the need for appearance by either. So, right now is a good opportunity. The courts are flooded. They are impacted just like us or worse. And so, they're actively looking at things that they weren't interested in doing before. They're more interested in doing now.
I think it's a great idea, huge potential savings.
Huge potential.
And I'd be happy to help as an emissary to the courts to help make that argument.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite ones. I have a program that I've instituted. It's kind of a electronic suggestion box where employees email me their suggestions on cost savings, and that was one of them.
Great. And just one last point, which is, I know Councilmember Rosendahl touched on 911, and we heard under public comments the idea that might be understaffed. Are we actually at the point where that can be impacting the level of service? Because I think we want those calls answered instantly. We don't want anyone getting a busy signal or waiting for an extended period of time before it's answered. And if that's happening, at least I, for one, and probably the whole council would want to do something to prevent that from happening.
And this is always an issue. That we have never been able to answer 911 during peak loads instantly, and that's kind of a reality of getting over 1 million calls, or handling over 1 million calls a year and getting over 3 million. This does impact that. It's been impacting it not in a negative way, but there is an impact. There is an impact. But it's something we've been living with for over 6 months now. So I think it's something that I can live with. Is it optimal? Is it everything I want? No, but I recognize that this budget can't be everything I want, and that the council has asked me to make reductions, and we have, and one of them is employee furloughs. Now we have some other ways to mitigate that through deployment and at peak hours and things like that, and so that's how we have to handle it.
Yeah, I would hope that would be part of the ongoing discussion as we finish up this budget. I think that would be a policy area that some, if not all, of the council would like to see you beef up. I mean, my personal priority is emergency services, and there's nothing more of an emergency than 911 response. So,
in looking at the numbers, the amount of savings from furloughs in PSRs, individuals who do the 911, is approximately $4.8 million. There is an additional cost of $1.6 in overtime that's estimated. So the overall problem that creates would be about a 3.2. So while it's significant, it's not the bulk of the savings in what's been identified in the police department.
And this is another piece that council could look at as revenues realized. Obviously the council can act on this now in the budget process, or as revenues are realized, we could make adjustments. I would love it if the council would consider doing that, especially on the overtime piece and on the PSR piece and the jail piece.
Well, I didn't expect to be trying to supplement this particular part of the budget, but this is one thing that I at least personally would like to see restored, and I'll make that in the form of a motion if that's necessary.
Yeah, and I would second that, because that 911 is probably the most common comment I've heard, other than putting able-bodied officers in civilian jobs that are 70 cents on the dollar. That's why I want to get that clarity. My last question is on the Are you finished, Mr.
Yeah, yes, that was my last question.
The General Services proposed budget. Now, the 16 General Service police officers that are sworn,
Councilman, I'm going to need help on this one because I haven't looked at the General Services budget, but I know that...
There's a Schedule H instruction to ask to look at consolidation.
Yeah, and when they consolidated them, my question is, if these are officers who've been through the police academy and they got their act together, why are we getting rid of them? Why not just meld them into the LAPD as good officers if there's any additional training they need or any backup of any issue? I'd much rather take an officer that we train through the LAPD and keep them within, if we want to use it as part of that attrition number situation, we could resolve it. But why are we talking about getting rid of these officers?
I'm not, are you referring to the reduction in the Office of Public Safety within GSC's budget?
Yeah, it says 16 general service police officers will be laid off. An officer is an officer, assuming they get the same backdrop as the LAPD in the academy and all.
Sure. Just to state, this isn't part of the police department's budget. As I stated earlier, our intent is to have a working group established to look at the feasibility of transferring functions, the Office of Public Safety functions, from the General Services Department to the Police Department. So that's one part. To answer your question, the reductions in the Office of Public Safety were actually reductions that were proposed by the General Manager. As I stated in my opening remarks yesterday, a lot of what you're seeing today is a collective effort of the General Managers in our office to put together this budget. So in the respect for General Services Department, we gave them a target because they are a very large general funded department. In the response to meeting that target, they recommended reductions to the Office of Public Safety, which I think we could go into when the department is up here in discussion and get into further detail as to the service impacts that those create. But it's, I think, an overall $5 million reduction to the Office of Public Safety.
No, I understand all that, but if they went to the academy...
Councilman, if there are 16 live people that have been to the Los Angeles Police Academy, which many of them would have, and we can absorb them, then that would be fine with us, and we can report back to you. I mean, I don't know what the
That would be my hope. Instead of laying them off, you could report back that we've integrated them into the LAPD.
You could facilitate a report back on that.
Yeah, that should be, because what he may be doing is maybe an attrition piece. I don't know.
Attritions are fine. It's just the layoff part that looks like a couple of $1 million when these might be able-bodied officers.
I'm absolutely with you.
That piece of the puzzle is a working task force that's due to report back in 6 months, I believe. So that's down the road yet.
Okay, so we're not going to ask anybody to cash in their uniform today.
No.
Okay. Just for clarification on that, Mr. Rosenbaum, just for clarification on that, we established the Office of Public Safety, where a number of departments were combined in that.
Yeah.
No one was laid off, and this is not a matter of layoff, it's a matter of consolidation, a matter of efficiency, so it's not an issue of layoff.
Very good. Appreciate that. Thank you.
And now, Chief Beck, for 5 years, you had to answer questions from Mr. Parks, and you get to do it again.
Well, I think it's starting off, one of the things I think, Chief, that we'd like you to explain so that people are not misinterpreting it. When you commented that the number of officers at LAX had been moved and then also the podium officers have been moved, you might want to explain there's still a unit that works the airport so that later...
Yes, we still have the airport detail, but it was the additional officers.
That's right.
And they have actually been integrated into Pacific Division for crime suppression abilities there. So it's not it was not a loss to that region, and they are performing very necessary duties there, because that is those are some of our highest, even though it's generally property crime, or it is property crime, those are some of our highest impact RDs in the city. So
yeah, that's the thing is important, because later somebody will say that
I should have clarified
all of
that.
them out. So we just want to make sure that...
I'm a new chief.
And I might say that the folks in Westchester were very happy with that, because Westchester has always had the position that they would have the complement coming from LAX, but by you literally moving them over under Captain Peters and putting that leadership was a great move.
But let me just ask the CAO a couple of things. One, could you give us a dollar figure of, as of July of this year versus July of next year, what the overall police operation budget is going to be?
The overall budget for 0910 was $1.166 billion. The 1.166. The amount that we're projecting that they'll spend in this year is 1.238.
Okay.
And then this proposed budget is 1.177.
One thing I was wondering, could you tell us because last year there was about $100 and some odd million that was expected on shared responsibility. And then this year, it appeared we just moved what wasn't absorbed into this year's budget. And I'm just trying to figure out, where did that revenue, is that revenue that we addressed that came from the savings that we captured throughout the year? How did we come up with those dollars for that?
The police department's shared sacrifice in the 09-10 adopted budget was about approximately $160 million. It was $130 million in sworn and approximately $30 on civilian. The $30 million from the civilians has simply put, it's been dealt with through attrition and through ERIP. The department is down about 300 civilians this fiscal year. That's taken up that $30 million on the civilian side. On the sworn side of the $130 million, the PPL MOU is responsible for approximately $90 million in savings to that number. Obviously, 72 of it came from overtime, but it all helps the department's budget. That leaves approximately $40 million. The department has found savings here and there. There's an additional $10 million that they've saved in overtime. And then ultimately there's been, must be said, a small general fund, relatively small general fund pickup to make up the last little bit of difference.
Okay. One of the things I'd like to see if you could give us a report back so that we're constantly getting asked as it relates to going forward and hiring versus overtime. And just give us an idea that on what we are proposing to spend on hiring for this fiscal year, if we're in overtime, what would that balance out as to hours on either side?
In terms of hours and dollars?
Yes.
Okay.
And then, Chief, one of the things, I think several people hit on the civilian budget, and not only do you have about 300 vacancies and growing, the overtime is cut to zero, and then you have furloughs. And just kind of talk to us about what impact that makes on your operational efficiency.
Well, as the council, as we've discussed, it's had a number of impacts. It's severely impacted our records units, not only at the divisional level, but at the records identification level. That delays the processing of police reports. That delays the input of crime statistics. That causes additional burden on those that are working. It's significant on the records and identification side. On the detention officer side, it's made it impossible for us to open the new jail at this point. However, we have a plan that will be before council in the near future after it goes through the commission that will detail our ability to do that, but that will also require the closing of some regional jails. On our 911 side, that has been a significant impact on our 911 operators. I think that the council recognizes that 911 is an extremely stressful job, and the additional call load and time issues placed on those employees have been significant. So, these civilian cuts are difficult, but I think that for the short term, that the department can deal with this level of cut. I have confidence that the city's budget will return, and we'll be back talking about replacement of these positions.
On civilians, just remind me, are they on time, overtime?
I'm sorry, sir?
On civilians, do they go, with no cash money, do they go on time, overtime?
They do both. There is some cash overtime for civilians.
So you have you got a balance?
Yeah.
Okay. The other thing I asked you is that, you may have answered this earlier, but on the clear, how do you intend to deploy those 18 officers without funds? The clear, I think you have about...
Oh, the clear officer. Mm-hmm. We will make sure that we use positions, other authorized positions. We will move positions in order to not attrit those. What are being referred to there are the advanced pay grade positions. So we'll use advanced pay grade positions from other authorities, and many of them, as you know, were moved out from our specialized units into the division, so we do have some advanced pay grades that have been moved out, so we'll make adjustments in that area.
And then let me ask you, on the, what is it, the local public safety fund?
Yes.
Is that a permanent cut from the state, or is that just a 1 year?
The local public safety funds come from sales tax, additional sales tax that voters approved, I don't know what year, but many years ago. So as sales tax declines or increases, there's a small lag to local public safety, but that trend will follow the general sales tax. So there shows a reduction in this year's budget. It's a reduction from the 09-10 adopted, but our projections are that local public safety fund revenue will be next year about the same as what we're actually going to see in 09-10.
Okay, so it's not a permanent, then initially I was under the impression that we were told that it was cut from $4 million to $100,000, and it was gone.
I think supplemental law enforcement, we have two special funds which are being cut by very similar amounts. I think you're talking about supplemental law enforcement. That is a legislative action. Those monies come from the vehicle license fee, which, as you know, the state loves to raid. So in as much as the state's finances continue to be poor, I would not anticipate getting a significant amount of revenue from supplemental law enforcement. Hopefully, the state's finances, when they improve, we can start getting some more of that money back into our police department.
Okay, so the supplemental is in jeopardy, but we should get local public safety increase as sales tax increase.
Yes, if we see a noticeable increase in sales tax this year, then we will definitely see a notable but probably 4 to 5, maybe 6 months lagged increase in local public safety revenue.
Okay. And then, Chief, let me ask you, recently we had a discussion in council regarding tracking mechanism on DNA cases. Is that going to be a reality at some point, or is it too expensive at this time? Or?
It will be a reality at some point. You know, we have several tracking systems already. The consolidation of those systems is something that I've tasked our CIO with. She's working on that diligently. You know, this is a combination of efforts between her, robbery, homicide, and SID, and that will happen. We're looking for a little funding and a development piece. It's a necessary component.
Is that something you have opportunity to get with grant money, or is that?
Yeah, I will use, I'm going to end up using, hopefully, using foundation money or grant money for that.
Do you have an idea what that system may cost?
I have an idea, but it hasn't, I think it's going to be less than $100,000, but that's an uneducated chief's guess. They haven't given me the exact number yet.
Okay. There's a couple of things I'd like to ask you to help us out, and we've discussed this at committee several times. In grants, we really would like the department to look at a couple of issues. One, that when you're applying for grants, that we should be very, very sensitive to grants that require matching or front-loading of funds.
Yes.
And then the one area that we've been delinquent as a city on is the retrieval of money based on invoices. And the faster we get the invoices in, the faster the city gets the reimbursement. So those are three things on grants we'd ask you to look at so that we can continue to get the funding into the general fund. And then could you give us an update on digital cameras?
Yes, the digital cameras were deployed throughout Southeast Division this past week. The test results so far are very good. We have over, my last count, last update I got, we had over 150 incidents cataloged, retrievable incidents cataloged. It looks like it's going pretty well. You know, obviously there's an acclimation. You know, the most difficult part of any of this stuff, you know, as difficult as the technology's been, the human adaptation to technology is always more difficult. And as you know, we have a very conservative workforce, so they're learning new ways to work. takes a little time, but we're confident in the training. This group of employees is much more adaptable than we ever were. You know, they will figure out ways to use this that we never thought of, legitimate ways.
Let me ask you one thing. One of the issues we discussed when this was being vetted through council was keeping track or an idea of the retrieval and the storage, because that was always the downside of that whole system. Have we got any monitoring on that, or do we get a sense?
That was one of the big roadblocks in this, is the retrieval wasn't as seamless as we wanted it. The retrieval system is set up so that the involved employee can view, not modify, but view, and that anybody that's a supervisor of that employee can also view. So we had some difficulties with that until we separated the two systems, the MDT from the in-car video, and now that system is working. The retrieval is working. Storage should not be an issue with the storage scheme that we have, which allows them to be stored at the station. Of course, this is all transparent to the user. You don't know where it's stored. It's just like when you bring up a file on your computer, you don't know where it came from. It's being stored. But the physical storage place is initially at the station, and then it's routed to one of the systems across the street here. And it's a system that we believe will work. And actually, until we run these things for a while, we really won't know what our level of storage is going to be. You know, we try to judge it, you know, what our quantity would be based on other people's experience. But as you know, we're a different animal, so we'll be able to give a better follow-up on what the storage problems are, if any, as we go down this road. But I anticipate our storage will be adequate.
Okay. And then on dealing with one area that we talked last year on the budget was the whole area of risk management. Significant number of dollars outlay on litigation, and one of the things that we've seen over the last year is probably more so towards traffic accidents.
Yes.
And these are issues that we realize everything you do has litigation potential, but we really ask that you look at the whole area of litigation, how we can suppress it.
Yeah.
And the one thing that's come out in Budget and Finance, and to some degree Claims Board, is the fact that traffic accidents with some very significant outlay of litigation dollars, there's been little or no discipline or addressing the culpability of the employee. And so this is something that seems to be maybe a mindset or something that traffic's may not be as significant as the litigation issue that we're dealing with. So we'd ask if you'd look at that. In fact, the CAO and the city attorney, we've directed to work with the departments with the top 10 litigation issues, and so we ask that whatever you can share with them to show what we're doing to reduce that would be important.
You know what, if I could just share with you, we had a significant traffic incident about 72 hours ago, and so what we did, because I have the same concern that you do, and not only that, but I want access to information just like all of you do. We folded the traffic analysis into our 72-hour briefing that we do on use of force shootings. So we did the same. We used the same scenarios, the same analysis that we did there, where I got a briefing actually before I came to this meeting, full PowerPoint by not only the skid team, by the investigators. I had a city attorney present. We had discussions that were very, very useful, not only in determining what needed to be done in the investigation and where we had to go with this, but also what the city attorney needed to protect the city. I think that if we do that on these high-profile incidents, especially, I think the city will gain in that, and not only that, but the department will gain in it, because it becomes more of the things that you emphasize through this process are the things that people pay attention to. And so the captains and their employees will be held to task the same way they are for an officer-involved shooting for these high-profile traffic incidents.
And then my final question is that somewhere around 0607, there was a significant drop in traffic citations and revenue, and then it's kind of crept up a little bit for a couple of years, and then it dropped significantly this year. And so just ask that because these revenues are so important to the city, that there be an emphasis placed on traffic citation and also the recovery of those funds back to the city. And we realize there's some issues that deal with the courts in the sense of whether they apply all of the fines and a variety of things. But again, the citations in general have had this ebb and flow that we need to see if there's more emphasis.
And not only from the cost impact of the city, but from the public safety impact of traffic education, and then also, I mean, as everybody in the council knows, it's a great tool for crime reduction also. And so, you know, Chief Pasinger and all the folks in operations are held to a standard of that, and I'll make sure that they're aware of that.
Thank you very much. And let me just make one comment to my colleagues, is that although, and I think it's been important to address the police from the civilians, but I think one of the things we have to keep in mind is that if we're talking about hiring PSRs, that's a cut somewhere else, and we've gone through this in the sense of whether you give up police officers for PSRs, or if you don't give up police officers for PSRs, then what do you give up? And so I think that's a corresponding issue that we've tried to deal with in this committee, that if you find things to spend money on, that you find things that you're going to pay for it with. And so I think it's important that we look at that and determine what's the highest priority.
Mr. Stein had one follow-up?
Yes, Chief, I know that many of the bureaus establish task force, and they put motor officers in those task force, and they tell them to go out and arrest people. Primary is arrest people, protect the community. Secondary is traffic enforcement. And that's what happens. And we see that continuously when we redeploy our traffic officers to other important functions. But as Mr. Parks is stating, we're losing those citations, we're losing those revenues because we're redeploying people. And if we continue to do that, and I don't question why we do that, it's not that they're not working, but and when I was on motors as a sergeant, we used to do that on and off. And you can't expect them to be productive in citation when they're looking for burglars and gangbangers, et cetera. So.
And that's very true, although all of us expect them that when they're doing that they issue citations too, because that's, I mean, they're not only,
but when they do,
I want to make sure they don't just think of themselves as a high visibility tool, because, we can do high visibility, you and I can go drive around the black and white, it's high visibility. May not get too much done, but it's high visibility. So the issue is that we want to make sure they keep writing citations while they're doing this. That's even higher visibility. Everybody pays real good attention to that. So your point is well taken. There is a cost when we use these things to address, when we use traffic enforcement to address Part 1 crime, but there's also a benefit. So it's just
why not the revenue of the citation? Because if they make an arrest, obviously it's going to take a lot more time than working a traffic complaint or completing that. So I just know when we redeploy, that's one of the sacrifices we make.
It sometimes is.
And they did that in South Bureau, they did that in Valley Bureau, and I know it was disbanded, now it's brought back. It's
well, it can be very effective when you have a really heavy crime spike. You had a violent crime spike, car-to-car shootings, things like that.
Yeah. I'm not questioning that, I'm just saying that's how you see the dip. It's not that they're not working.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you very much, Chief. Appreciate very much your being here for the last 4 hours, and your command staff as well. I just want to tell you that the little discussion going on up here by all of us was very refreshing to have a chief sit here and answer all the questions everybody asked without having to turn to somebody in the staff.
Well, now I got to go check with the staff and make sure I was right on it.
Yeah, that's the next problem.
I think I got most of them.
Not many of them were smiling back there.
You did very well. We appreciate it very much. And just FYI, there are no greenies for this after 5 o'clock. So that's a police joke. Okay.
Let's see. Thank you very much. Next, we'll have the fire department, and while they're coming up, we'll go through the cards for public comment. And we have Christopher Moody. If those that are going to speak, if you could come up at the podium. Pat McCosker, Cheryl Parisi, Angel Calvo, John Miller.
Thank you. My name is Angel Calvo. I'll be speaking for both myself and for Christopher Moody, who's not here. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. Anyway, Christopher Moody is not here, so I'll be speaking for him. My name is Angel Calvo. I'm with the Engineers and Architects Association.
Give your name again?
Angel Calvo. Okay. C-A-L-V-O. I'm with the AA, and basically I'm speaking here requesting that the continuing furloughs of fire department civilian employees be stopped. If public safety is a priority, as this council has indicated, and just like the police department, the furlough of the civilian employees at the fire department is impacting their ability to provide the services that this council is making a priority. So I would urge the council to stop the furloughs at the fire department. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council members, thank you. Pat McCosker, President, United Firefighters, Local 112. We're partners, as you know, in the Alternative Budget Project with the Coalition of City Unions. We partnered with the coalition because of our deep respect for them and their leaders, but also because they're taking the right approach. The approach that we're taking is let's preserve core services here in this city. You know, last year, the way that the process worked out didn't preserve core services, certainly not in my department. That 10% cut was made. It was said, unions and department heads work it out, figure it out. We had a retiring fire chief whose response to that was to cut core services and only core services. And by that I mean the modified coverage plan, the brownouts, the closure of 28 fire companies and ambulances every day. That was a direct impact on the most core of services, ambulances, fire trucks, emergency responders. We don't want that to happen again. I'm asking you in this budget to help us preserve core services. When it happened, the public suffered. You know, the LA Times reported on losses that were suffered by the public, and I won't go back over them here. Let me tell you something that you didn't read about. 2 weeks ago, we almost had 2 firefighters killed because of fire department brownouts. We had 2 guys in Boyle Heights, and I want to thank Council Member Huizar for showing up at that fire, for seeing with his own eyes that 2 guys had their turnout coats singed, their ears and necks burned, their backs burned, their helmets melted on their heads because it was so hot inside that fire. It was hot inside that fire because the nearest fire company was closed. The company that would have done ventilation opened a hole in the roof, broken out the windows, opened the doors, made it tenable inside. They went into an oven because they had to, because they were alone. So we've got to end brownouts before we get somebody killed. I'm certain that it's going to happen. Please look at our alternative budget. We proposed more than a year ago one of the items in there, and that's the full cost recovery on ambulance billing. It was put aside at that time. Please take it seriously now and all the other proposals in there. I've already given you a letter that outlines for you my response to the mayor's budget, all the things I would ask you to do there. Ask you to go over that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheryl Parisi and John Miller.
Thank you. Good afternoon. In these budget challenges, the question of revenue generation should be primary. And so I'm here this afternoon to talk about the question of ambulance billing. There are 2 items on this budget. One is a $1.6 million allocation for the field data capture system. This is exactly the right way to go. The automation that this system will provide a level of accuracy and ability to bill for ambulance transport that we have not before had, and we support this system 100%. However, what is troubling about the second piece of this proposal is to outsource the work of the ambulance billing unit. The proposed contract that will be before you shortly will be a 6-year percentage contract. Why is this foolhardy? It is foolhardy because we are on the cusp of the impact of national health care reform. The County of Los Angeles has the highest rate of uninsured in the entire country. The impact of national health care reform, of moving more and more members of our community onto health care means that there will necessarily be a higher percentage of those who will be successfully billed because they are insured. And that will mean untold added revenues for this city and this department. We would ask that you hold this work in-house. Do not give away unknown revenues to a contractor. Again, a long-term 6-year percentage contract. Let's keep the work here. Let's build the expertise. In other areas of the city where we've done this, we have achieved remarkable success. We did it first in the consolidation of purchasing, where we got top-of-the-line software, kept and built in-house capacity, and reached 90% discounts. We've done it in the police department as it relates to false alarm billing. There are good models in the city. Let's replicate those models and not outsource this piece of the work. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Miller.
Good evening, Councilmember Parks, Council members. John Miller representing the command officers of the fire department. From our standpoint, we clearly recognize and understand the seriousness and unprecedented challenges that the city is facing, and we look together working cohesively with the city and the department in meeting these challenges. We believe in participating in our fair share of the shared sacrifice to meet the budgetary obligations that the fire department is required to meet its proposed budget. However, we believe that the proposed closures of the division office, the elimination of support staff in the division offices, and browning out a 2nd Battalion office will have an operational impact on the efficient management of resources and employees. Council members, I know of no other business model in either the public or private sector that operates an organization of over 400 personnel in an area that far exceeds the size of most cities in the United States that doesn't have any support staff that works for them. The current span of control for our 3 division offices, which is being proposed to be cut to 2 with minimal cost savings, will each be responsible for half of the on-duty fire department resources of approximately 500 personnel, and an area larger, like I said, than most cities in the United States, and once again without staff. Our division offices are compared in size to a police bureau, where a police deputy chief has a complement of over 20 support staff. A recent report provided to the Public Safety Committee identified that the LAFD exceeded the span of control for both fire stations and personnel comparable to other large cities in California. We will continue to work with the department, and we hope that this committee works with the department to fund those critical resources that are proposed for elimination while maintaining public safety and the effectiveness and efficiency of the LAFD. And we continue to pledge to work with the fire chief and the council in identifying efficiencies that don't have an impact on public or firefighter safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Smith will lead this.
Thank you. Chief, welcome. Thank you for being here this late in the afternoon and for sitting back there and waiting. Appreciate it very much. We should make some opening statements.
Yes, thank you. As our public safety partner, the Los Angeles Police Department, stated, we also worked with the mayor and his staff to develop this budget. But we did submit a budget letter because there were things that needed clarification as we lean forward into fiscal solvency. Before we move on, I would like to start out by putting next year's budget in context by first discussing this year's budget and how it impacted the fire department and its ability to protect the city. Our full operating budget in 2009 dollars was $561 million. We were cut 10%, or $56 million, and told to make it work, and we did. Of that $56 million, $35 million was covered through the modified coverage plan, civilian furloughs, and the balance was to be covered by deferrals and givebacks from sworn labor that never showed up until late into the fiscal year. Despite the shortfall, fire department employees, both sworn and civilian, stepped up in various ways to share in that sacrifice, and I commend them all. We now have a 30% vacancy factor in our civilian ranks. We are now placing almost 90 fewer firefighters on the street every day. The workload has increased, and people are working harder and longer for less than they ever have. This past year, we were lucky. With no major brush fires inside city boundaries and no major disasters to manage, we dodged a major bullet. Next year, we will face new growth in the hills and mountains as a result of heavy rains. We have seen unprecedented seismic activity all over the world, and we know that we are overdue for a major earthquake. The federal government has predicted that a major terrorist attack will take place in the near future. The stars are lining up against us, but I want us to be prepared. I know that as we move through this process to finish building next year's budget, you will make some very difficult decisions. All city services are important. All city employees are important. Your fire department is important. Every day, we put a small number of firefighters on the street to protect millions of lives and billions of dollars of tax base. Without that service, the sustainability of our city is limited. I hope that you will listen to our advice and make tough decisions that are required of our leaders. As we move into next year's budget, I ask that you take a global view of our budget and look at it as if you were preparing for the worst-case scenario. I ask you to look at it as though you were preparing to meet any challenge this city might face. I ask you to understand that we are your first and last line of defense. If we can't do it, there is no one to follow up. The military does not fight fire. The National Guard does not do urban search and rescue. No one will be there to save that life. We are your last line of defense. I don't mean to sound melodramatic, but as your fire chief, it is my responsibility to tell you what the risks are and how to avoid placing the city in jeopardy. I know that you will make the right decisions as it relates to us, and I trust that you will make the right decisions as you keep the city safe. My staff and I are now ready to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief. And I just want to say we're very fortunate that with you and Chief Beck both, we have two professionals who came up through the ranks of our own departments and know what is important to your department. I'm going to ask you a couple questions that I have and some of the requests you've made to my staff. First was dealing with the Wildland Management Unit, the Battalion Chief for Quality Improvement Division, and Assistant Chief for Training Division that you brought it to my staff. First of all, for the Training Division, without any recruit classes coming here, is there really a need for an Assistant Chief in Training that couldn't be covered? Obviously, you have ongoing training, but doesn't your current command staff have enough people to do that?
In the proposed budget, there is a deletion for the Assistant Chief position at the Training Division. And without recruit training, the only component that we'll have will be our in-service training section, which we have a battalion commander that will support that function. What we've asked for is so when we do start hiring again, hopefully in 11-12 fiscal year, that we don't have to go back and start recreating all that documentation to obtain those authorities. We would like to retain those authorities if we can, if possible, and that's what we requested in our budget letter.
Okay, so, and I saw that through the budget a number of times that you were asking just to keep the positions but unfunded.
Unfunded. The basis for our budget letter is primarily to retain a number of those authorities so we don't have to recreate or reinvent the wheel when we do start hiring, and once the economy starts coming back within the city, we will be able to start refilling those positions.
And that sounds that's a logical request in my mind. The CAO, is there a reason for elimination?
We're trying to meet a target. Is there more specific information?
I think as a whole, an action that this council and the mayor have taken in prior budgets was to move unfunded positions, and pretty much they were off limits for other departments. And so that being the case, we took the approach this year. If the unfunded positions are going to be off limits to departments anyway, we might as well delete them and not leave the impression that departments will sometime during the course of the year have any funds to reinstate those positions. So it's just a matter of cleaning up the budget so that we reflect positions that are only funded and that we expect to be hired.
So you're saying that if we have some windfalls monies, and we had this discussion earlier today and yesterday about putting money in the UB and looking toward hopefully reducing what we predict will be the revenue income, that should it be higher than expected, you have no expectations of refunding any of the fire department functions?
No, absolutely not. What I'm saying is that, given the revenue assumptions that we had going into the budget, we wanted to provide departments with the resources that, they could actually use starting day one. So we didn't see a point of leaving positions that were going to be unfunded, which really have no intent of being filled if no other revenues come in. Obviously, if there is an unanticipated revenue that was to come in during the fiscal year, then we would expect departments to make requests through council, that we go through the Budget and Finance Committee, and then eventually to the mayor for any additional authorities to be given. And even, beyond that point, departments, I'm not sure about the sworn positions, but departments have the ability to request substitute authorities during the year from the CAO.
Well, I can't think of anything more important than to say that the structure of the fire department has been reduced. And if we truly believe, as your mayor says, and as this council says, that public safety is number one, shouldn't it be the first and foremost function of this council to refund first and foremost any dollars that come in back to the fire department to get it back up to strength? And if you remove those positions, then we start from zero and fight it out again, whereas if they're in the budget, it's a matter of an instruction of moving the money to fund those positions, which we have to do anyway.
No, I mean, we don't disagree with that at all. It's just a matter of presenting a budget that left no false sense of possibility of, exactly, of hope. When we're talking about the revenues, and when the revenues are being questioned, then why leave in unfunded positions that the revenues are being questioned the way they were? That there is no hope of filling them during the year. Now, if by some chance the revenues do come in and come in above, there's always a possibility of coming in, and which would be the case anyway. The departments wouldn't just be given the authority to receive these funds and
but
hire.
They're not. They can't hire a single position until they go through managed hiring.
Well, exactly. So
until the council moves the money. So what are you gaining by this?
Well, it's the same thing. It's just, we wanted to provide a budget that reflected the resources we have.
Okay. Well, it goes back to a word that your boss has used many times, and that's optics, and I think this is the wrong optic to use. I think, and I'm going to suggest to my colleagues that when we finish our discussions today, that we just instruct the CAO to keep all those positions in the budget as unfunded, and we'll come back and find the money for them mid-year if we can. And if we can't, there's no harm, no foul. No. But if we can find it, it makes it much easier, much faster, and anything anybody ever has worked around this building knows, it takes forever to fill a position anyway. So why add more time into that? If we want to put people back into the uniform of the fire department and get those functions back up to speed as fast as possible, which should be our first and foremost job, in my opinion, and I'm speaking for Greg Smith only here, that should be our number one goal in this budget, is to get the fire department back to 100%. We've done everything we can, I think, to preserve the police department, which the mayor said he wants to do. I think fire department is number two in that goal, and I think it's foolhardy not to make that our number two goal. And so I will make a recommendation that as we go through the fire department budget, all those positions are kept in an unfunded category for now.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
And I just want to make clear that we're not disagreeing with that. It was just, one approach in terms of presenting the budget that reflected, positions that equal the level of funding that's there.
Okay.
So we don't.
It doesn't change the dollar equation.
It doesn't change the dollars, exactly.
But it makes a strong statement to the people of the city that we are committed to making public safety number one. Okay. Hazmat squads. I wish Tom LaBonge were here. He could answer this for me, but how many hazmat squads do we have?
We have 4 hazmat squads, of which one of them is in standby status at this time. That's at Fire Station 95, which is located at LAX. The other 3, we have Squad 4, which is in Metro Downtown area, Squad 87, which is in the Valley, and Squad 48, which is in the Harbor.
Yeah. So there's a recommendation to go to a flex staffing and redeploy sworn personnel from the hazmat squads.
Yes.
Can we operate with one per division? I guess the fire department, I guess you can't take the squad that's out of the airport.
Yeah, can I just ask on that one about the airport, keeping it there, can you get the airport to pick up the tab for that since it's a critical need I would think they would have as part of their ongoing responsibility?
Actually, the only funding that the airport provides behind Squad 95 is for those responses that the squad has on airport property. There are no full-time staff assigned to that piece of apparatus. Several years ago, we did try to get staffing for Squad 95 unsuccessfully, but so hopefully sometime in the future, we would like to see it fully staffed, yes.
If you'd like to see it fully staffed, could you get a report back and have your folks talk to Gina Marie at the airport, and let's see if they're right now able to give us a report back, and when they come before us, we'll ask them the same question.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Sorry for the interruption.
It's okay, no problem. I noticed two different terms in here that I don't know the difference. One was Quality Improvement Division, and the other was Quality Assurance Unit.
Quality assurance was an outgrowth of the controller's audit several years ago, where we have one Captain 2 and six Captain 1s that essentially oversee the probationary period for our recruit firefighters.
Okay.
And since we have not hired any new firefighters over this past year, and the last group of probationary firefighters are going to finish their probation sometime during June, there's really not going to be any need for any oversight, especially if we're not going to hire any new firefighters during this next fiscal year.
Okay, so that would be one of those units, and you want to retain the positions, but the authorities, but lose the funding.
Right, absolutely.
And then what was the Quality Improvement Division?
Quality improvement basically oversees the patient care and oversight of one. We have two units. We have the Field QI, which oversees the paramedic resources out in the field, basically ensuring that those paramedics are providing the proper patient care. And then we have the dispatch QI that oversees the dispatch functions to make sure that our dispatchers are asking the appropriate questions, dispatching appropriate resources, EMS resources. And the battalion chief's position, in the near future, what we have planned is a reorg, and hopefully through the implementation of our new EMS division through Measure B, we're hoping that what we'll do is we'll reorg, we'll place Field QI under our EMS division, which we won't have a need for a quality improvement battalion chief.
Okay. And that brings me then, since we brought up EMS, what's the status on the defibrillator support issue that I thought was solved last year, and maybe not?
Well, I had a conversation with Ms. Randy Levin several days ago about it, but Chief Frazier, who's been all over this, and I'm not going to do like Chief Beck and try and answer every question, because I don't know well, I do own a gun, but I don't carry a gun.
It's okay. Dennis has three. You can. Right. You don't have to worry about it.
Don Frazier, Councilman Smith. Since ITA has discontinued providing maintenance to our defibrillators that are carried on our emergency services, we have outsourced under existing contract with the existing provider for that service. And in the meantime, we are in the final stages of establishing a new purchase contract that will include maintenance. Going forward. So
the problem is resolved now?
The problem is resolved.
Very good. Thank you very much. We'll start to the other side today. Let's go to Mr. Roosevelt.
Thank you. Of course, the bottom line basic question is, what kind of impact could we see in the way of response times and the department's ability to properly carry out its core mission of protecting life and property as a result of expanding the modified coverage plan?
Other than our hazmat squads, which we would see an increase in response and deployment of hazmat units, We're really not impacting in terms of fire resources. Command resources, you're going to see a delay. You're going to see some significant impact in terms of command and control. But in terms of our normal deployment, in terms of fire resources and paramedic resources and EMT resources, I don't see a significant impact. What we have seen in terms of response times over this past year is almost a negligible increase in EMS resources, and I think we've seen about a 3%, was it 3% increase in response times relative to structure responses.
Okay, just on that, being a little provincial here, my district, as you know, when you mentioned the rain and the growth, the people in the Palisades, the canyons, and in the Brentwood going all the way up to the Getty, to Mulholland, are very concerned about what might happen there. And, you know, we have Battalion 9 and EMS 9. They're slow already in responding due to the geography issues of where they need to go, especially like the Pacific Palisades, for them to get there. Am I going to lose either of those resources, the EM9 or the Battalion 9, any other activities?
We really haven't flushed out what our deployment is going to look like. We've pretty much been waiting to see how the budget lands in terms of figuring out what our final deployment model is going to look like.
Yeah.
Battalion 9, I mean, over the 34 years that I've been a member of the fire department, has always run out of Fire Station 37. I would suspect that it will continue to run out of Fire Station 37. EMS 9, I know prior to my assuming the position of fire chief had been closed, which within a month of me taking the position, we restored the staffing to EMS 9. I know that how important it is to your district, and we're going to do everything we can to make everything as equitable as possible in terms of managing our EMS resources and managing our response times. Our goal as a fire department will always continue to be 5 minutes from the minute dispatch takes place until we arrive on scene, 5 minutes 90% of the time. Our goal has not changed and will not change.
Okay, when you talked about the hazardous materials squad, I mentioned LAX and them absorbing and asked for a report back. What about the one in San Pedro? What about the harbor, which is another proprietary department, absorbing those costs that would have to do with the hazardous materials squad there?
What I would like, or what I would propose, is that we generate an identical letter to the harbor department to pick up the full cost recovery for the staffing of Squad 48. Right now, they are paying approximately 13% of Squad 48's cost, which is somewhere in the neighborhood, I believe, of $430,000. So we would like to see full cost recovery.
And I'll instruct you to do the same thing, send a letter to the port, to Dr. Gerald Matt, and see if we can get them to do 100% cost recovery on that.
Thank you.
Have you been able to hire a welder? I mean, I know this is going into the weeds, through the managed hiring process for the supply and maintenance division to replace the one and only one welder, I'm told, who was transferred to DWP. What are the consequences of not having a welder at the fire department repair shop?
I'll answer the first part of the question. The answer is no. Chief Frazier will answer the impact.
Thanks.
The consequences, we've had to work closely with General Services and get special training for their welders and bring them over on a case-by-case basis. It slows down our ability to make effective repairs.
Yeah, I just think it's a problem because you need your equipment able to get out of there in a second and move around. So I'd like a report back on how we would save that welder position. I mean, these are little ones, but they're important to the...
That position was lost due to ERIP.
Yeah. And let's let that ERIP take away that function. The person that was in it, yes. But we cannot get rid of that. And then there's another one on that. Can you explain the emergency service and response impact of being short 8 specially trained heavy-duty equipment mechanics at the fire department's repair shops? Are we close to the breaking point where we're going to jeopardize firefighter and public safety by not being able to keep both the front line and reserve fleets in a safe and workable condition?
The short answer on that is yes. For instance, We have 207 rescue ambulances in our fleet. Today, we have 57 of those that are out of service and broken, and we have reserves in frontline. We have 17 reserves left. There have been a number of times during the last year that we have come up to that breaking point where we would not have apparatus left, both in rescue ambulances and also in the area ladder trucks. What we're seeing now is we're seeing it takes longer to get an apparatus repaired, and so there's a couple of contributing factors to that. First of all is that we have not purchased apparatus for what will be now 2 years. We're in the budget, there's an exception for rescue ambulances, which is the worst part of our fleet right now. That will help. And also by not having replacement apparatus and the mechanics, we're going to see an increase to the expense accounts in auto parts.
Will you give us in writing a report back on that, what you just said, because I think we need to highlight that and we need to make that clear. The mayor has proposed furloughing sworn fire department personnel on special duty assignments on the 5-day, 40-hour work week. What impact will this have on public safety, inspections, and the collection of fees?
If I could just make a clarification there. While we have proposed that, we've always said that it would be on a case-by-case basis based on the functions and duties. And in fact, the department's budget did not subtract any salary dollars for that, because we would do it on a case-by-case basis.
I asked the fire department, pull an alarm if you see something happening.
Overall, it would have adverse impact to our ability to administratively manage the fire department.
I'd like to see that in writing as well, in response on that one. I understand that there is one person responsible for keeping the entire dispatch system afloat. Are we at a breaking point with the elimination of the IT staff down at the dispatch center? I mean, we're putting a lot on one person.
We had one lady who was in charge of basically managing the CAD program for our dispatch center. She has since ERIP'd, but we have now brought her back on a 90-day contract. We're hopeful through time that at some point, once we transition to our new dispatch center, that won't be an issue. But it is a critical issue. We are working with ITA to try and manage that situation, and hopefully we won't have a problem with losing our dispatch centers we have in the past.
I might say, just rather candidly and clearly, I consider you guys as important as police, and in some cases, depending upon the geography, it could be the most critical element. Like when we had the fire in Sepulveda Canyon, the police were there for evacuation, but the operation was a fire department operation. And obviously when you had your helicopters working through the night, that saved, frankly, a whole lot of people in Mountain Gate and others from worrying about it. So I have great respect for the fire department's mandate and for their commitment. There's a Fair Labor Standard Act lawsuit. I don't know if you can talk on the record or not. Is there a payment still pending as a result of this lawsuit? And if so, what kind of retroactive hit do we think we might get in the fiscal budget?
Yes, it is still outstanding, and it's somewhere in the neighborhood of $5 million.
$5 million. Hydrant inspection. Has the responsibility for inspection and maintenance of fire hydrants been fully shifted to the Department of Water and Power where appropriate? If not, could the fire department start charging DWP to inspect the hydrants? I'm just curious where we are on the fire hydrant issue.
We are still inspecting on an annual basis our fire hydrants. As the fire chief, I think it is our responsibility to inspect the fire hydrants, because without water, we do not exist. We are back charging DWP for those services, but as long as I'm the fire chief, we will continue to inspect those fire hydrants.
Thank you. Now, the unions, in a very productive meeting with us, talked about individuals funding when I go to the farmer's market in Mar Vista, the other day, a senior citizen lady came up to me and she said, what do I do if I need 911? Am I going to have to pay for the ambulance? Because people are wondering what the cost might be directly hitting them. Then I'm told some places around the country, you can do like $850 a year or something and get a special kind of, I don't know if the word is insurance or protection, that would guarantee you would have that service. Have we looked into that at all?
Yes, we are studying it currently, and it's a voluntary EMS fee that we've been thinking about placing on the DWP bill, which would be somewhere in the neighborhood of maybe $20, $25 a month, where they can have unlimited access to EMS service.
I think we should explore that out, and I think what the unions had suggested is a cheaper price. It was like $850 rather than $25. I'm just curious, but that would be great. That would give people the assurance that for a few extra bucks, they definitely know that they're covered with the ambulance or anything else.
Yes, sir.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Perry. Mr. Kretz.
Yeah, a couple of questions. One, you've addressed the modified coverage and said that it hasn't really had a significant impact on emergency response. So am I understanding that if a station has a brownout and there are multiple emergencies at the same time, that doesn't slow response time? So if it would have been 5 minutes, but the respondent had to come from a neighboring station because the equipment in the closest station was occupied and there wasn't a backup. Does that never happen under this current scenario?
Even when we have full staffing, we're always going to have collisions of activities, and there are not enough resources in the city, even without the modified coverage plan, that we can guarantee that we won't have collisions. And typically what happens is our dispatch center is monitoring the availability of resources, and they're continually moving resources to fill those vacancies throughout the city. So we do everything that we can to try and minimize the impact, to make sure that every district has at least one fire resource in the district all the time.
But would those collisions not happen more often and response time not be slowed in some cases because of this modified coverage? It seems intuitive that it would almost be impossible for that not to be the case.
Statistically, you're going to have more collisions with fewer resources. That's just the way that it's going to be. And there's really not too much that we can do about that, other than making sure that we deploy our resources throughout the city evenly.
Is there any way that we could attempt to provide more funding so that this modified structure is reduced in its duration, so that we can make it less likely that those things occur? Because I'm assuming that at least creates a situation where someone could live because response time is quick enough, and someone could wind up dying because response time isn't quick enough as a result of the modified plan.
We're continually reviewing our revenue plans in terms of generating additional revenue, and we're hopeful that once we get our ambulance transport fees in line with our cap rate, possibly once we get the field data capture system on board and we're able to start looking at treatment no transport, look at our area ambulance fees, and once we start generating the type of revenue that we know we have the potential to generate, then potentially we can start backfilling some of those resources that are closed as a result of the modified coverage plan, yes.
Now, how important in terms of emergency response are division chiefs as opposed to the folks that we're shifting into modified coverage? And how important are their drivers/assistants in terms of that response?
The city is essentially divided into one-thirds. We have a Valley Division, we have a Metro Division, and a South Division. And there are two people, the Assistant Chief, the division commander, along with their staff assistant, that essentially supervises all of the fire department resources and oversees all the fire and EMS resources within that division. They have no other staff other than that staff assistant. So you get an earthquake in the San Fernando Valley, you've got one person and one staff assistant overseeing all of the fire department activities within an area that essentially oversees 1.5 million people, overseeing the protection of those resources. So to me, it's very important that we maintain those resources as much as we can, at least the command teams intact. But as part of the shared sacrifice and the discussions that we've had, both with the CAO and the mayor, we feel that we will be able to run the city where we don't want to. I don't support it, but we will be able to manage within our budget with 2 division command teams as long as the staff assistants are retained. And in our budget letter, we made the request to have the staffing restored. Also, we would like to maintain the authority. So in the event that the winds start howling 100 miles an hour or the terrorist threat goes through the roof, I want the ability, the flexibility to surge and refill or backfill those resources as needed.
So on a temporary basis?
On a temporary basis, yes.
That sounds pretty reasonable. I've heard conflicting things about the importance and the value of BLS ambulances. What's your take on how critical they are and whether those should be maintained or whether the money to maintain them could be put into other resources on the ground?
I want to see the BLS ambulances retained. I want to see the ALS ambulances retained. I want to see all the fire resources retained. And within the confines of the mayor's budget, there is no proposal to reduce staffing in EMS service. 80% of our workload is EMS, and I think that the mayor, the CAO, the fire department, we all understand how important it is, and we're not proposing any reduction in EMS service.
That sounds good to me. It's certainly a high priority for me as well. And what was discussed earlier, I understand the idea behind, in the mayor's budget, eliminating positions that are not currently filled, but I would agree with Councilmember Smith that we've done a better job with the police department in terms of keeping them intact. I think, as I felt this budget year, I think the fire department is still understaffed in terms of where we'd like to see it. So while I might agree with that as a strategy for some of the other departments, I think the fire department is the most critical to fill, and so I would agree we should keep those positions on the books.
Thank you.
I want you to keep the positions on the books, too, obviously. I'll second it a third time.
Mr. Weezer.
Hallelujah. I'll do that 4 times. And I think I'm going to need an ambulance soon. I've been in the same room for 9 hours. So, but on the positions, on the CAO, that's just no money. It doesn't affect the dollars,
That's right. Based on how it's being presented, it would be just the restoration of positions without the budgeting.
Okay. Other departments where we've done that throughout this budget?
Where we've eliminated the positions, or
Yes.
where we...
Same thing here.
Yes, the approach we took in this year's budget, as opposed to other years' budget, is to only provide those authorities that we knew we had funding behind, and which we were going to allow departments to fill.
Okay. And in this case, there's a need, as expressed by our chief and by the majority of the committee.
We definitely understand the position that Councilmember Smith was making, and have no problem with having those positions restored, so long as everybody understands they're unfilled, and will be unfilled until the funding is available.
Okay, thank you. On the modified coverage, it's a big ticket item. It's about $40 million in savings. And Chief, when I went out a couple of weeks ago to the fire that happened in Ball Heights, I was assured that the response time was the same. But at the same time, they did explain to me the need to have possibly the type of resources there so that you have one unit attack the fire from one end and another one come in from the other end, create the hole or the air that needs to get out so that you don't have that oven when other firefighters go in there.
Right.
So there is an impact one way or another, right, on the modified coverage. And when I saw that and I heard clearly the increased danger to our firefighters, it really concerned me, and I thought that we really have to do something about it. I don't see any expansion of the modified plan. We had a proposal here a couple of months ago, correct?
We were looking at making the modified coverage plan citywide, which would not just impact task force stations or double houses, but it was going to include triple houses or single engine houses also. We have put that on hold, and just like a number of other initiatives that we've been looking at, we're not planning on making any modifications until the budget is finalized, and then we would have to come back to council. We would have to go to the mayor and the council before we make any changes to it.
And after seeing what I saw, I would love to roll back the modified plan as it exists now and go back to the way it was. It is a big-ticket item, and I would just ask our CAO to see if there's any other alternatives. I know we're trying to find alternatives everywhere, but in terms of my priorities, my looking at what the needs are out there in public safety being number one, I agree with Mr. Smith in that, despite these tough economic times, the LAPD, we're doing what we can because we identified, at least the majority of the council, that we want to keep to attrition. And here we see a great need to not further reduce the fire department and think of that also as public safety, and we need to put it up there as well. So as we go through this budget process, this area of the budget is certainly something we need to look at to see if we could restore some of the things that are here now. So the other item you asked for, Chief, in your letter, at the end of your letter, you stated maintain your position authorities and capture revenue streams to fund those mission-critical resources that have been eliminated. Again, what do you mean by that?
Well, throughout the letter, item 1 and item 2, basically, we would like to anticipated revenue through our ambulance transport fee increase. We were looking to restaff or retain the staff assistants in the 2 remaining division offices that are going to remain in place. And I believe that the mayor's office, I'm not sure how they got deleted in the budget, but it was an oversight.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure whether we were going to put those back in or not. And then the other positions that we were looking at was the deletion or a reserve or residual from the ambulance transport fee to try and restore 9 regular authorities for EMS captains, and then restore funding for our regular authorities for our fire commission staff. Basically what happened was the 2 people that serve our fire commission were deleted. The commission executive assistant 2 and the senior personal analyst 2, and it's going to be impossible for our fire commission to function without some staff.
Okay.
So, and then there was a minor item, item 6 was the human relations division. We have 2 people that are consultants. It was a $23,000 amount for project assistance on HR.
Okay.
And that was pretty much it.
Got it. Now, on the professional standards division, how's that working? And I'm not sure if it's appropriate to ask the chief or it's an independent position. Should I ask the CAO or is perhaps...
On what issue, sir?
The professional standards division, the new division that looks at discipline and complaints. Anybody here on that? Well, maybe I should ask you, Chief. Can you give us a...
Well, I think in the last several years, the establishment of the Professional Standards Division has been a great addition to the fire department. Initially, when it was established, it was developed to handle 100 complaints per year. Last year, they did in excess of 1,100 complaints. It was unanticipated. It overwhelmed our investigators, and therefore, a lot of things fell through the cracks. The independent assessor came in, did an assessment on professional standards, and there were, I think, a total of about 285 recommendations that he made in his report, of which we are somewhere in the neighborhood of about 90% in compliance with the recommendations. It is our intent to move forward, and we're not going to tear the house down because the foundation is there. And I commend the people that have been there. And we have received a commitment from the mayor to give us additional staffing or support us moving forward in the development. And
That's not in this year's budget.
Well,
for future.
No, there's some funding identified in the unappropriated balance for that purpose.
Okay.
It's the 1.5 million.
How much?
1.5 million.
That is not in the, it's in this year's. It is. So we've actually augmented that division. Okay.
It is basically set aside in the UB, contingent on basically a plan coming forward for your approval and review.
Because there are certain charter obligations that we have in this division, and my question, what I'm really trying to get at is if that division has the resources that it needs to meet its charter obligations.
But no, and I'll let Eileen speak, but I think that's why the 1.5 was set aside, knowing that there is an additional need. We just need to find out exactly what that is.
And just to clarify, the independent assessor's report, one of his recommendations was to staff up that unit more fully. When I spoke to him, he was making a recommendation of 15 positions, and so given the amount of time it would probably take to hire those individuals, we thought 1.5 would be about appropriate for this fiscal year, but it will require a more thorough plan to present to council.
Great, thank you very much. One final item, there's a proposal in the budget that the drill tower classes will be shut down for a year, and that will be a savings of $4 million. I noticed in the proposed coalition budget that they proposed, they come up with about $9 million in savings. Have you had a chance to look at that, or why the difference in the savings?
We're working now on reconciling the coalition's budget with the mayor's budget, and it's our expectation that report will be done at the end of this week.
Okay.
Well, part of it has to do with also, in the current year, there was a drill tower was shut down, and so there were some savings already identified in the current year base, and so the $4 million is basically the incremental to shut down the rest of the towers.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you very much, and thank you, Chief, for your presentation, the work of you and your firefighters. When I went a couple of weeks ago to that fire, it just really opened up my eyes about the risk that our firefighters put themselves in, the dedication and the focus they have when they're out there and they're doing their job and doing it well. And not only that, but there were a number, about 18 tenants who didn't have a place to go that night. And working with local fire station, we were able to help out those families, and they certainly went out of the way to make sure not only that they took care of the fire, made sure the community was safe, but made sure that the people were safe and had a place to go after that. They worked for the American Red Cross, and it was good to see that our firefighters go out of their way to make sure that the residents were okay. Thank you.
And we thank you for coming out and supporting us also. They really appreciated your presence at the fire station, so thank you, sir.
Thank you. Chief, the Professional Standards Bureau, Internal Affairs, skyrocketed complaints obviously generated from the publicity on the incident, and I'm sure that's what caused it to go crazy. I've been to many fire stations, a lot of camaraderie, kind of like in the police department, and things that happened in the past you don't do anymore, obviously, so hopefully they've learned that the system has changed. But when it comes to the investigations, talk about the costs. Who do you have doing those investigations? Are they firefighters? Are they police officers? Are they retired investigators? Who's actually doing the investigations?
The majority of our investigations are conducted either by civilian-trained investigators or uniform investigators that could either be a chief officer or a captain. And
so you're not pulling firefighters out of the field to staff that?
No, we do have some captains, because we had such an increase in workload, and what I was trying to do is make sure that we could get our arms around the workload and address statute issues and making sure that the EEO issues, the intake was done in an appropriate amount of time, and that the investigations, because I felt both the member and the department were entitled to a speedy investigation, a speedy conclusion to the investigation. We detailed additional staff from the field. We do have additional staff, and they will remain there probably until we get the additional investigators hired, yes.
So what's the annual cost to that program?
Right now, I couldn't tell you exactly how many hours that we have spent, but the last 8 months, I've been trying to get my arms around this thing. We're getting there. We're going to get there. We're trying to recalibrate the work environment issues within the department. We are implementing the recommendations of the independent assessor, and it is going to change the culture of the fire department.
In law enforcement, most of the complaints are generated from the public. False arrest, excessive force. In the fire department, most of them are generated internally, employee against employee?
A good percentage of them are, yes.
And do you have an ombudsman program to try and resolve some of those issues so it doesn't have to go to a full investigation with all the time and resources?
Well, we have an EEO unit, and we do also have a workplace excellence unit, WEU, which has been downsized. And in fact, the project manager in charge of our workplace excellence unit has just recently transferred to council office. So we're losing her here in the near future. So,
because I know of a case that came before us where the firefighters were disciplined, they sued, collected, then the people who allegedly committed the misdeed sued, and they collected on both sides. And I'm saying, somehow you have to have what's right, what's wrong is wrong. And I think the second part we're appealing, but some of those things, hopefully an ombudsman or some kind of system would save us millions of dollars in time, energy, and payouts. But if you're saying that the person who's offended sues and collects, and the person who did the offense sues and collects, where's logic and common sense? And that was a more recent case with the fire department.
Yes, sir, it was.
The defibrillators. I understand that the fire department's responsible for defibrillators citywide. The coordination, the accounting, they're $3,000 or something per unit. You have one person who's assigned to that, as I understand.
Yes, we do.
And that position was going to be cut, and then it continues, it remains?
I believe it was restored, yes.
Because the concern I have is we're talking about very expensive equipment, and if we don't have a tracking individual who's keeping, it's not like a throwaway battery. This is something very expensive.
Right.
And I know there's been some problems with, some have been relocated, some have been removed, some have been lost, misplaced, whatever. Since we have that system in place, we need to maintain it, obviously. And I don't think one person is excessive when you're talking about hundreds and hundreds of units that they're responsible for. So I don't know if that's been put in for just this fiscal year, but somehow if we maintain that program, we need to have somebody overseeing it.
I agree.
Okay. The red flag days, another huge issue when it comes to my district, Woodland Hills, Tarzana, Mulholland to Ventura Boulevard. Are we getting compliance, or do we have other issues that deal with the red flag days regarding personnel and the response to those situations?
Actually, I believe that we've been doing well. We've been working through all the council offices that are affected on red flag days. We've been working through the neighborhood councils, the community fire watches. We're actually doing very well in terms of compliance, working very well, the coordination between the fire department, council offices, LAPD, in terms of enforcement, DOT. Everything seems to be working very well. I know that the criteria was recently changed for when a red flag day is actually, because just because a red flag day occurs in Riverside County doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to impact Los Angeles County. So we're doing everything that we can to try and limit the number of red flag days, but when we know that we're in a high threat situation, we are all going to work together to make sure that the red flag program is fully implemented, and we all work together.
Okay. Mr. Zion, if I could just take that question a step further. They did that up in the Pacific Palisades where the community had a red flag day, and we were wondering if we would, lose that rotating, whatever we call modified something or another. And you said no, that where the red flag is up there, we will make sure that we don't rotate out of that area there. So it's been really helpful, Dennis.
That's part of that search that we need to retain.
Yeah.
So I have the ability to suspend the modified coverage plan, restore all those resources, and protect the city.
Exactly.
And I know those winds are supposed to be coming up either today or tomorrow, which I think would then, if it hits that area, you would have that discretion.
I would. Fortunately, most of the growth in the city is grain right now. So fuel moisture's up, and I think we're in pretty good shape. But we're monitoring the weather on a daily basis.
And you may have already answered this, because I know there's been a lot of questions from my colleagues. The modified coverage plan, this budget that's being proposed, does it continue as it is, or is it modified in any way? The modified coverage plan, are we on the same status, or is it increased or decreased under the new budget?
Under the new budget, the shared sacrifice was going to expand to include one division commander. We were going to increase to 2 battalion commanders.
So it'll be expanded from where it is now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that modified coverage plan increased by other staffing cuts proposed in the budget, so are there going to be any other cuts in addition to the ones you've mentioned regarding this budget that's being proposed? In addition to it seems like the only thing they're going after are the resources with the modified plan. The only way you're cutting is through the modified plan, cutting personnel resources.
The hazmat squads were never included in the original modified coverage plan.
Okay.
So moving them to standby status really is not going to have an impact on the MCP itself. It is primarily a service delivery, emergency response capability that is going to have an adverse impact.
So that's one additional.
That's one additional.
And the postponing of all recruit classes, will the training facilities be shut down, and will this result in additional savings and personnel to the field with the lack of training programs at the academy?
Right after the first of the year, we closed our drill tower training academies. We sent those people back to the field. They're already back in the field at this time.
So both of them, you have 2, don't you?
81s and 40s, both, yes.
So those are in mothballs, and those folks are assigned?
They are in mothballs.
Okay. Let's see. Staff assistants, also known as chauffeurs.
That's not fair.
Well, see, here's the thing. I know what they are because I was taken out to Station 4, or 3, to see what they do. And after I analyzed it, I said, that staff assistant is obviously a critical position. And I started asking some firefighters, and I said, maybe we could have a couple staff assistants take command of the operation. They said, well, great idea. That's obviously not going to happen. But I think it's a critical function, and it's just like the fires. We don't know when it's going to break out. We don't know when the earthquake. They wait, something happens, they respond within a matter of minutes. So I thought originally that they were basically a chauffeur. And I think somehow the perception of the public is they drive the battalion chief, the assistant chief, they're a driver. But in addition to that, there are other things. And I think it may have related to you, the tactical flight officers with the LAPD air support, they used to be called observers. Once they became tactical flight officers, the whole operation changed, and they got additional compensation, a little more prestige. So a staff assistant, really, the average person would think they're an assistant, maybe say a secretary or driver. much more than that, because we saw them in place, and Mr. Koretz, you were there with me, weren't you? Krikorian, I'm sorry, Krikorian. Huh? The other Koretz, Krikorian. So we both had an eye-opener to see exactly, and they had a demonstration, they had a mock drill, and it was really impressive to see how it all worked. And then we did the 88 with the earthquake recently to see exactly what they do. But I think that perception is, we're not aware of what they're really doing unless we see it.
Right.
And maybe a name change might be in order to give it a little more identity to what they do.
Right.
Versus what's been just become the staff assistant.
Right.
And it might be an easier sell versus what's been the disagreement, or are they really necessary? We talked about billing, and they raised the rates for the ambulance. The issue I have is not so much the billing, it's the collection. And I know our collections are written off. Private ambulances, if it's not paid within a certain amount of time, they go to court, they put a lien, they collect. Private ambulances aren't going out of business, they're not going broke. Our process of collection is not what it should be, and if we're depending on collection revenues to help fund programs, we have to be honest and say, are we really going to collect $1,500 or $2,000 from folks that don't have insurance? Are we going to write those off? But whether it's computerized or not, people aren't going to pay. We're writing off a ton of money, millions of dollars. So what do we do to get those dollars? Do we file lawsuits? Do we go to court and lien like the private companies do? What do we do to get the revenues that people utilize the service and they don't pay, other than writing it off, which has been the tradition for many, many years, yet we're including that revenue, which we're not collecting. Now we hear from an expert.
Yes, Georgia Matera, Fire Administrator.
Okay.
It's a great question, and actually we've been working over the last year to refer our uncollectibles to actually collections, and we modified the ordinance to do that. So as of March, we actually referred $109 million to a private collection agency on contract with the city.
$109 million.
$109 million. We are basically caught up with all of our past due revenues. And so the ordinance has been in place. We're, so far, in about a 2-month period, we received a check for about $134,000 from the collection agency. Now, we do have to pay them a portion. They get about 17% of that $134,000. So we have not projected any money into our revenues based on this, because this is brand new to us. So this is the first time we're seeing this. So now we're going to be starting to see a trend over the next several months as to how much money we actually think we can make off of these collected.
So up until this time, what percent were we collecting?
Up until the time till before we referred, we were averaging about, it was about 60%. But I'm taking into account, I'm factoring down the Medicare and Medi-Cal mandated write-offs that we have to do, or adjustments, because they only pay a portion and we cannot go after the individual. So if you balance that out, the net is about 60%.
So we hope to increase that. Now, there's another law that permits us to charge someone. A drunk driver gets in a crash. Police, ambulance, fire trucks, extrication, all that. Do we charge folks for that service which the law permits us to do?
Not at this time, but that is one of the revenue items that we are looking at.
Because many jurisdictions are doing that. They charge for the police investigation, the fire department. If a drunk driver goes out and plows into a tree, we send all these resources out. Those folks are charged that. Now, obviously, it's much different if a house catches on fire and you put out the house, or pedestrians run over. But when someone commits an unlawful act, drunk driving, reckless driving, something to that effect, and we deploy resources, police and fire, and Department of Transportation, direct traffic, we can legally charge those folks for those services. Millions of dollars could be collected. So when we talk about revenue source, somehow maybe you need to coordinate with the police department. I don't know if they're doing it or not, but I know that the law is there to permit, and many jurisdictions do that. So it's another way to collect revenue. So we're collecting money now that we didn't collect before. It was already mentioned about the shop mechanics. I know that one of the problems is they go to Water and Power. You try to hire them back, overtime from Water and Power. They're not interested in that. How are we going to solve this problem? Because some of the mechanics came down, I believe it was yesterday, saying they're really concerned about the crisis point where they don't have mechanics. to maintain the fleet, and when San Francisco didn't have mechanics to maintain the fleet, they didn't send on a mutual aid, which happened last year. So how are we going to rectify this lack of mechanics that keep on going to other departments?
Right now, there's a council committee that is looking at fleet consolidation and sharing of services between the three big fleets, general services, police, and fire. That's due to come back to council next week, and so you'll be able to review.
Oh, that wouldn't include water and power, though.
That would not include water and power.
And that's one of the issues, is they find a spot in water and power, more money, better pension.
Yes, sir.
And they go there.
Yes, sir.
So maybe there's got to be something else added to it.
One of the things that we're hopeful for is that DWP, instead of accepting transfers from non-proprietary departments, would hire off of new list established by the Personnel Department, new city employees, and then we could stop the bleed from our general fund departments, the police department, general services, and the fire department.
Because the folks are there, they're just going someplace else.
Yes, sir.
And we can't use those,
right?
The expertise, the knowledge that they have. The EMS captains, we had one in here who's ready to retire, explained how important they are. What's the status of the EMS captains? Is that phased out or phased back in this budget?
No, they are not phased out. There are a number of resolution authorities that are planned to be swept, and some regular authorities that are also planned to be eliminated in this next year's budget.
And with your civilian employee furloughs and the workload, do you put in sworn staff to take over those responsibilities?
No.
On a civilian who's on a furlough, or does it just go?
No, it just goes unfilled.
Okay, and you don't have a volunteer fire department. You don't have reserves. One of the questions came up, hiring retired firefighters to staff the 9/11. Where are we with that?
We've been in discussions. In fact, we took your suggestion about reserve firefighters. In fact, I'm planning on asking Councilman Labange to be our first reserve.
Well, you know, he couldn't pass the test for the firefighter, so I don't know if he'll pass that test.
Well, we may
obviously anyone can be a cop, because that's what he said since I passed that.
We may waive the test for him.
Okay, all right.
We are looking at it, though.
Well, so I think that might be an opportunity to free the folks up that are in there, they're full duty. I know you have some light duty folks.
Yes, sir.
But the retired folks may want to come back and do that. I know with the police department, many officers retired from the police department are coming back as reserves.
Right.
And still maintain that connection and working details, which is, it's free labor, and they still maintain that connection.
Right.
So you are looking at that?
We are looking at that, yes, sir.
90-day contracts. How many folks are retiring and you're bringing them back on 90-day contracts?
I think we have, 3?
Councilman, right now we have 2 for sure. We brought back the person who was the project manager on the field data capture, and we brought back the person who was responsible for managing the CAD, the dispatch system. And so we plan to, as we lose some of these people through ERIP, because we didn't have enough time to train or cross-train, that we would like to go back to the Managed Hiring Committee and ask for continuations of those, as well as for some additional positions.
So it's very limited?
It's very limited right now, yes.
Okay. In the drop program, how many folks do you have in the drop program?
Total? We're losing...
Say ready to retire within the next 12
On average, we're losing about 10 sworn members per month. I think next year we're slated to lose 75, so the number is down slightly. And then the following year, I think it's about 135.
And are we going to be staffing, since you don't have a drill tower going, are we anticipating the fill for just those positions, not any expansion?
Right.
Are we including that in some equation?
Yes, we are.
So you'll have enough personnel?
We do have enough personnel for next year, yes.
Okay. Because one thing that troubles me, when we've had earthquakes around the world, we've got devastating fires that take place, and when San Francisco can't send on a mutual aid or some jurisdiction because we don't have the equipment or we don't have the personnel, then it becomes a pretty sad situation. Right. I hope we don't get in that mode where we're penny wise and dollar foolish, and then obviously tragedy occurs.
Right.
So I know you're doing a great job. I know there's a lot of pressure. I know Mr. McCosker has been here day in and day out fighting for the firefighters, and I think you'll find this council is very supportive. But we have every other group that has the same issue. It doesn't matter what it is, whether it's libraries or recs and parks or sanitation or tree trimmers, it's all the same thing. We're all concerned about it. But I want to acknowledge your union rep who's been cooperative in trying to make sure we're aware of the consequences if we don't have the personnel to do the job.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Mr. Zion, Ms. Parks, take us home.
All right, very good. Chief, one thing I was going to ask, on this issue of the independent assessor, there's money in the UB. My assumption is that that money could, if a city CAO could comment on this, would be ready to be moved forward upon receiving a plan of how you're going to operate. Is that a commission issue or is that your issue?
The plan will be initiated through the department to the commission and move to the mayor's office from there.
But I would think that with that money in the UB, that would be something to be a priority for early on in the fiscal year to get that plan through the system, because the money is set aside in the UB, and we're talking about 3 or 4 years of an odyssey here of implementing that position.
We're about 2 weeks away from responding to the commission on the IA's report, and part of that report will include an implementation plan, so we'll be moving forward very quickly.
Okay. And then earlier, Mr. Smith commented on the positions on Blue Book number 9, and all I'd ask is that if we're fortunate enough and there's additional financial resources later in the year, that those positions be filled as closely related to field or field-related positions as a priority, and that when there's a recommendation, that the position and the recommendation come as a package, so there's awareness of which positions you would be filling.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the one thing I needed you to explain to me, I didn't understand on the hazmat. What is the what was unclear is that it looks like it's being cut totally, but then there's a discussion about flex staffing. What is the flex staffing?
Basically, what is planned in the budget is to take 2 fully staffed hazmat squads, one at Fire Station 87, which is in the valley, the other is at Fire Station 48, which is in San Pedro, and essentially remove the staffing from those hazmat squads and place them into a standby status, which is similar to our operation at Fire Station 95 at LAX.
Now, what do they function as, a regular firefighter on standby to go do this hazmat work?
What will happen is it'll go from a 14-member hazmat task force to 10 members, of which we will lose 1 captain, 1 apparatus operator, and 2 firefighters per platoon that normally are responsible for maintaining the apparatus, making sure all of the hazmat equipment is ready. They respond to structure fires. They respond to hazardous materials incidents. Squad 48 in the harbor primarily handles incidents that take place on harbor property, and the proposal is to reduce that staffing and make those standby squads.
If they reduce the staffing, are we talking about the remaining staff covers a larger regional area? I don't quite understand in the sense of when we say cutting the dollars, but then you're putting the bodies somewhere else to do multiple tasks?
Basically, what would happen is those people would be reassigned, deployed to fill other vacancies throughout the fire department.
If I could just take Mr. Parks' point there, the next level, what would happen if one was out on a call and there wasn't one available, say, for the harbor or for somewhere else? How would we deal with it?
We're still going to have 1 hazmat squad in service at Fire Station 4, which is over on Temple at Fire Station 4. And their primary responsibility is going to be first responders on a hazardous materials response, although the standby squads will respond also.
Yeah, but that might be quite a distance geographically.
It is going to delay response. It will have an impact on service.
Yeah, which could have an impact on safety.
it could potentially have an impact on safety. One of our operations that we do in the event of a hazardous materials incident is what's called rapid extraction, where the first on-scene company is responsible for going into a hazardous atmosphere no matter what the circumstances are and affecting rescues. And typically, the hazmat squads are responsible for coming in, backing up those fire resources, and essentially bringing the situation to a static situation.
Yeah. Well, Mr. McCosker was graphically talking about a situation where the two firefighters went into a given situation, and if they only had that support system there, it might have been different. Are we going to be facing that throughout our city?
I certainly hope not. We provide the best equipment in the fire service available for our members to. We don't unnecessarily place them in harm's way. Yeah. We don't ask them to do anything that is unreasonable or outside the scope of their responsibilities. Yeah. But in terms of getting the backup from the hazardous materials squad, there will be a delay. They will eventually arrive on scene. Instead of maybe a 10-minute response time, it may be 20, 25-minute response time. So it will be delayed.
Let me just ask just a couple of more questions. And dealing with overall revenue, I know that we've had different fees, the brush clearance and then the re-examination of brush clearance. And the one I think we've been waiting for the longest is what we call the industrial inspection. Is that coming soon? I think the last time we talked about it, it was something to do with the state fire code or something that we had to implement or something, and so we've lost track of it because it's taken so long.
We've lost track of a lot of things.
Yeah.
What we've done is, as I've spoken before, is that we are looking at, because our resources are limited and it's consistent with every other city department, is that we are looking to where we can get the most bang for our buck. So the staff was pulled off of essentially everything else to focus on the ambulance fee increase. That will be coming before you. In fact, we're finishing up with the CAO's office, and that report will hopefully be transmitted to you by next week. And that will be a substantial increase in ambulance fees. The next thing that they're going to work on then would be the industrial commercial. So we are going it's taking us longer because of delays in staffing and furloughs. But as we go through, we're just working on it. So our hope is that we will have the industrial fee in within the next probably couple of 2-3 months. It will take us several months to develop it, but we won't lose any money because it's a one-time billing. So there's no delay in that.
Are we get it done in this fiscal year?
Our hope is for the 10-11 fiscal year.
Yeah.
That's our goal.
All right. And then one of the things also, you're going through a process of annually updating all your fees?
Yes.
Is that a routine process?
And what we've done is we've contracted with an outside agency to come in and assist us. Matrix, we have gone through the CAO's office, and what we're going to do is start scrubbing as many numbers as we possibly can to try and discover new revenue and figure out a way to move forward. So.
Okay. And then the other thing is, we've been asked several times, maybe you could explain it, where discussions about whether you and, say, building and safety could share in some of the inspection activity, whether it's less cost. Is there a threshold in which they can inspect certain fire codes as opposed to the fire department doing all of them? What's the balance there as it relates to getting it done and maybe getting it done less expensive?
Well, I know that there's one council committee that's been studying or looking at efficiencies in terms of overlap and duplication of work between building and safety and the fire department, and they are studying that, and I suspect that we're going to have a report soon.
I think the initial findings are that there isn't as much overlap as we thought. I think the final report is on its way to being completed, but originally we anticipated there would be more overlap than what the conclusion seems to be at this time.
Okay. And Mr. Santana, I think we asked a while back, did we get any sense from the county as to the prospects of the secondary response on paramedics as relates to franchises or anything like that?
We're looking into that now in terms of exploring the mechanism in which the county uses for ambulance, and have preliminary discussions with them on that, giving your directive.
Okay. And then, let me see. Yeah, go ahead. I'm just looking at this.
I'll jump in for a quick second. It's a team here, you know? We're going at it. The field capture data unit, okay? We had a great presentation the other day where you would put the tablets and you would record right there the person's situation. And I know you're getting rid of personnel. Some people question the remaining personnel, which is the ambulance billing staff, which the answer normally is, well, it's cheaper to outsource it than it is to keep the employees. But the other side of that same coin is, I guess it's called Cry Wolf Alarms, which is the LAPD, where they internally now keep that staff there, and they're extremely productive because they know what they're doing and they have the history and relationship. I'm just wondering, is it a given on your part to remove that particular staff, the ambulance billing staff, once the system is in place, or could they be, because they understand the complexities of the situation, be more effective and generate more revenue from the city than some outside source that, you know, eats up most of that revenue? Just your thoughts.
Councilman, if I can answer that, what we're looking at is we are looking at, obviously, the field data capture piece, and we're looking at the billing, the collections piece.
Correct.
The billing piece is truly what you're asking for. And so the question, the issue is that we have follow-up unit staff that will remain. There's two sections. There's the data entry, and then there's a follow-up unit. The data entry essentially was eliminated in last fiscal year's budget.
We're okay with that.
And so that one's fine. It's the follow-up unit that I know is the question.
That's right.
The follow-up unit, the vendor that we are contracting with, that this is what they do. They do for big cities like Chicago, they do San Francisco, they do other large municipalities that this is their specialty that they contract this out. The issues that we have is obviously, as we come to council within the next several weeks to discuss just that item, that item talks about, one of the concerns that we have is the HIPAA compliance issues that we're mandated to meet. If we retain our ambulance billing staff, we've talked about, and we're looking at the costs associated with that, so you can make your decision based on that, is that there's going to be the costs of making sure that that staff is trained to become certified coders, looking at possibly changing their classification. Right now they sit at senior clerk typists. They could potentially become a new class, so we'd have to visit that and look at probably an increase in those costs. We'd have to make sure that they are fully trained on all the HIPAA compliance issues. We have a significant liability exposure. The HIPAA rules are very stringent. Effective 2014, we have to make sure that all data is encrypted and that it's protected. So we want to make sure that there are no breaches in that. So the less people that we have exposed to the data, the less liability the city will incur. The liability now is so stringent that the city will suffer criminal and civil penalties if we're found to have a breach. What we're looking for is truly how much revenue can we maximize and can we minimize our costs. And that's what we'll be able to come before you with, and you'll be able to make your decision as to whether or not you feel that these positions should remain or it should be contracted out.
Okay, and if they should remain, you're going to give us enough texture for that might make it a worthwhile project for us, because frankly I'd rather keep our people and I'd rather get them more productive and more trained and obviously generate more revenue than with an outside vendor.
What we'd like to give you is a breakdown of what we believe it will cost. Some of it is obviously estimates, but what we believe it will cost, what we believe, how long it will take. We would have to staff up. We'd have to make sure that we would be exempted from the hiring freeze and from the managed hiring freeze process. We'd have to make sure we had enough money for training and resources. The other caveat is if we were to keep them, we would still have to contract with the collection vendor or the billing vendor to make sure that we can use their system. The current system that we have is a 20-year-old COBOL-based system that actually won't work. So we still have to have a contract with them and then retain our follow-up unit staff, have the full support of the city council to make sure that we're fully staffed, and we'd be able to show you those costs and how it would impact the revenue on the
Good.
backside.
That's exciting. I'm looking forward to that, because any position that can generate revenue for the city and, can stay as an employee is one of my goals, unless, of course, what you point out makes it impossible to retain it.
We're looking forward to that discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Chief, my final question is that we asked last year that your department, the CAO, and the city attorney work together and address the liability issues within the department. And although most of yours deal with internal issues, just in this year, I think you're just under $9 million for the first 3 quarters. And we just ask that you redouble your effort as it relates to that whole issue of litigation and really reduce that as best you can, and whatever training or discipline or whatever we have to do, because this year, unlike other years, we actually had to bond our way out of the litigation business, which we'll be paying for the next 30 years. Right. And so we're really asking, particularly, I think the top 10 departments are about 80-some% of the liability, to really make a concerted effort in addressing that issue.
We will.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chief.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, colleagues, we have gotten through the first 2 large departments. Our goal is to get through 5 other departments, and I'd ask that we kind of compress our questions and our time so that we can get out of here before tomorrow when we start it tomorrow morning. So the thing is that as we go through, do we have the controller here now? Or yeah, okay. Next would be the controller, and then we'll follow up with the city attorney, and then we have building and safety, animal services, and emergency preparedness. So if we can get moving on that, and also, again, if questions have been asked, if we not repeat them, but again, we'd like to compress this a little bit so that we, for time's sakes, and also we have to realize our staffs have to do this work after we leave and ask all these questions. They're putting them in some form of documents for us to deal with later. Ms. Grew?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and to the committee members. It's nice to be here. I have to say I have mixed feelings because I do miss the Budget Committee, although at whenever time at midnight tonight I will be thinking of you. I did bring some chocolates just for you here. Hopefully it'll help in my budget deliberation today as well, but I know that is useful.
We have to report that to the ethics.
I'm sorry?
We'll have to report that to the ethics.
You'll have to report that to the ethics. Yes. Just a couple of things. Today, thank you very much for having me today. And of course, this year's budget presents many challenges, none of which has an easy solution. There are going to be cuts made to services that Angelenos depend on, but the city can no longer afford. And while we've begun to see signs of a very slow economic recovery, and I think you have talked about that a bit today, Miguel, it appears that the city will be facing challenging economic times for many years to come. As the city's financial watchdog whose responsibility is to manage the city's general fund cash flow, I want to remind you how important it is to develop a responsible and sustainable budget that will carry us securely into the future, to avoid recommending short-term solutions to fix long-term structural problems. One critical step towards returning the city to a stronger fiscal position is ensuring that the budget does not rely on draining the city's reserve fund to balance the city's budget. Bond rating agencies will look at the strength of the reserve fund as a critical factor in determining the city's fiscal health, and the city's own financial policy states that the reserve fund should be 5% of the general fund. I do have concern, and I shared this today, starting next year with a $121 million reserve fund is only $1 million more than what we had this year as our threshold for the emergency reserve fund and the point of having to declare an economic emergency. I know there was a discussion earlier today of potentially starting with a 3% reserve fund, and I want to reiterate that we must do everything possible to have close to that 5% reserve fund. If you looked at this year's fiscal situation, and if we'd only had a 3% reserve fund, we would have been negative, I believe, in looking at those numbers. And the uncertainty, as discussed earlier, with the transfer, this year's transfer and next year's transfer, and the cash flow problems we had this year, and the fact that we had to take $80 million from the reserve fund to balance the budget, with a 3% reserve fund, I think that will really critically put us in a position that if our numbers are not accurate, we will have a huge challenge next year. And so I believe this 5% should be seen as a floor and not a ceiling. The city is experiencing the consequences of years of overly optimistic budgets, and while these estimates may offer us a short-term reprieve to avoid having to make draconian mid-year cuts, I believe we should use the most conservative revenue projections possible in creating next year's budget. This means that we will have to make and continue to make the difficult but necessary decisions, such as cutting services and reforming the city's pension system so they're sustainable long-term. This has to happen in cooperation with our labor unions, as was done last year with ERIP, where savings were realized and almost 2,400 employees came off the payroll. With the understanding that layoffs will result in a significant reduction in services to Angelenos and also have a cost to the city as well. There are several smaller but important steps that need to be taken. The city must get serious about uncollected debt, and I know on and off today you have talked about that and yesterday, and creating a target for the Office of Finance to reach and a realistic implementation plan to get some of our debt in these accounts, and I know we're working closely with the City Attorney's Office as well. The Comptroller's Office put out an audit in 2007 detailing 35 different steps that can be taken to improve collections in the city. We're currently doing a follow-up audit to determine how many have actually been implemented, because I believe strongly that we cannot allow scofflaws to hold on to taxpayer money when we're having the kinds of discussions we had today on police and fire and library and recreation and parks. The budget needs to focus on the city's core services and true priorities: public safety, public works, economic development, and we need to shift resources to meet those needs, at the same time providing Angelenos the highest possible level which they deserve. I believe that among those core services, including providing oversight for how taxpayer funds are spent, financial reporting to ensure we are in compliance with local, state, and federal regulations, and paying the city's bills, which are the three main functions of the Comptroller's Office. The budget deficit has taken a large toll on the Comptroller's Office. Overall, we have lost 39 employees this year. Next year, we are facing a nearly 20% reduction in our staff, on top of a 10 to 12% cut that the Comptroller has taken each of the past 2 years. I'm particularly concerned about being able to provide our charter-mandated audit functions. As the city makes these dramatic cuts, it is creating a perfect storm for increased waste and fraud in city government. My audit division has only 15 active auditing positions. In 2005, we were budgeted for 43 positions. In 9 months, even with the drastic reductions we have had this year, my auditors have identified nearly $44 million in potential annual general fund savings through our audits. As a reference for comparison, a 2008 local government audit survey found that for each $1 billion in annual budget, approximately 6 auditors are needed to adequately provide audit oversight. That means that my office should have 114 auditors to provide proper oversight for how taxpayer funds are spent in the city. Clearly, I understand the current budget situation, which is why I'm not asking for any additional auditing positions at this time. However, I am requesting your assistance in allowing me to hire additional auditors so we do not violate the city charter requirements. It is critically important that for complex audits, such as the DWP Renewable Energy Program or the city's anti-gang programs, my office has the resources to bring the required expertise to the matter. So in order to meet our current funding level, I'm asking that we would reappropriate up to $250,000 of unexpended funds to provide contractual service funding in 2010-11. We were able, same language that we had last year, after the budget to allow us to meet those charter-mandated audits. Much of my work does rely on the receipt of information from other departments. We're still working towards a July 2011 implementation date for the new financial management system, which I know you heard about today in the City Council. And we're working closely with ITA to ensure that we have the necessary financial staff citywide to help this go as smoothly as possible. However, ERIP has created a dramatic reduction in the city's accounting staff, making it much more difficult for my staff to implement FMS and also to meet our required reporting requirements. For the staff working on the FMS transition and implementation alone, we are losing 21% of our accountants and 14% of budget staff. Combined with the impacts of furloughs and transfers of staff to special funded and proprietary departments, this will severely impact the city's financial and reporting processes. While efficiencies are necessary and important, we still need trained, experienced accountants to provide the accounting that the city requires. Over the next year, the city must continue to pay employees and vendors, close the current fiscal year, prepare the preliminary financial report, prepare the state controllers and state street reports, and prepare the comprehensive annual financial report and single audit. For our reporting requirements, we are heavily dependent on the information that we receive from other departments, and the loss of citywide staff is going to make it very difficult to meet state, federal, and our own charter requirements. We are required by charter to produce the March 1st revenue report, and I'm not sure how that's going to happen with all of the reduced staff citywide as well as in my office. I do want to note that in the budget that's been proposed in the light blue book, they have the, I think just an error, they put in the previous controller's March 1st report. So it is, if you see it in there, I have another copy. There's an updated one. It should be this year's March 1st report. So I know that this is the most difficult budget that you have ever had to debate. There are no bright spots in these deliberations, only difficult choices that you must make to put the city back on stronger financial footing so we can get to brighter days ahead. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Really the request that we're having is twofold. One, the reappropriation as part of this, and two, just to ensure that as you look at every single department, that you understand the implications of those accounting positions that we may lose will have an impact on our ability to perform the required charter-mandated items of the city controller.
Okay, thank you.
And I have Claire Bartels and Bill Lamb here for any questions as well.
Before we get into questions, we have a couple of cards. Jim McQuiston, Arnold Sachs, and Angel Colville.
And Jim McQuiston was the one who pointed out to me so thank you, Jim.
Jim McQuiston. I strongly support our controller and just earnestly wish this new computer gets online quickly, because as we heard this morning, we're starting to lose the people who know how to run it. I must say the DWP still runs on COBOL, and they have only one person who's either the son or grandson of the person who put it in, and he's the only one that knows how to run it. But I do want to say that I've been looking at other problems in the city, one of which is we're supposed to have a watchdog on the mayor, and that's in the charter, Article 9. And unfortunately, the mayor now is allowed to be the watchdog on him, and has constructed a system where the watchdog can't operate. So I've looked at where could we put that watchdog that is somewhere that makes sense. And the only independent person I can find that could be take that on is the controller's office. Now that particular watchdog system is being moved by the mayor, supposedly, to another mayor's division, which is really going to be a strain on the Article 9. And I do want to point that out at this time, because we are talking about the controller, but I will talk about it more when we get to that particular department.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Angel Calvo with Engineers and Architects Association. Real quick, at a time of fiscal crisis, the role of the Controller's Office becomes even more critical to being able the city to weather this crisis. To be furloughing the employees of the Controller's Office at a time when you need them the most somehow seems counterproductive. So we would urge this committee to please maybe use some common sense and end the furloughs in the Controller's Office so that you have the staff to do what you need to do to be able to have the money that you need to have. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Mr. Sachs here? Okay. Let me just start off by asking, Miguel, could you, in case the controller was not aware of the exercise we went through at the beginning of the meeting, just give her an overview of what this committee has directed you as it relates to our overall revenues, so she's aware in the sense of hopefully...
And I did listen to his presentation yesterday, and I saw the document that you presented earlier today on the 3% and the difference without the other revenues you've identified.
Yeah, and we kind of jerry-rigged it a little bit. Maybe you could just articulate it and let her know what the final conclusions were.
Well, the final conclusion was that any one-time revenue that the committee believed to be overly optimistic to be moved to the UB, and so the total value of that plus the impact that would have on the reserve to try to get the reserve at a minimum of 3% of the general fund revenue budget would be approximately $68.6 million. And so the challenge of the committee is to identify that equivalent value of reductions throughout the course of this discussion.
Yeah. And our goal, as we've said earlier, was 3% was a base that we, as a goal, but our real goal is to try to increase that, but it's all going to be really dependent on the revenue sources that come in. So we just wanted to let you know that where we were, and I think one of the issues we felt in dealing with power transfer, that we had probably a little more control over that than we did on the other resources, so we somewhat left that as originally proposed, but on the issue of some of our sensitive or volatile revenues coming in and the parking structure information, we altered those from the original budget. So we just wanted you to be aware of that. Let me just ask, on recently the council dealt with FMIS, and when dealing with it, it's now extended a year. How does that impact you? And one of the concerns I think I mentioned in committee was the overall operational effectiveness for the whole city while waiting for this system. And just what is your perspective as it relates to the extension of FMIS for another year?
And I will start off, and Claire and Bill will add if I miss anything, because they've dealt with that on a more day-to-day basis. I think it was a difficult decision this year, and we have the Project Oversight Committee, which includes the CAO and CLA, ITA, and Controller's Office, and went through several months of deciding whether or not it would be possible to go this year, and what was going to be the most fiscally responsible, and at the same time ensure that we had a system that worked and we had people at the end user that would be able to understand it. And so as we got through the end of this calendar year, I think we all came to the conclusion that it was going to be more fiscally responsible and a better system by waiting a year for its implementation. We are concerned about the number of people. We have moved some of our staff, hence why we have less staff in our Controller's Office, to the FMS project. It's special funded to be able to really meet the bare minimum to allow us to be able to go live next year in July of 2011. A lot, I think the CAO could say this as well, and Bill Lamb, who's been around a long time, if we had this system in place, we would be able to give you much more accurate data on our cash flow, revenue projections, all of those items, instead of it being sometimes a guessing game. That would allow us to have some of that information from those departments readily available, and to be able to, I know this is a simplification, but press a button that would be able to give you that information much more easily. So the investment that we're making in is critically important when we look at how I think archaic as our system currently is. So I think we believe that this will get us through and that we'll be able to implement, and we'll have a better idea after July 1st where all the early retirement transfers, vacancies are, and where the holes may be, and be able to fill them as we go forward.
Okay. And then let me just ask another thing, which is one of your primary functions is payroll. Have we looked at, in the sense of a cost savings, as it relates to whether that could be better dealt with as an outsourcing as opposed to as is currently configured?
Well, we have, looked at, and in fact, Claire, correct me if I'm wrong, but we are going to do a review of our payroll system in this next year as one of our audit priorities to look. We have, for better or worse, because we've lost some of our key payroll people, the top level, are reassessing and reorganizing there and looking at what our alternatives are. We are pushing very strongly, and have spoken to many of the union representatives, to have everyone go on direct deposit. The fact that we spend or print thousands of checks now for employees, to me, is, in this day and age, should not happen, that we should be sending it direct deposit. And similarly, even for those that want to get a printed copy of their direct deposit, when they could actually, if they're within the city's intranet, to be able to print it themselves. But we still send, how many, Claire? 6,000 real checks that we send out, but I think it's closer to 22,000 that we actually send at least that was the last number, that has about 20,000, that they actually just get the printed piece of paper that says what their check was. So we are looking at that, and this audit that we're going to do of our payroll system is going to look at ways in which we can further, I think, streamline and make it much more effective.
Okay. And then let me ask you, my final question is dealing with cap rate. This is probably one of the most confusing process we go through, and it's up to so many people's interpretation, and often even primarily between departments working with each other, they often do not get it right. And so are we going to be able to, I think you have a report coming out soon on cap rate, or most updated, but also an ability to clarify and simplify the issue of cap rates, because it's one of the things that we're a constant challenge is getting people to impose it, but then impose it properly.
And it is confusing, and we do a cap rate for the federal government, and there's been talk about how do you do it differently for the city, and I may look to Bill to answer that, but it is a common theme when I came into the office of the controller that I said, how do we figure out this cap rate, because it is limiting us sometimes from being able to contract between departments, et cetera, because of the high cost of that. Yeah. And I know that Claire's been looking at it as well with, I can't remember if it was airport or harbor department that we were meeting with to see what that cap rate was and any flexibility. Yeah. So I don't know if you all have anything else to add other than we're participating and looking at.
I think the CEO is also looking at it, or the last time it came up, but one of the concerns we've had, and clearly I think we all believe if it's a federal contract, if we're doing business and getting grants or whatever, they should carry the full freight of overhead and all of those costs. But where it becomes very limiting and is our ability to work with each other, because we're basically charging overhead for an employee that's already paid for. And so those are the kinds of things that just makes it unwieldy and a clear lack of understanding of how to apply it.
Because I know we've talked about, for example, the Harbor Department would rather use our rec and parks landscapers than go outside contract to do that. And it's always been a cost associated with that. So I don't know, Bill or Claire, if you want to add anything that I may have missed in my...
The cap is a very difficult issue. The cap was created recognizing by the federal government that we can do full cost recovery. The feds really don't care if we direct charge and don't get any indirect cost recovery, or we can as long as it's in their terms. We used to do interdepartment billing based upon Exhibit G in the budget, but it was determined that that was not a reliable exercise, so that the city went to the using the cap rate for interdepartmental billing and for many things that it was not designed for. We are part of what is creating problems with the cap right now is staffing in our office and staffing in departments. We are also negotiating with the feds right now on how to handle things like the ERIP bonuses where we are incurring a cost in one year, but we're going to be paying it out in future years. So what we're trying to look at is how do we stabilize the existing cap and for the purposes of federal programs, and then how do we deal with the other issues, because we don't want to get into a competition with the feds where they think that we're charging preferential rates to other customers, whether they're internal, as to what we charge federal agencies. And all of those we're trying to work with. Augmenting the difficulty is that our federal cognizant agency, which is HUD, does not do cost allocation plans. So they contract with the Department of Health, Education, or HHS, Health and Human Services, who does do cost allocation plans, but they have their own issues within the federal budget, so they won't do any work unless they have sufficient budget to be able to do it. It is the cost allocation plan is a big issue, and we need to figure out a way to deal with that. And frankly, that has been an albatross around our neck for a number of years in trying to figure out how best to handle that.
That's one of the things we hope we can get resolved, because, again, I can understand clearly, and I know the federal government is concerned whether we're charging other customers, but it just appears, and I hate to use the term common sense, that when we're dealing with each other, it's not the same as getting a grant from the federal government or our going outside of our city family to get work done, or them paying us to get work done. But I think within the city family, it just seems unreasonable that we're dealing with overhead and a variety of things on employees that are already on the payroll, and we're paying the overhead whether they do that task or not. And I think that's where I think it falls apart.
Well, part of the issue becomes how we do our budget with the source of funding, and the general fund, and bringing into the general fund the appropriate charges and getting full cost recovery for the general fund, so that it does not end up being understated and basically implicitly subsidizing the special purpose funds.
But my last comment on it, I think the issue, if we're funding the position in the budget and it's working for Rec and Parks or another department, it just appears it's different than if the federal government is giving us special funds and we're extracting all of the overhead in behalf of the general fund. I think where it breaks down is this interdepartment relationship in hiring, and we see on a number of issues, just in getting sidewalks done, and you say you have employees on the payroll, and here's some money to fix a sidewalk, and Street Services says, great, now I need the overhead, and you're saying they're on the payroll. They're there. And so we're paying you for equipment and whatever time, if it's overtime, but to pay their overhead and they're already on the payroll just causes the dollar of that project to go up, and in many instances you can't get the project done.
Right.
So that's what we need clarified. Mr. Koretz?
Yeah, my only question is, I know that we're looking at not having auditing at an appropriate level, and I'm concerned because a lot of our cost savings come out of the controller's office, and a lot of the ideas that we're looking to implement to save millions of dollars. So what should we be doing to try and help you out in this situation?
I think that the reappropriation of the $250,000 in savings that we have would help us ensure that we were able to do additional audits. Normally, we're able to do 25 audits a year. This last year, I think we've been able to make that. Our audit team does an extraordinary, incredible job, and we think that we can live within the budget with that $250 will help us to be able to meet our obligations. And we'll come back to you if we find at any point in time that we lose additional people. But we had a number of individuals that left on ERIP and transfers.
So this is to use previously unexpended funds for these contractual services?
Correct.
It would essentially be the The department is expected to have a salary surplus of $240,000, and so the reappropriation of those dollars should be carried over for the following year.
Well, if I could move that we take that action, I would so move that we take the unexpended funds in the controller's budget and apply those for outside contractual services in this coming year's budget.
Let me just ask one question. Miguel, if we do that, is that in addition to the annual allocation, or is that adding to bring the annual allocation up to $500,000?
That would be consistent with how it was last year. It would be a one-time allocation.
I mean, it's one time, but does it bring the allocation of 500 to 500, or is it in addition to the 500?
It would bring it up to 750.
Which is what we had this year.
Right. So make it consistent with this year, but the allocation would be one time.
Unless you do it every year.
But they are contractual, so
This is the same thing that I think was done this last fiscal year, and the mayor's office would support that as well.
Thank you.
Second.
Greg seconded. I heard that, Greg.
Ms. Perry?
Nope, fine, thank you.
You're welcome back. Good to see you there. You mentioned in your opening comment pension reform. Do you have any particular suggestion or advice to us on what we would do with pension reform?
I think that, and again, it's not part of this budget today, and I just think it is a ongoing issue that we need to be able to address, and the Comptroller's Office is ready, willing, and able to be part of that discussion, because I think the numbers that you see that the CAO put forward in the documents, show a continued increase in the amount that we have to be able to address in the amount for pensions.
Right.
So it's just something that we have to look at and can't avoid as we go forward. So
Yeah, I
we primarily
appreciate
were saying that we not ignore it. It's not something that is going to help tomorrow, but it is something we need to look for the future.
Yeah, as you know, I've been saying that for the 4 years I've been on the council, and I hope we can move in that direction. The coalition unions is calling for a comprehensive audit of the Comptroller's Office of all fees and fees relationship to full cost recovery. Are fees for checking information and producing material in line with other municipalities? Which fees are being subsidized? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, we welcome the suggestion on looking at it, and our goal is always to look at how we can not only do things more efficiently, but look at best practices and to be able to find additional funding. So I think it's something that we would consider as well. The coalition has been great, even when I chaired the committee that Mr. Kretz chairs now, coming in with ideas on ways in which we could save money, and oftentimes they were very effective ways to do that. Just needed someone to push them forward and make them come, make them reality necessarily. So we would welcome looking into that, as well as anyone in this council. You'll be getting a letter from us that asks you for any ideas going forward that you would have as we look at audits for the upcoming year that will determine the next month or so what we'll be able to accomplish.
Good. Could you give us a report back on that?
Sure.
Good. Thank you.
I think it was part of their document. Is that correct that they submitted to us?
It was.
I got a copy of that. Thank you.
Greg, do you have any questions?
Mr. Zine, do you have any questions?
Okay. Mr. Zine, do you have any questions? Okay, very good. Let me just ask one other thing, and this, I think you may have done this motion when you were in the council, or we worked together on dealing with special funds, and I think we have, last time I checked, we have like 1,000 of them, and many of them have $2 or $3 in them and been around, and I think you have to audit them every year. And we just were looking at a way in which those special funds can be, in fact, I think one of the recommendations that Mr. Smith made a couple of years ago was that all funds, new funds, have a sunset date so that we can have them rotate out and not have these funds forever. Have we made any progress on looking at those funds to start sunsetting them so that we can reduce the amount of time in auditing and keeping track of? Some of them haven't had activities for a number of years.
I'll turn to Bill. It was one of the things because I heard you loud and clear when I was on Budget Committee as well, the importance of looking at that. So Bill, maybe you can give an update.
We're doing two things right now. As part of the annual year-end close, we're looking at all the funds. I can't hear you. We're doing two things right now. As part of the year-end close, we're looking at all the funds that that haven't had any use that we can close. The other thing that we're doing is in conjunction with our cash flow. And we're stratifying all of the funds in the city to look for the funds that we can borrow cash from with the council approval going into next year to see if we can reduce the amount that we have to borrow from the Tran. But in doing that, we found funds with as few as 7 cents in them. So we want to be coming back and set a level and come back and recommend that funds with minimal balances or minimal transactions actually be closed and we get the ordinance at the same time.
No, I think that would be helpful for the general fund. I mean, just from the time it would take to do all of those audits, that it would appear that if we got rid of those funds, those special funds that had minimal dollars and minimal activity, it will clean up the books remarkably and maybe be less information that you have to put in the new FMIS, that we're tracking funds that are basically doing little or nothing, but certainly cumulatively they could have an impact on the general fund.
Right. And we do want to get rid of them because there is, at the best of times, there is a lot of noise in excess funds.
Okay. So the thing is, as you go to the closeout, would we expect that that's when we'll be closing some of them down, or is that going to be throughout the year, or how does that work?
Right now, the issue, as much as anything else right now, is staffing. In that we are focused on getting ready and preparing for the year-end closing and doing the closing. We are going to, our goal is to provide financial information to this body in the same time frame that we have in prior years. But with all of the new people who are involved, we're not sure at this point that that's a realistic goal. So we anticipate that anything with respect to closing funds will probably be in the September-October time frame after we complete the closing.
I don't know what the process is, but I think the reason that we keep asking is that at some point in time somebody annually has to audit them to make sure that the funds are in good shape or that they've not been misused. It would appear that that would be the appropriate time to close them out if no one has used them for decades and it's 7 cents in it. It's not, we're spending more money to audit it and to give it a clean bill of health than we are with the dollars in it.
Well, they're two different. There are funds that we have effectively closed. We just haven't come back to get the ordinance deleted. Yeah. There are other funds that are still active that have minimal amounts. Those we need to close and come back also and get those deleted.
Because the city attorney's told us that on those that you may have a number of them, that they can close them in one ordinance as opposed to individual ordinances.
So, and we need to do that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Next is we have the city attorney. And then while the city attorney's staff is coming up, let me get the public comment cards, and you can come up to the podium. We have Barbara Brody, Julianne Anderson, Carol Tantu, Nina Royal, Carol Tantan, Arnold Sachs, Angel Calvo, Don Garza, and Joan Lurch. Any of those names here? Ma'am, your name? Pardon? Now, why don't you come to the mic? I can't hear you. No. What is your last name?
Joan Lux.
Okay. All right. Very good. Why don't you start?
Thank you very much. I'm here to speak on behalf of not cutting the city attorney's office budget any further. The current budget recommends staff to be untenably losing 100 more layoffs, down to 650 general fund positions. Such a reduction will constitute, oh, thank you very much. I guess nobody's hearing anything. Okay. Such a reduction will constitute a budget loss of nearly 35% and more than 200 positions in just 1 year. The city attorney's office, since Carmen Trutonich has taken office 10 months ago, has been completely overhauled and is more effective, more efficient, and more successful. The office of the city attorney, which is designated as a public safety office under the city charter, has been targeted for an unprecedented reduction for any city public safety agency and will result in unnecessary layoffs. The proposed budget disproportionately impacts this office compared to other public safety offices. And this proposed budget recommends, as I said, a combined reduction of over 34%, including 16% just imposed 10 months ago, and imposing an unacceptable risk to public safety. It doesn't make any sense. Without the city prosecutors, persons arrested by LAPD will be released without being charged. I'm asking you to understand that the city attorney office should be looked at as an unsung hero for public safety. And I implore you to consider the severe impacts to the office and ask that you look at the budget, the bigger picture, and recognize that the benefits already achieved in the first 10 months far outweigh the additional budget cuts on top of the 16 already imposed. I ask for your reconsideration. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Calvo, any of the cards, if anyone else is present, come up to the microphone, or we're going to just file your cards.
Thank you. Angel Calvo with the Engineers and Architects Association. Again, as the previous speaker indicated, the City Attorney's Office is a public safety department. As such, if public safety, again, is the priority that this council says it is, then this council should restore the funding that it needs so that there will be no further furloughs at the City Attorney's Office. So we would urge you to, again, end furloughs at the City Attorney's Office. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me just start off, Mr. Carter. Is the city attorney coming?
Not today.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Let me just ask one thing, and so we can get right into the questions. In the Blue Book on item 5, there's a number of resolution authorities that's recommended to be cut. I'm just wondering, did these resolution authorities come from initially grants, or how did they come about to be deployed in the city attorney's office?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and honorable members of the committee. On behalf of the City Attorney's Office, we have myself, William Carter, Peter Cheverria, Bill Mangan, and Mitchie Reyes. With respect to that specific question, I will ask Mitchie Reyes. She has the information relating to the resolution authorities, or I could defer to Bill Mangan. Okay. Those are details that perhaps Ms. Reyes can answer.
Okay.
Sir, in regards to the resolution authorities that are not continued under item 5,
yes.
That's a combination of vacant positions and positions that have been vacant due to IRIP.
Okay, I'm just wondering, their initial deployment as resolution authorities, were they initially part of grants? Because it's a considerable number. I'm just wondering, how did they accumulate in that fashion? That was 166 resolution authorities, which in effect, if they were all filled, would add 166 people to your TO. And I'm just wondering, how did they initiate, how did we get to this large number of resolution authorities?
Sir, if I understand this correctly, the 166 are the total resolution authorities that are deleted for one time, and then they're later on in the Blue Book restored through several line items. Of the 166, only 48 are not continued in this proposed budget. And those are the positions that are either currently vacant or will be vacant by the end of the fiscal year due to ERA.
Okay. Maybe I'm not making myself clear. What I understand about resolution authorities is that they're temporary positions that are created for a specific program over a duration of time. And to accumulate this number, I'm assuming that some of these have been around for a while. And so I'm just wondering, what was the impetus that caused them? Was it a grant program that is now moved on? Was it additions to the office? How did we accumulate 168 resolution authorities if the definition is short-term and in the sense of short-term funding?
Sir, if I could maybe try to answer that question. I think what's happened, not just in the City Attorney's Department, but in all the departments, you're right, resolution positions by definition were for temporary basis, but as we got into the multi-year fiscal constraints, dating back a few years now, there was a reluctance to regularize some of these resolution positions, knowing that once you regularize it, it almost becomes impossible to track in the budget process, because all we see in the budget in the blue books are the incremental changes from the base, from the prior year to the next year. So I think the practice has been over the last couple of years to leave most positions as resolution position as opposed to regularizing them.
Yeah. No, I don't disagree. I think generally resolution authorities are not put in place as an initial thought to regularize them. They're to be put in place to solve an issue and then they go away. And that's what I'm saying is, how did we accumulate this number? Because it looks like it's been a perpetual upgrading or perpetual renewal when the definition is short-term and short-term funding. And so and that's what I'm trying to figure out, is that if they're coming through as a routine and we're just approving them as a routine, we in effect have two budgets. We have the budget that we are approving, and then we have the deal as far as these positions that are offline, but we're still paying for them.
Over the last, 8 to 9 years, there's been a number of resolution positions added to the city attorney's budget for various items, and certainly they're listed here on page 70. I know the ones that were added several years ago, and we could probably get you a timeline. Some of the gang, those prosecutors have been around, the pitches motion, those positions, those have been around for a number of years. Some of the more recent ones are really the workers' comp, the Mayday litigation, and a few others. As sort of had been mentioned by Ben and also by the city attorney's office, these authorities have been added in only on a temporary basis, and the thought was at the time of the adoption of the budget that they would be continually reviewed every year. And there was never a decision to actually say, okay, yes, these are permanent, so let's make them permanent, or no, let's...
Yeah. But I think the dilemma I have is that how long do they stay temporary before they're permanent? And so if they've been there for a decade, I think some people may be retiring out of these resolution authorities. And so, so the key is, if we're going to stay consistent with what our rules are, it would appear that we would be looking at resolution authorities as the intent. And then, and this is one of the things, since I've been on the budget committee, we've asked the city attorney's office each time that we have a sense that we get heavily involved in grants and then they never go away. We just keep funding them another way.
And if I may, the issue about grants applies to some of these positions, but most of them were actually general fund positions that, at the discretion of the council and at a request, were provided. We would have loved at some point for some of these positions to become permanent and available to us for other assignments as well, but these assignments were considered important enough that each time that the council has visited them through the budget, the decision has been made, no, we're not going to make them permanent. We will allow them to stay as a temporary...
But I think today, in evaluating them, they all become general fund in some fashion. We pay for them one way or another, and we're asking the CAO and the CLA to look at those numbers, because we have almost 1,300 of them that, even though we're cutting these in some significant numbers, there's still about 1,300 in the city that on the one hand, you look at your TO and you show that we have 32,000 employees. If you add the resolution authorities, you're up to 34,000.
And I wouldn't necessarily concede that they all become general fund, because we still have grants and special funding for a number of these positions.
So that's the thing we want to get our arms around, because that's a considerable number of positions in one department to have 166 that we are dealing with in just one department. So that's why I asked that they were over a period of time. We just kept accumulating them.
They have been over a period of time, but I do have to say in fairness that they have been decisions that at the time that they may have been requested as permanent positions, the council's discretion was that they should be
See, I think when we say council discretion, and this is where we have to rely on the CAO and the CLA, dealing with them incrementally, you don't get the picture. Coming to us and saying, can I have a resolution authority, everybody nods. If we said, this is number 170, it might be a different response. So that's what I think.
It's my understanding that this is a significant reduction from what has occurred last year. There was a proposal to eliminate 7. I think ultimately only 3 were eliminated. Here, there's over 40 that are actually being eliminated this year.
I think they said, what is it, that 40, is it 40 eliminated or
48 are being recommended for elimination.
Okay. Well, okay, 48.
So there'll be, out of the 166, there'll be 118 that are being recommended for continuation.
And there's no new resolution authorities for this year?
No, there's no new positions being recommended.
All right. And then let me just ask a question about grants. I know the city attorney's been involved with a significant number of grants, and the thing that is important for us is that in the future, as you apply for grants, that they are grants that limit our exposure on matching funds, limit our exposure on front-loading the grants. And when grants are approved, we ask that you take a significant effort to invoice as quickly as possible so that the city gets its money back, and also that, particularly within the fiscal year that we're getting the grant, so that we're not creating a cash flow problem because we're extending the payback period. So we'd ask, because you deal with a lot of grants, that those be a consideration of future grants that impact the city's budget. Anything, Greg?
I'll come back later.
Okay. Bill?
All right. Question, just as some overviews. A lot of my constituents have contacted me since there's been this public discussion about your budget, and many of them are extremely concerned that it's going to impact areas that they care a lot about. So I just want to ask you a series of questions. What impact will the 18% proposed reduction have on your criminal branch, your civil, and your municipal branches? Will you have to reduce any existing services, and if so, which ones?
Yes, thank you. The question, a very simple answer to that question is yes. We will reduce services. We must reduce services based on that 18% proposed reduction. The supplemental materials that I filed today, very short. I think we have 7 attachments. The first attachment, 1, is consequences of this proposed 18% cut. Very clear. The proposed 18% cut is the largest cut of any public safety entity. We're getting cut 18%. LEPD is getting a 1% increase. If you look at if you break out the sworn versus a civilian, LEPD sworn is getting a 3.7% increase. LA City Fire gets a minus 2% reduction. Taking an 18% hit is $17.5 million. You can see that on attachment 2. You can see where we just reached equilibrium, where we had an actual funding requirement of $95 million. We had a $95 million adopted budget last year. We just hit equilibrium. We are now getting taken down 18% to $78 million. What that is going to do is the following. If you look at attachment 1, we will have to lay off at least 100 current employees, at least 100, to meet that. There's been some discussion, and I've heard it in the paper, I heard it from others. You're not losing any bodies, you're just losing 104 vacant positions that occurred through ERIP. That is not true. We will be, in addition to losing the 104 vacant positions, we will have to suffer an additional 100 current employees. We cannot make up a $17.5 million gap through any other means besides layoff. What does that mean? In the city attorney's office, we have two functions: misdemeanor criminal and civil liability. We have absolutely no discretion when it comes to civil liability. As we said, it's not like trimming a tree or fixing a pothole. If someone files a lawsuit against the city, we must respond.
Sure.
So, we can't just ignore it. If we ignore it, the city loses money automatically by default. So all of our resources would have to be shifted over to civil, which means we have to reduce the filing of criminal misdemeanors. We won't be able to file as many misdemeanors, which means LAPD will become essentially a catch-and-release agency. They can arrest as many people as they want for misdemeanors. We won't be able to file the case. So that doesn't mean you need that many police officers anymore. If you can't prosecute them, why do you arrest them? So we'll have to reduce our criminal branch. That criminal branch, what we have in the discretion we have is in the misdemeanor side. Gangs. We won't be able to do gangs. We'll have to just defer that over to the city, to the district attorney's office, and see if they want to handle it. We won't be able to do those injunctions. The city Safe City Initiative, that's discretionary. That's broken window initiative. That's code enforcement. That's nuisance, housing, environmental and consumer protection. Now, we actually can make revenue on environmental and consumer protection, but those are things we may have to cut in order to defend the city. Domestic violence. With respect to civil, what you're going to have is you're going to lose experienced people who may not be the most senior in the office, but they got hired from the outside and they have good civil experience. For every deputy city attorney that you lay off, you increase the chances of losing a multi-million-dollar settlement. And just last week, a LAPD black and white hit a woman in a car and killed her. That case is going to be filed. We're going to have to represent the city. We defend the city every day. The common denominator among all these departments that come up here is one thing: us. The LA City Attorney's Office defends them. And what you see in attachment 4, for every deputy city attorney you cut, you look at the kinds of savings or liability avoidance that you may risk. $129 million that we've saved in 10 months of damages, and so forth down the list. We can document what we save and what we make. Attachment 5, the liability doesn't stop.
Let me ask you, what are you referring to on attachments?
This
is a handout.
Document that came in April 28th.
The letter, April?
Yes.
21st letter?
No, there was an attachment today, Mr. Chairman, that was handed out. And there are 7 attachments which list the various items I've been discussing. And attachment 5 shows the potential liability going up and the amount of deputy city attorneys going down. We've also listed the top 10 departments who generate liability in the city. LAPD, about $30 million a year. We have to defend all of that. No one else does. We're responsible under the charter. So, in terms of an 18% reduction, layoffs and potential increased liabilities, that's what's going to happen. So far, since we've been in office, we've won 34 out of 34 jury trials, civil. And that's because we've been able to throw all the resources we need at it.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that overview. And then, of course, I'm pleased to see that you are recommending taking workmen's compensation defense in-house, which would reduce the cost of outside legal counsel, obviously. Will the mayor's proposed budget allow you to do this? And if you did bring this service in-house, how much savings could be realized by the city?
The answer to whether or not the mayor's budget allows that is no. We have a number of what we call incentivization programs. It's in attachment 7. There are 4. Increased debt and tax collection. The item you mentioned, Councilman Rosendahl, is consolidation of workers' compensation claims and litigation programs. Third one is the administrative code enforcement program that is subject of a motion by Councilmember Koretz. And then the other one is the foreclosed property enforcement ordinance, which I believe the draft will be submitted to council tomorrow. With respect to workers' compensation, our proposal is, and we proposed it to the mayor and the CIO and others, is that right now workers' compensation is split in 2. You have the claims portion, which is handled by the Department of Personnel, and then once it goes to litigation, it gets kicked over to the city attorney's office. Prior to 1965, both functions used to be in the city attorney's office. What we are proposing, rather than laying people off in personnel or farming that out to outside vendors, you give that work to the city attorney's office. We're not asking for any more bodies. We're just asking for the work.
Which will generate revenue.
Yes, and by what you do is how you save money on workers' comp is that you handle the claims in a certain way and in a faster way so you avoid litigation. That's what we want to do. We are working closely with the mayor's office. I think we just ran out of time in order to put this together. And we would like to explore more with the mayor's office and Department of Personnel and others. We did submit to the mayor's office and certain city council members a flow chart of how we would propose restructuring workers' compensation. We'll be happy to share that with other members of this committee. And I think it'll reduce costs by the tens, if not hundreds of millions over time. That's where we're going to lose. That's where we lose most of our money.
We need to have that data. The Coalition of City Unions proposes renegotiating contracts and limiting outsources, which they estimate could save between 24 and 80 million per year. Are you familiar with this proposal? And if so, what is your opinion of it? If not, would you take a look at it and report back?
Yes, we're familiar with that proposal. We do think the city should renegotiate all of its contracts. We do agree with the 10% request for vendors to reduce their contracts by 10%. We, in our office, in August of 2009, within a month of taking over, we sent a letter to all our outside counsel and requested that they take a 15% cut in all of their bills. We have at this point over a 50% compliance rate, and we're saving tens of thousands of dollars each month on those bills. To date, as you see in our attachment 4, since we've taken office, we've saved over $1.6 million in outside counsel fees, because not only are they reducing their fees, we're reducing our reliance on outside counsel, and we're doing more work in-house. I think that's what we should do with other city contracts.
Okay, appreciate that. And are you familiar with the mortgage relief bill, SB 1137? And can you provide a status report of the local implementing ordinance that your office is to be drafting?
Yes, as I mentioned earlier, and Peter Echevarria can comment further if necessary, he has a draft of it in his hand. We are going to be submitting that tomorrow. We think it's a fantastic program. We should be able to go after and enforce against those entities that are not properly complying. We call it the foreclosed property law. That's what we call it. And those foreclosed properties create a blight in our community, and those banks and others that create that problem should have to pay a penalty for it. And that money will come back to the city.
I mean, that's an interesting thing, because the unions did mention that they thought that could bring in a substantial amount of money.
I don't think it'll bring in as much. I think they estimated it would be about $79.1 million. I don't think it'll be that high, but I think it'll be in the tens of millions.
Mr. Smith is commenting on that, too. On page 14, if I could quickly go through 2 quick questions. On page 14 of the CLA budget summary, there's a $30.5 million listed in Supplemental Justice Assistance Grants Program stimulating funding. This funding is being managed by the mayor. Is your office participating in or benefiting from this funding?
Yes, I believe we have at least 2 positions in our CLEAR program, I think it's in the gang unit. So we do receive at least some funding. Gesundheit. Mitchie, if you want to clarify that, I think we have at least 2 positions, attorney positions, prosecutors in gangs.
That is correct. The stimulus money does fund 2 CLEAR sites, and it's administered by the mayor. And the funding does provide for 2 of our DCAs who are assigned to those CLEAR sites.
That's it. And this is my last question. On page 27 of the CLA budget summary in Exhibit H, there are instructions pending for city attorney to prepare ordinances to increase fees from the planning department and for the administrative code enforcement program, but there is no explanation of what these are. Can you offer any clarifications? If you're not familiar with these reports, will you investigate and report back?
I can comment on the administrative code enforcement program, which was a result of a motion proposed and approved under Councilman Koretz. We have submitted that administrative code enforcement ordinance. I think it's set for hearing very soon. We are a strong supporter of that ordinance. We believe it will allow the city to take much more timely and aggressive enforcement action in-house rather than having to file it as a misdemeanor. Sometimes it was an all or nothing. It not only allows more timely enforcement at the local level, but it keeps these matters out of the court and clogging the courts, so it's a win-win. But the trifecta is the penalties generated through the administrative code enforcement program come to the city. They don't go to the state. That was one of the incentivization programs. With respect to Exhibit H, I'll just make a comment. And you asked what the impact would be on our municipal branch. I read Exhibit H, and there were 50 revenue-generating proposals in there. 37 of those 50 revenue-generating proposals required or requested that the city attorney draft or review or take some kind of action. With the cut that's proposed, I'm not sure who's going to do that. You all know, that the city attorney already has difficulty responding in as timely a fashion as many of you would like. So with 100 fewer or less attorneys, it'd be difficult to timely respond to all 37 of those revenue-generating proposals, which are good proposals, including this one. I'll defer to Mr. Echeverria on the planning department.
The planning department fees, I believe that they are the fees that are periodically increased. That we have the ability to recover our costs for all the fees that we charge. We rely on the department to do a study of their fees, tell us what that increase should be, and then we prepare the ordinance reflecting that. So we're dependent on planning giving us that information, but we will expedite it as much as possible.
Thank you. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Ms. Perry?
Is this the last of the questions? I have just a direction I want to make.
No, going with that, we're going to go back around.
After you're all done with questions, I just had a directive.
I probably have more of a comment than a question, which is this cut to the city attorney's office reminds me of something that I think the state has done, and I watched them do over the 10 years where we've been in a budget crisis at the state level. With some frequency, they would cut a program that would actually bring in more money than the cut. So they cut the Film California First program, which cost $7 million a year. The first year they cut it, $500 million less filming on state lands. Never restored the program. As far as I'm concerned, we stand to lose more revenue and more avoided liability as well by taking this cut. Not only has the city attorney's department taken many more cases to court and won with some big dollar numbers, a successful workers' comp program, stronger ability to do collections, which we're counting on, and I think we should count on more in this year's budget, better billboard enforcement and other things. So I guess my only question to the city attorney's office is, have you had further conversations with the mayor about some way to capture some of the revenue that you're gaining and apply that to the department to keep it afloat, rather than cutting back the department and losing some of the value of that department and in my view, probably winding up with a net loss in revenue to the city.
If I could actually take a shot at that question. Yes, there has been some conversations post-presentation of the budget with the mayor's office and the city attorney's office, and really it did become apparent that the size of the reduction was in fact very large, and almost to the point where it's going to be very difficult, if not impossible, for the city attorney to manage next fiscal year with the budget as proposed. We did recognize post the presentation of the budget that the reduction that they took this fiscal year is actually carrying forward next fiscal year, and with the additional reductions, with the $7 to $8 million reduction relative to furloughs, and with the position eliminations and the salary accounts, that we were taking away two tools that they were using to manage their budget this year. And so we know that the purview of the budget now is within your jurisdiction, so to speak, but we would support the restoration of funding so that they are able to manage throughout the fiscal year as they're managing this fiscal year.
Let me just ask on that, what is your recommendation of where it comes from?
Well, that recommendation obviously would require some conversations, I think, with the CLA. It's, we don't necessarily want to present some sources of funds that they may be looking at for other purposes, or some areas that they may have other priorities that they've been directed to.
But let me ask you on process. When the budget was being put together, were there discussions with the city attorney's office as to what was being proposed prior to it hitting the print?
There was discussions relative to a 10% reduction, and I believe at that time there was a miscommunication relative to how the furloughs would impact that 10% reduction, whether it was part of that 10% reduction or was going to be on top. And I believe that once we realized the budget situation and what it would be for the city attorney, we recognized that the furloughs was taken on top, which was a mistake.
Okay. But let me ask you, CEO, I think one of our missions here is to balance the budget, and we just added, $68 million to the deficit, and the issue is that's going to be tough enough to close. Have you given any consideration, or from your reaction, that may be the first time you heard the thought that maybe that it'd been too harsh a cut? Has there been any consideration of where that might come from?
I think that one thing that was indicated earlier was that many of the ideas that the city attorney has presented haven't, they're very aggressive and innovative. I think they simply ran out of time to be able to flush them out completely and to actually establish a hard target on them. If there was, 30 more days to really identify how much more could be raised through a number of these initiatives. One way of being able to address this issue is by having us and the CLA sit down with the city attorney and really dig into the various concepts that they have. I have, I asked my staff to brief me on what revenue concepts are not included in the budget that have been floating and just discussing sidebar with the city attorney's office. There's approximately maybe $8 million in just ideas, and I can't speak to detail of them because I don't have an actual proposal. But that could be a next step for us to sit down with them, further flesh out these concepts, and see how much of it could actually be generated prior to your committee completing its work.
Let me just say, one of the concerns I'd have is that I think we need to do that, but I don't believe that we should start the process that if you find the money, you keep it, because the general fund is the one that's paying for the department, paying for the cases and litigation that we don't win. And so I think if it's going to help the general fund, we should do all that we can. But I don't think we should get into a bartering system to where the department says, I found money, so therefore I keep it and I can do A, B, and C with. And so I think that's what we need to make sure that we understand, that these are general fund dollars that help us run the city, as opposed to saying I can protect my department if I find these revenues.
And that's correct. I mean, that's the policy, the city's policy is that it's all general fund dollars that are earmarked by the mayor and the city council. But having said that, I think it would be to flush these ideas out, see how much of it could be generated, how much we could actually count on, because, hearing loud and clear your concern about having soft money, I think that's something we need to be cautious about. And then ultimately, your body decides how to distribute that.
Yeah. And I think one of the things also would be helpful is that some of the recommendations that talk about taking over responsibilities, I think we need to do a little research and figure out why they were separated at one time. Because I think in the reason that a couple of things, that tasks that were taken out of the city attorney's office in the past, workers' comp, and also dealing with Department of Finance on debt collection, was because we could not get them to be interested in those activities, and so they were moved to other departments. And so just creating, let's go back to where we were, I think we need to not lose sight of the lessons learned as to why they were separated.
I think that's a fair concern, and one way of approaching some of these concepts is to explore them on a pilot basis or a limited basis to test out the effectiveness of them, to test out how complicated they would be, as opposed to moving all of workers' comp, maybe carving out, just thinking out loud here, not having really seen a written proposal on what that looks like. But that would be my recommendation, is that we sit down with the city attorney, flesh out these ideas, and come back to you prior to the conclusion of the committee hearings with what we believe is real and a recommendation as to how to proceed.
But let me ask you, what's left of workers' comp when you have the third-party administrator that's helping us, or paying a lot of money, they're helping us resolve some of these complaints before they become lawsuits? And then we've given positions to the city attorney's office over the last, I think, couple of budget years to bring the cases inside. Those that remain outside, they've gone to a flat rate. And so what's left in that equation that we have to address?
I mean, again, I haven't seen a written proposal, so I'm not going to speak to what the city attorney may be proposing, but what I've simply heard now and what I know about workers' comp, the idea is that to reduce the number of cases that actually result in litigation, and with the goal of reducing your overall cost. And, I'll be interested in hearing what proposals the city attorney has to doing that, or even maybe more effectively dealing with those cases that they currently have on the docket to be able to close them out sooner. But again, it's hard to get into too much detail at Congress, because again, I haven't seen the actual proposal.
If we get a proposal before we get to pilot, I think all of us would feel comfortable, because we've worked on this in this committee for the last 3 or 4 years of putting pieces together, funding positions, and then what I understood when we bought into third-party administrator, they were supposed to be doing the very thing of keeping people out of litigation and settling these. And then when we actually see the cases coming back, most of them are so law-driven that there's not a lot of flexibility. You either are or not, and if your preferred medical examiner says you are, you generally negotiate and come up with a percentage. And so it's kind of like rote now, because the state law is really what drives it all.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, one thing I'd like to point out is that we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that what we're arguing is about an increased reduction above 10%. And the various revenue measures that we have come up with in our creative efforts are to make up part of that revenue.
I'm not lost sight of that. I think the issue is that we understand that. I just want to make sure that we're all clear that if there are revenue issues that you're proposing, that they get vetted in advance. Because many of these revenue projections that we get from people, they say, if you only gave me more people, I could do this. And we said, That's the very thing we don't have.
I understand, and I agree with that. The point I was making is that the reduction that is proposed above the 10% will have consequences that I hope that as you deliberate over the various policy questions which you are deciding, you will take into account the impact of a cut from 10% to 18% is really
We've only
massive.
gotten through 4 departments, and I'm sure the other 36 are going to all have an impact.
I understand that, but we're here to bring that to your attention.
Mr. Chair, if I may, and also to answer Councilman Koretz's, I don't have to tell anyone here how difficult these times are, but, as it's been said, as our case is new, we must think anew. And during this very difficult times, I've sat in here and heard a lot of different ideas, from various things, from, licensing more dogs to doing all these other things. Well, we've come up with ideas which I think are tangible. And to answer to Councilman Koretz's, yes, we have had many conversations with the mayor's office, and I want to thank them and appreciate their comments here today. When our city attorney saw the proposed budget, we were surprised. He was very vocal about it. He had a conversation and a meeting with the mayor, and I appreciate the recognition by the mayor's office that a 10% reduction would be more appropriate with an offset for any furlough savings that could be accomplished. If that were the case, the city attorney's office would have a good shot at not having to lay off anyone. Now, a 10% hit is still a big hit, and so there's still more to be done. But an offset for any furloughs or any incentivized programs would go a long way to balancing this out. We did have these conversations with the mayor's office. I do think because things have been so difficult, trying to get your handle around these new ideas is somewhat difficult. But with respect to collections, we think it's very simple. And we've had many conversations with the Office of Finance, very good cooperative conversations. We've broken it down to this. Currently, we're asked to collect $2.3 million. We think we can collect $3.3 million a year. We're on track to collect $3 million this year with just 2 people. We're going to beef up. We're not asking for any more bodies. We're just going to shift some more bodies over to collections. If we collect $3.3 million, we'll get a percentage of that. That's not too difficult of a concept that I think we can't address. And it's not that we're going to take over the Office of Finance. We're just asking Office of Finance to perhaps modify their flow chart in terms of timing, get it to us sooner, and we've prepared a flow chart which we can share with others. With respect to the ACE program, Administrative Code Enforcement, we figure that the project, once it gets off the ground, we're going to have a pilot project. We think it's a great program. We're probably going to start at USC or Loyola Marymount. They have their police forces or campus police. They write thousands of citations a year. We could impose $100 to $200 a ticket. That's going to generate at least $3 to $4 million a year, which comes to the city. We could get a percentage of that to offset. We can offset our outside counsel. There's a lot of ways to do this. Workers' compensation is much more difficult. It's much more of a long-term project, but you're going to save so much money in the long term. So yes, we have talked with the mayor's office, and I do think we just ran out of time. These are very difficult times, but we're trying to be creative. As you can see, we know how to make money in the city attorney's office, and we can make it a number of ways. And we're willing to do that, and we're not asking for more bodies. We're just not asking for an 18% cut. And if we do get any kind of cut, we want to be able to offset it. Because as you know, we started out this year with an $18 million hit in the hole. We're going to balance out this year, and we're going to balance out for a lot of reasons. And that's because we're thinking a little differently than the previous administration.
That's great.
Just a 2-second comment in that direction. I think we, again, don't want to cut off our nose to spite our face. So if cutting $8 million from this department means we lose $15 million in revenue, I think that's an action we don't want to be taking. So I hope we'll very seriously look at finding a way to restore these cuts and letting them do these programs. So not only will we have the better enforcement, but we'll also bring in more revenue than we would otherwise.
You're here.
Bill, you have anything?
No, I'm finished.
Dennis?
Thank you. How much is outstanding in debt owed to the city? Have we ever analyzed how much debt is outstanding? People who haven't paid the 10% on the parking lots, the ambulance billing that hasn't been paid, other bills that people owe. Do we ever have an estimate of how much is outstanding?
We've been working with the Office of Finance on that, and there was a top 200 debtor list, and I think at one point the estimates were 200 to 400 million. That's not realistic. I think it's much lower than that. I think the estimates I'm seeing is probably in the $90 million range. That's what's owed. The reality is what's left to be collected. So I don't think you could look at collections as a big pot of money at one time. I think over time, realistically, at least the city attorney's office could collect somewhere between $4 and $5 million a year on that, if we get it in a timely way and we can seize the assets. That's why we're proposing certain lien measures so that we can attach the assets sooner. With respect to the ambulances, I think it's $40 or $50 million. But I think a lot of that is from transients.
Well, I understand that we write a lot of it off.
Yes.
Traditionally, they don't pay, we send them a bill, we write it off. Private ambulances don't write it off. I've always been particularly concerned about the aspect that we write parking lots that owe money, millions of dollars. We don't collect. So I don't know, does the Office of Finance have an enforcement arm? Or they just send a nice little, please pay your bill?
They do have an auditing function. They do send notices.
Do they actually go down and knock on the door and say, here we are, pay the bill?
Sometimes. But, you know, we have no criticism of the Office, the Department of Finance. We have a very good working relationship with them. We've just asked that perhaps we can shorten the time period in which we get it. They'll send out auditors, they'll send out notices, they'll send out a notice, and then they'll send out a second notice that'll have the city attorney's letterhead on it. But they collect about 80% of what they're owed. It's that other 20% that's difficult. We'd like to get that 20% sooner, and so that we can try to attach those assets. And the parking lots, yes, they owe a lot of money. It's sometimes, though, the money that's available to pay that debt gets transferred to another company, to another country. We also need to tighten up, and we have to work with the police commission to tighten up that aspect. Tow trucks, parking lots, so that they can't transfer the ownership of that company or the management of that company to somewhere else that we can't seize the assets.
So these aren't new taxes or new fees. These are just existing fees, existing taxes. People are not paying their fair share.
Yeah, business tax, yes, and transit occupancy tax, parking hotel tax, yes.
And last year, the budget, you took office July 1st. The budget was cut last year, what percent?
We were underfunded by $15 million, but our actual funding requirement was $110 million. We got funded $95 million. So we were $15 million in the hole.
Just starting out.
Starting out. And then we had some bills, about $1.7 million worth of bills that were held over from the previous administration and some other miscellaneous. So we're about $18 million in the hole as of July 1st of '09. And I believe right now, after ERIP, furloughs, reduced litigation, outside counsel, and some other collections we've made, we're now about $500,000 out of being round.
So you made considerable savings, considerable headway.
Yes.
And the proposal originally from the mayor's office was to cut you 18%. I understand there's been reconsideration to just do a 10% cut?
Yes, with the ability to use, if furloughs were imposed, we'd be able to offset that. But also, we'd like some incentivization programs so that if we were able to, and we have some numbers, to offset that with collections and maybe the ACE program, because I think once the ACE program gets started, that will generate considerable revenue for the city.
So I'd like the CLA and the CO to report back on the possibility of doing that particular aspect at 10. Was that asked for, Miguel?
That's what the mayor's proposing.
Has that been asked yet?
Yes.
That's been
The
asked?
mayor's said they want to do it.
The mayor's office report back on the 10% versus the 18?
We could report back.
The original request was 18, but I understand that the city attorney's office is willing to take a 10%. And are we getting a report back on that aspect?
With probably CLA to, if your committee so desires, to identify funding for that, basically that's 7.7.
I'd like to clarify that the city attorney's not willing to take any percent, but we definitely like starting at 10.
You're starting a 10% cut?
Yes.
Okay, well, it's better than 18.
That's correct.
I mean, most of us are taking cuts everywhere.
That's true. We're not objecting to that.
You're mentioning take over the responsibility for debt and tax collections.
Some aspect of it, not the whole
Not the whole
program,
thing.
no.
So for Office of Finance, would they lose any of their revenue? Would they lose any of their
No.
personnel?
No.
So they'd maintain, but you take some of the load and not...
We're just asking them to refer it to us sooner.
Okay.
See, that's a process question. It's in commenting on the mayor's office and the CAO, I think these are concepts that are new, and we're not trying to take responsibility from anyone or their authority. Just give it to us sooner, or give us that work. And I think if you get it to us sooner, or you give that aspect to us, then I think we can save money and make a little revenue. We're not trying to take away from Office of Finance.
So they wouldn't lose any personnel or any funding?
I don't think they would have to.
And you'll do this with your existing personnel?
Yes. Well, internally we've been shifting bodies around. We've had two people, or essentially one person, with some help, recent help, who's collected almost $3 million because we've told that person, that's your responsibility now. And I heard what Chairman Park said. I can tell you that workers' comp and collections is a top priority for this city attorney, even though I'm a criminal prosecutor by training, and so is the city attorney. He has told me, and many others publicly, workers' comp and collections is where we can make the difference in the city.
And I know that in the private sector, and I keep on going back to the ambulance service. I've spoken to a paramedic recently who worked for a private ambulance service before he became an LA City firefighter paramedic. He said they would transport, they'd send out a bill. If that bill wasn't paid in a reasonable time, they would put a lien. Do we ever put liens to collect some of these dollars from people who have the ability to pay and aren't paying?
It's difficult to do it on a tax. We haven't been successful yet. We've been filing petitions or requests for prejudgment, attachment, and liens. Taxes are difficult, but when you have a contract, yes, we can put liens on those. If someone has a service, yes, we've been successful doing that. But the biggest problem we have are taxes. That's where the real large amounts of monies are.
So
transit occupancy taxes.
If someone doesn't pay the taxes and we send them the notice, how do we compel them to pay their fair share?
We sue them.
We sue them in court?
Yes.
Yes.
But then can we get a lien on property?
Oh, absolutely. Once you have a judgment, you get what's called a judgment lien.
It's a more lengthy process then?
Yes.
But we want a pre-judgment attachment. The way to collect money is to grab it before it's litigated. So if you're fighting over a bottle of water, you grab it and have someone hold it, and you've really got this person's attention now. And that's what you have to do with money, and that's what we want to do. We want to get the referral sooner so that we can find that money and try to attach it. And then we're not fighting, we're not chasing it anymore. We're just fighting with the person, and we know where the money is.
So the part I like about it is we're not establishing a new fee or a new tax. We're just trying to obtain for the city of Los Angeles what people rightfully owe that are dodging that and escaping their fair share of the liability, the financial responsibility that they have.
Correct.
And you think that we would raise a few $1 million doing that?
Oh, yes. Yeah, and the fix as we see it is, it would be an executive fix by the mayor's office and his departments as to how you reconfigure things, how soon things come to us, or what responsibilities or duties we're asked to take. And then it would be a matter of the council to say what, if any, offset or credit we could get for that type of activity. And with respect to collections, we had a very simple fix. We'll collect 3.3 million, and then we'll get a percentage of that, 20%, 30%, 40%. I mean, an outside collection agency will take 40, and we're doing that on some of these. The city shouldn't do that.
We're contracting with outside agencies.
Yes, with some, yes.
Have we considered an amnesty where someone would, for example, the month of whatever, you've got a month to come in and pay your debt without penalties, without additional fees or fines?
Yeah, I thought it was done last year, but I'm not sure how much was generated, though.
And actually, when we bring up to the Office of Finance to discuss their budget proposals, there is a proposal for basically an amnesty program. And so we do assume some revenue in the estimates for next year due to the amnesty program. But Finance will have we can have more robust conversation on that.
Okay. I just want to commend the city attorney's office for being forthright, and when I saw that 18% cut, I knew that there'd be some fireworks, and I understand that maybe, shall we say, clearer minds have come about.
Well, the mayor and the city attorney had a nice conversation the other night.
In the boxing ring?
Very good conversation.
Were they in the boxing ring?
No.
Okay.
I thought it was a very productive conversation.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. A couple of things I find interesting. You made some veiled threats or whatever that you're going to stop filing cases, you won't have people to take criminal cases to court, etc. How do you reconcile the fact that in the last less than 7 or 8 years, whatever, that Part 1 crime in LA is down 38%? And yet you're saying you won't have people to file cases, when in fact there's 40% less cases to file to begin with. How do you reconcile that?
I think we should take, the city attorney's office and its employees should take credit for that crime.
No, the police are making less arrests.
Yes.
It has nothing to do with you.
Well, who prosecutes them?
No, if they're making 40% less arrests, you're making 40% less cases.
And so, do you make the same cut to the police?
No, and the reason is, and the difference is, this should be simple, the reason is you put more police on the street, they're going to cut crime down, which means you got less work to do. There's a big difference, Bill.
No, our filings haven't gone down. We file over 70,000 cases a year.
What are you filing on then if the police are making 40% less arrests in Part 1?
That doesn't, just because there's less crime doesn't mean there's fewer filings. We don't file every case. They submit hundreds of, over 120,000 cases a year, and they could submit 300,000 cases, but they're not all good. And the crime statistics are not based on what we file. It's on who they arrest. So our caseload hasn't dropped. Our caseload is the same.
So you're saying you used to just take less cases that they would give you? Now you're taking more cases that they give you?
We file the same amount of cases about every year.
So that's really problematic. That really, for me as a police officer, that says to me, I was out there making arrests, and you guys were rejecting them just offhand because you didn't want to take the cases. Now you're taking more cases because we're making less arrests? Is that what you're saying? That's really a bad indictment on the city attorney.
You might want to look at the crime statistics rather than our filing.
The crime statistics are pretty darn clear. They're making less arrests.
I read
40% less arrests.
I beg to differ. I've read some articles about how they keep their crime statistics, and perhaps that would be the avenue you would research rather than our filings.
How they keep their crime statistics is irrelevant. If they're not making the arrest, whether they find them this or that is irrelevant. But they're making less arrests.
The other thing you have to remember, Councilman, is Part 1 crimes are DAs. They're felonies. We do misdemeanors. Our filings have not gone down. In fact, the thing that Chief Bratton attributed the drop of Part 1 felonies to are our filings. Broken windows. The broken window enforcement program was what Chief Bratton was all about. To stop a crime before, like vandalism, graffiti, prostitution, misdemeanor theft, to stop that so that neighborhood did not descend into a felony situation. So Chief Bratton's broken window program and his cases that came to us, our filings stay the same because we're doing the broken window that keeps the felonies from happening. That's what you have to look at, Councilman.
And that is not what happened. Okay?
All right? Well,
let me
Part
ask
ones are felonies, not misdemeanors.
I understand I know what Part 1 is. I've been a police officer 18 years.
We don't do it. We don't do felonies. So I don't think you can't compare. They're not apples and apples.
Yeah. And how many of those felonies do you kick down to misdemeanors too? I mean,
we don't do it. In fact, I'll tell you something. We file cases that are rejected.
You say you don't kick down cases?
No.
What city attorney do you work for?
I don't refer cases. I don't kick down felonies.
That's the DA.
That's the DA. I was a deputy district attorney.
Okay, you present them.
I refer cases that I think are felonies to the district attorney's office. And we've had a case. We just had a case where a gentleman got 10 years in county jail. This person molested children. We repeatedly referred that case to the DA's office. They rejected it as a felony. We filed it. Our attorneys prosecuted that case, convicted that gentleman of 24 counts. The judge asked, why isn't this a felony? We tried. Our attorneys prosecuted it. We had a case last year where someone killed an 18-month-old child. We referred it to the district attorney's office. It was rejected. Our attorneys prosecuted and put that person in jail. We could only put that person in jail for 2 years. We don't reject felonies.
I want, as long as we're going to look at the city attorney's budget, I want you to take a look at the filings. I want you to talk to the police department, because I can tell you there's many cases that we present to the city attorney don't go up to the DA as what we want them to go as, a felony, okay? So I differ greatly with your perception of what you do and don't you. Let's get on then. So when you do that, I want a good look at the crime stats, the filings, all those numbers. Let's fit that out, okay? Secondly, and to your credit, it seems like I'm picking on you, Bill. I think very highly of you, actually. It may not appear that way sometimes, but I do. As we're talking about your department, and you're very concerned about the cuts you're taking today and the cuts you're taking, what you're missing is a historical viewpoint of the city attorney's office. What you're missing is the fact that the city attorney's office grew greater than most departments of the city over the previous 5 years, and you're just coming into this one point where you're reducing quite a bit. So historically, in the last 6 years, your department took a 19% cut. City council offices took 23%. We actually took a bigger cut than you have historically over that time frame. So I think we need to put it in context, and I'm not asking you to do that because you weren't there. But I think we have to be cognizant, folks, that when we're talking about the cuts we're looking at today, that this department grew exponentially larger than most departments of the city during that same time frame, and for a while bigger than the police department. And so what you had was a real growth in some programs. Safer Cities, you had Neighborhood Prosecutor, all these programs were added in. There was growth in your department. Now you're seeing the cuts greater than most because over the long haul, really, you're not suffering any more than anybody else has.
I don't know what years you're referring to, but if you look at Attachment 3, Councilman, I can see that over the last 2 years, we've taken a bigger cut.
I said you looking at it from the last 2 years. You're not looking at it from a long view, which is going back to 2005 or so.
I don't have those numbers in front of me.
And I said you don't have that historical perspective. So I want the city CAO, when they report back to us on this, to also take into effect the growth factor in, say, the last 5 or 10 years, so we put it in a real perspective. We're taking a snapshot moment here in time, which is really not indicative of the growth of the department. We're taking it and looking at the real strong cuts they're facing, but not in the real perspective of what's happened. And so I think you need to put it in that vein.
Councilman, if I may, and again, I don't feel like I'm being picked on. I've been in front of many judges, federal, state, and so I'm used to it. And I appreciate it. I just am very passionate about what our office does, and I'm relatively new to the city attorney's office, even though I started there as an intern back in 1983, so I do understand the office. I don't want to be flippant, but I don't think the city attorney's office should be compared to the city council. I don't think we should be compared to some people who compared us to the cultural affairs. We're different. We should be compared to the cuts of the fire department and the police department. We all have different responsibilities. I don't think you can take each one of us and say, well, you got 10, you got 20. That's not how I think we should do it. I think that would be inappropriate. And I'm not saying that you didn't take a big cut. I just think my analysis is not to be offensive, but rather, if we are linked so closely with the police department, cutting us 18% and increasing them 1% is a little out of sync. If all of us took 20%, I could see that, all of us across the board. But when the police department, who refers cases to us, gets a 1% increase, and we take an 18%, I think the whole public safety apparatus is out of sync. That's what I'm trying to say. So it's hard for me to make an apples and apples comparison to city council and the city attorney's office. I don't mean
if you didn't want a comparison, you shouldn't have put us in your letter to us.
Yes,
as a comparison.
What I'm doing, though, is the comparison was for the public safety. Public safety. Okay. And if you look at public safety, we're taking the most hit of anybody. I'm not trying. I don't think we should be compared to anyone but other public safety. Yeah. But
why did you put that other departments in your comparison, including the city council?
We put a lot of people in. We put a lot. But
you're saying you're not belaboring the point. It's really late at night, and I don't want to belabor that. But you can't say in one hand we don't want to equate us with all those other departments. Yet in your letter you did.
We did. We put all the public safety entities in there.
The city council is not public safety.
Correct.
So why did you put us in your letter as a comparison?
We put the political offices too.
But you just said you didn't want to do that.
We are a public safety office and a political office. And in our responses, we made a comparison in our letter to an elected official and to public safety. And this year, we're getting hit disproportionate compared to both. And that was our point.
One last caution is just, I heard what you said about tickets at SC, Loya, Marymount, whatever. I would just caution that most of those tickets are D&D and jaywalking and parking violation type stuff, and I wouldn't really want to go after students for that kind of stuff. I really think that we shouldn't go there. Students are bearing enough of a burden, particularly at the state universities. We really don't want to go. I really don't want to go down there, but you can propose that if you want.
The officers at those schools feel that those are public safety threats, not just to the students, but the people in the community around there.
What kind of public safety threats? You're talking about every ticket they give at SC, Loyola, UCLA, whatever? Those are all public safety threats?
No, I didn't say that. I said that they believe that they do have vehicular cases, people jaywalking, people riding vehicles, disturbing the peace.
Yeah.
I mean, those are things that LAPD cites people for every day.
Sure. Now,
and then they refer that to our
The difference is we give tickets out to a city of 4 million people. They give it out to a population of all students, virtually. All students. I don't think we want to be going surcharging students who are trying to get through college for these kind of things. Maybe D&D, maybe, but not jaywalking.
That's why we have discretion.
Okay.
That's why we don't file every case.
You're talking about it as a revenue source, and I think that's nickel and diming students to death, and I don't want to do that. But
either do we, Councilman, either do we. That's why we use our discretion.
I've got two directives to the Chief Administrative Officer. I would like to report back.
Yes, ma'am.
2 reports back. As a possible cost-saving measure, would you please advise us as to what the district attorney's role would be in prosecuting misdemeanors so that we can help the city attorney's office by possibly offloading misdemeanors, some misdemeanors to the DA's office too, and perhaps we can reach some sort of an understanding with the district attorney's office so we can help our own city attorney's office. That's the first one. And the second one I have is, given the length of time that it can take to have the implementing ordinances done once we've completed our budget process, I'd like a report back from the CAO regarding the feasibility of using some of these retired city attorneys on a very short contract, maybe 60 days or 90 days or whatever's feasible, but very, very short, to complete the drafting of these implementing ordinances once we're done, so that we don't have to cause any additional burden to the office of the city attorney.
Okay, we'll report back on those two.
So it's 2 points, on the misdemeanors and on the implementing ordinances.
Got it.
And that way we can help them.
Just one more item I wanted to mention in passing, because it came up a little while ago, in terms of our ability to collect taxes. I had a passing conversation with Jerome Horton on the Board of Equalization, and he thought he would have the ability, working with us, to do some things that we don't have the ability to do as a city. So I would ask that the city attorney's office contact Mr. Horton directly and have that conversation, because he seemed very willing to assist us in taking some early steps to go after taxes, because that office has some clout in some arenas that we as a city don't have.
I'm sorry, Mr. Horton's first name?
Jerome Horton. He's our Board of Equalization representative.
Thank you.
Let me just say, recently, our Department of Finance has been in a meeting with Mr. Horton, and in fact, he just had a meeting at the State Building downtown L.A., and I think they begin to put in place some of the, I think, AB 63 type issues of where they can track funding that from our records into the, I guess, the Board of Equalization records. So I think they've started that process.
That's great. I just wanted to make sure that they connected.
I think within the last 3 months.
Very good.
Any other questions? Okay, go ahead.
The cases that go to the city attorney or the district attorney are filed by law enforcement detectives. They bring a case. They bring it to the district attorney rejects it. It goes to the city attorney's office for prosecution. The cases that criminal, other than the civil aspect, criminal cases are generated by law enforcement, whether it be the LAPD or the Highway Patrol or whatever the case may be. So when the DA rejects a case, a felony, whatever it may be, you folks analyze it and decide we're going to prosecute this, we're going to 17-4B, which is a release, reduce the charges, etc. So that's the process. So every case that you get comes from law enforcement. Every criminal case comes from law enforcement.
Not all law enforcement. The Department of Building and Safety and Bureau of Sanitation, they could refer a case to us.
Okay.
They're
referring misdemeanor cases mostly.
The majority of our misdemeanors come from LAPD. In fact, I think 60% of what LAPD does is misdemeanor.
But they're felony cases that are rejected by the DA are then sent to you for another review to see if we'll file a charge.
So even if LAPD makes a felony arrest and it gets rejected or 17B4 or blue sheeted from the DA to us, it becomes a misdemeanor.
Exactly. And then you folks decide, are we going to prosecute it? Is it going to be an administrative hearing or whatever the case may be, but there will be some dispo for that particular case. They just don't float into outer space.
Well, there could be just a straight rejection because, for example, as I mentioned, over 120,000 cases get referred to our office every year, and we file maybe 70 or 80,000 of those a year.
But a rejection, there's a logical reason for the rejection.
A declination, yes.
Okay.
And again, that is Councilman Smith, that's not a veiled threat about not filing. We just won't be able to file it. Right now, we are using reserve deputies. We have a program where we have free attorneys working in our office in order to fill the gap. Our city attorney came up with a program. We have 40 free lawyers in our office. They're from just graduated from law school, or they're in big firms. We say, we'll give you experience on criminal cases. You come in and give us 6 months. We put them in the pit. That's how we're getting through this, by private lawyers that have come in to work for free. That's how we're getting through this. And we can't work on volunteers.
And I know the courts do that on traffic citations, where they have attorneys that are pro tem, and they're private attorneys that are there hearing those cases.
And we're limping along on misdemeanor, and if we lose bodies, we have to shift everyone over to civil, because we're going to lose civil attorneys. Because of seniority, they don't just come out of criminal. They'll come out from all over the office. So we'll have to backfill in the civil.
Everybody's going to do something.
And then the other issue I had is regarding citations. When an agency cites, an officer cites, Mr. Smith, myself, we will cite people on occasion. That citation is then submitted for prosecution. You folks send it directly to the court, or does it go directly to the court on citations?
Traffic citations go to the court, unless it's DUIs we handle. DUIs, reckless.
But the traffic citation would go directly to the court?
Yeah, that goes to the court.
It doesn't go through the city attorney, and you don't staff the courts anymore
Not
with
anymore.
prosecutors?
Not for
You used
traffic.
to do that years ago, when Pete
Yes.
was a rookie city attorney.
We don't staff traffic courts anymore, but again, DUIs we'll have to do. I mean, that's a public safety issue. We're going to have to keep doing
So
that.
the question about the citations for a student jaywalking, or whatever the case may be, that goes to the court, a pro tem hears it if they want to contest it, but it doesn't go through the city attorney's office.
Well, it would go, yes, in the ACE program, it could. Right now, the SC citations, they write thousands of citations, and they go into our metro court.
Yeah, but are
Those
you
fines
folks...
go to the state, they don't go to the cities.
Right, but are you folks prosecuting those, or is it handled strictly by the court?
Those would no longer be criminal, those would go through a citation program that would go through the city.
Okay.
SC is already drafting those, so they would be shifted into a city process, so the revenue would come to the city instead of the state. Right now, if we do criminal and we get a penalty, it goes to the state. We don't get it. So the ACE program that's been proposed by Councilman Koretz would pick up those things that would typically either not be filed or would go through the state system, and they would take the money. So now we would have it. We would generate it.
The issue of your neighborhood prosecutors, are those going to remain, or are those in jeopardy?
That responds to Chairman Parks' earlier comments about the resolution authorities. I wasn't here when all of those were generated, but we have a lot of those resolution authorities and gangs and the neighborhood prosecutors. That program grew greatly. Those neighborhood prosecutors are very, very valuable, obviously, to the city. They're out in the police divisions and stations, and they do a fantastic job. Many of those positions are resolution positions, and so that program stays, because we can't use those folks for any other purpose but that.
Okay.
But we have many neighborhood prosecutors that aren't resolution authorities. Those would be the ones that would be impacted. We would have to move those people somewhere else, probably in the civil, to handle our civil liability.
So then you'd lose neighborhood prosecutors?
A portion of them, yes. Some would remain because there's resolution authorities. We have no flexibility.
Would you have a program that would have multiple divisions with a neighborhood prosecutor? For example, we have one in Topanga, one in West Valley, one in Van Nuys, each police division has one. It's a very valuable program.
It is.
And if there were to be some curtailment, could you then have, for example, cover Topanga and West Valley?
Well, my solution would be we'd pull them out of the stations. Currently, they are co-located in the stations. You have someone at Topanga or Northeast or Foothill or where have you. They're actually co-located in the stations. You would have to pull them out of the stations and maybe put them in the courthouse, put them in Van Nuys or Chatsworth or San Pedro. They would not be there with the police. They would be in our office somewhere else, and then they would have to be on a circuit. That's what has to happen.
Well, the whole purpose was to connect them with the police, especially the senior league, so they could work together to resolve those quality of life issues, the nuisance issues.
That's the code in broken window.
Right.
See, that is the problem that the city attorneys have. We cannot turn the tap off of civil liability. We get sued. The city gets sued every day. We don't. Department of Public Works, PD, the fire, they get sued. We defend them. We can't turn it off. We can't ignore it. So if I have a choice between filing a graffiti case or defending a $10 million case, I got to shift that over to civil. I can't do that.
One more question regarding the responsibilities of the city attorney's office when it comes to the neighborhoods. If that program were to be eliminated, then it would go through the traditional, someone would call the police would do what they would normally do, and you wouldn't be part of the loop.
The police would have to do it. They'd have to call the desk sergeant or the watch commander, and they'd have to deal with it. Right now, they call us.
And you folks work closely with those SLOs?
Yes, we have a great working relationship. Our neighborhood prosecutors do a fantastic job, but we won't be able to have as many of them.
Okay, one final question. On a civil liability case, a police shooting, a police pursuit, major crash, a sanitation truck runs over someone, major issue. Do you have a response team to go to those scenes?
Yes, we have a rollout team, yes.
And they do respond now?
Yes, they roll out. Just we had, when the unfortunate incident happened up in the valley when the woman was killed by a black and white.
The U-turn?
That's what I understand. We have a person or persons that go out, and they make sure that the evidence and other information is collected and maintained. And that's how you defend these cases.
We haven't always done that, and I've seen a big gap when it comes to the civil case, because you know there'll be a civil case. The DA sends their investigators on officer-involved shootings. They're gathering their information, but I thought there was a huge gap when the city attorney's office didn't respond to those, because you know there's going to be a lawsuit, and then you can capture the information instead of waiting 3 months for the reports.
That's why we have a Bureau of Investigation. We have rollouts that try to gather the evidence so that it's there when we have to defend the city. And we've been successful at doing it.
Okay, thank you.
2 quick questions for the city attorney's office. This time? There was some talk earlier about the 10%, possible 10%, 18%. Are we going to get a report back on that? Is that the idea, or do we know already what the details on that?
There's a report back that CO is going to be working on.
You're working on that?
The CAO.
CAO.
My office is with the CLA.
To see what that looks like. Okay. Second, we have a whole new area of enforcement that the city is going to do, and that is in medical marijuana. New responsibilities. How is that going to work in with your budget and your staffing and your priorities?
Right now, the medical marijuana enforcement is being handled by our citywide nuisance abatement. Those are people that are within the neighborhood prosecutors program. They do a fantastic job. Right now, we have about 25 pending cases, civil/criminal, where we are affirmatively prosecuting individuals. And then last week, we got hit with 3 lawsuits that challenged the ordinance. That'll be handled by our civil side. When the new ordinance comes into effect, I think on June 1st, we'll have to probably reorganize to have and maybe fold it into the ACE program to see how we can see how many are left, see how many dispensaries are less. I think it's going to be dictated by how many are still there. If it goes down to the number that Councilman Yu proposed and is in the ordinance, we might have a manageable situation. If it stays at 400, we're going to have a problem.
Yeah, and I guess it's hard to tell at this time and see
if the
which
proposition
direction.
passes, but even if it passes, even if the proposition passes, you still have a zoning code enforcement issue. Yeah. Just like a donut shop. You can't have donut shops everywhere. You still have to have zoning. And you'll still be able to regulate, I think, under the ordinance.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, let me just say a couple of things. One, we asked the CAO to look at this issue of the additional revenue sources that may be available, and also to evaluate the 18% current recommended cut. I think we need to also be aware that if it doesn't come from this department, then what department will it come from? And so these are things that we'll ask as we're putting the budget together. The one thing, I think, just to give a little clarity, because we've kind of taken apart the issue of collecting revenue, one of the things that may prevent the Department of Finance from getting you the material quicker is because they have a contract with an outside vendor which I think it's 3 vendors, that is mandated they get it at a certain point, and they don't give it up until a certain point. So it may be difficult until you have a new RFP, if that should come to pass, that they're willing, the new RFP is willing to either get the issue later or give it up sooner. So I think that's a dilemma as it relates to dealing with this that is more complicated than just them transferring it. The other thing I'd just like to comment is that we've asked the city attorney's office, and I know it's difficult, but any ordinance that is coming out of the budget process, that we get it, if possible, before June 30th, so we can get a full year of revenue. So if these ordinances on, I guess, what is it, attachment H? Is that what it is?
Yeah, Exhibit H.
Exhibit H, that we can get a head start on those, because it is very, very harmful on our revenue sources to get a full year funding and an ordinance that gets here in December. So if we can get a jump on that, it would be appreciative. The 2 ordinances I'd like to ask about, 2 is the Department of Finance has been now waiting for several months on the lien ordinance, and the issue
that was released last week. They should have it in their hands by now.
Okay, and then the other one we've been looking for is the foundation ordinance.
The what?
Foundation, where we're setting up criteria for foundations to operate in the city of L.A. Dealt with a variety of funds that are
I'll have to get more detail on it and get back to you.
All right. So that's been in the hopper. The other thing is that...
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, what was the first ordinance?
The first one dealt with the Department of Finance
Oh, the
being
lien,
able to
yes.
put liens on the clients. The other thing, in this regard, I think we certainly are sympathetic to every department that comes here as it relates to the cuts, and particularly when everybody thinks everybody else should be cut. And I think that's where I think we're going to have to make some tough decisions. But I think one of the things, just from my perspective, it's very difficult to talk about generating revenue when departments say, let me have what I generate, when they're not responsible for the cost of the personnel, not responsible for the cost of their housing, and yet they're saying all of the funds the city expends in that department, they want the benefit of what the settlement might be. So I think, to me, that's very difficult to evaluate, and so I think if we can get you to basically take responsibility for the losses and the personnel, we'd be glad to share the settlements with you. And so I think that's the dilemma we're in. We have to fund your department in order for us to get the results. And so I think these are things that are the realities of the budget, and the realities of the budget is that somebody's got to get cut. We don't know quite how many. And Ben, we would like to know if there's any other surprises in the budget where we've had a second thought that the cut is much too severe. We need to know that before the person sits at the table and find out that that was a second thought about the issue, and we need to know ahead of time. So let me say thank you very much. We're going to move on now to the building and safety.
Chairman, thank you for your indulgence. I appreciate the time you spent with us, and I apologize for any overindulgence on my part.
We appreciate the insights. Colleagues, again, it's 8:59. We have 3 departments. If we are diligent and are not paid by the word or hour, we can get out of here at some reasonable time. And so, so the thing is, and also realize, what time do we start tomorrow? 9 o'clock. So we have an opportunity to go home and shower, or we can just stay here and stay in the clothes we have. So, no, we had a break last year. Okay, let's go building and safety. Just a minute, Bert. We'll be with you.
Yes, sir.
Is everybody together? Okay. Why don't you give us a little overview? We've read the material. It doesn't have to be a novel, but give us what your important issues are, and we can go into questions.
Yes, sir, I get the message loud and clear. And I did hear you say to the police chief, because he was new, you'd be very nice to him, and I want you to remember that I'm newer than him.
That's right, but we only give one pass a day.
Thank you. I will be very brief because of the lateness of the hour, and I know you have our materials. I wanted to point out that how much we understand and appreciate the fiscal crisis that all of the pieces of the city are facing, and to let you know that we do very much support the mayor's proposed budget. I'd like to just briefly comment on our budget in two aspects. One is the enterprise fund, which handles all those building services, and two, the general fund, which handles code enforcement. And I have listened very carefully and intently to the comments about the current recession and the hoped-for economic recovery. And I just want to be very clear that even though you have faced immense fiscal crisis in the general fund, the problems, the challenges that we have had to face in building and safety have been even more severe. Revenues in the general fund have clearly gone down, but our fund is driven by construction fees, and construction fees have gone down by even more than general fund revenues. So we have faced really quite a significant challenge. We've seen new construction drop from $5.2 billion in 06-07 down to $2.5 billion in 08-09, and therefore correspondingly our revenues have dropped. Our revenues in that same period of time dropped from $125 million to $75 million. Our expenditures, because government reacts more slowly, our expenditures grew from $99 to $117 million, and our positions grew from 860 to 899. And we've made it through this difficult time by reducing our carry-forward balance, or what you would call reserves. We believe that the economy is starting to turn. We see it every day at the people coming into our counters, and we see it in our revenues. We get revenue reports every day, and we see it coming in our revenues. So during this next fiscal year, we do believe that we can continue to drive down our expenses and drive up our revenues and get back to a break-even point and not have to further reduce our reserves by the end of this coming fiscal year. Now, I heard and followed the conversation about everybody's optimism about the economy recovering, and I just want to be very honest about it and note that new construction will probably lag behind much of that. That you will see retail sales go up before you will see new retail stores get built. You will see hotel occupancy go up before you see new hotels get built. And so we don't get our money until we start building new stuff, and we have to absorb a lot of excess inventory before we see new construction. But with that said, you look at our budget, you'll see we have a 10% reduction in our, continuing another 10% reduction in our budget in terms of expenditures, but only a 5% increase in our revenues for the enterprise fund. So we think that 5% revenue increase in building activity is modest and one that we are totally comfortable moving forward with. When we talk very quickly about the general fund, as I was going through the confirmation process, I met with all of you, and we talked about a lot of things, and probably nothing was more forefront in your mind than code enforcement. Because code enforcement is a general fund activity and not an enterprise fund, I am very concerned about the future of our code enforcement program. I think they do a great job, and the city attorney here was talking about the working together, and we're very much trying to do that. We're working with the city attorney's office to make our program, our code enforcement, more self-sustained. We are already, by the end of this year, we're hoping to get up to close to 80% cost recovery, and we'd like to believe with the next 2 years, working closely with the city attorney and his new initiatives, that we can get to 100% cost recovery. So with that, we are very happy to answer questions, and I got a lot of people who are a lot smarter than me here to help me.
Okay. Let me just start off with asking you, there's been some discussion about the whole issue of code enforcement and whether there's any ability for the city to be better coordinated if between housing and building and safety and one organization do the inspections as opposed to the current split that we have in addressing inspections of buildings.
I have heard that discussion also, and I don't have a strong position on that. We are definitely not out trying to capture that activity. It's not something we need. Could it be done more efficiently as one department? I really don't know, because you'd still have the same function. A certain number of people would have to be doing housing, and a certain number of people would having to be commercial, and I don't know that you'd really see any net savings by doing that. I'd be hard-pressed to promise you savings.
The other thing, I think we asked the fire department, because they're doing fire inspections, housing's doing housing, you're doing commercial, but whether there's a need to look at how inspections could be done as a entity, as opposed to splitting it up amongst 3 or 4 departments and everybody kind of replicating going to the same building or similar buildings, as opposed to one group being in charge of inspection.
I think there's probably more replication with us in fire, because we really do go to the same buildings. With us in housing, I'm not sure there's quite as much, because they go to housing, we go to commercial, but we both go, fire and us both go to commercial buildings, and so there could be some savings there. I think there would probably be an issue, and I don't know enough about how the LA Fire Department works. If they are doing that work with sworn personnel, and we'd be doing it with civilian, then I think there could be some savings. I don't know if they're doing it with sworn personnel.
But as part of your inspections, you're dealing with residential over a certain size?
I'd have to ask Ray, do we ever do residential over a certain size?
Is there some breakdown? I'm just...
Ray Chan, Executive Officer of Building Safety. Actually, we do 2 types of inspection. One type is for new construction. That is to say, if there's this project to be developed, and throughout the development process, then our inspector will go over there and do the inspection for
That's construction.
fee. That is for the new construction. There's another type of construction, we call this like an annual monitoring type of inspection. We used to provide this type of annual monitoring inspection for Title 19 buildings, for certain type of A-occupancy restaurants. However, we felt that we have a lot of duplications with the fire department regulation for inspection. So about 2 years ago, myself and also Chief Hill, we signed an MOU, and we relinquished this authority to fire department. So we don't have any more duplication from that standpoint.
And that's on what, businesses?
That is for businesses, and we don't perform any annual inspection at all for residential buildings.
Okay.
Well, some of the when I say some of the big apartments, they're also subject to this annual inspection, but we already deferred this responsibility to the fire department, so there would not be any duplication.
So the answer is there's no duplication.
Yeah, okay. And then let me just ask the CAO if we can get a report back. I think we've done this before, but if we can get it updated on this whole inspection idea between fire, building and safety, and housing, to see if there's any ability to get better coordination and reduce costs.
Sure, absolutely. We'll get back to you on that.
And then let me ask you, currently on the building and safety, how much is your department on general fund and how much is on enterprise?
Well, in construction activities, we're 100%, including all of our related costs, we're 100% within the enterprise fund. The only general fund activity we have is code enforcement. And Karen, correct me if I'm wrong, we're trying to get more money for emergency preparedness. I think we put some more money for emergency preparedness in this budget out of the general fund.
Yes. Sorry. Karen Panera. The CAO worked with us, and we did put in about $230,000 or $240,000 for funding some positions for emergency preparedness and response.
Is that for internal emergency?
Internal. If there's an earthquake, fire, flood, whatever it is, we're there in some way, shape, or form.
Is how your department will respond to the emergency?
Housing Department does habitability inspections, and they've asked to partner with us, but Building and Safety is actually the agency tasked with doing the structural damage assessment, and we're certified and trained to do that.
So after an earthquake, after a fire, we're first responders. I mean, we're right there, right behind the fire department, deciding if a building is habitable.
Right, and you have to be certified to post a building red, yellow, or green tags, and that's what we're charged with.
And the enterprise fund can't be used for that purpose.
What's that now?
The enterprise fund cannot be used for that purpose. That is why we work with them to add that on.
Okay. And you also collect fees for planning, is that right? Planning department?
Yes, we do. We have accounting clerk staff that that collects revenue for planning department customers at the One-Stop Construction Services Center, and then and the fire department. And per the code for planning, at least, we get $5 reimbursement per transaction. That is one area that's not cost recovery, and we plan to look at it soon to see how we can be fully cost recovery with our accounting clerks.
Now, one thing I was asking Miguel on, I think when we were talking about fees, and although some of the revenues we projected, and one of the things that was kind of inconsistent, if what Bud says is workload is going down and the market's not recovering, and yet on some of these fees and such that we have in our revenue, I don't know if we've addressed that level of what he just related as a downturn in the very business element of their department.
Well, that line item with fees and licenses and permits is where most of the parking asset revenue was plugged in, and it's sort of the catch-all miscellaneous category. That's really the biggest chunk in that significant increase, but if you know in the projected year for the following year, it goes away.
And then, but what's the 10% mean in numbers of people, or is it 10% more of furloughs, or how are you taking
Well, right now, in the budget that you have before you, we would have to lay off 80 employees. Now, if you decided to go with furloughs, an exact number we'd have to work on, but if we would go with furloughs, then obviously we wouldn't have to do those. Right now, where our budget's predicated upon no furloughs, because there are no furloughs, there are 80 layoffs. If you didn't do paid days off, then we could reduce that. And we should note that if we did non-paid days off instead of layoffs, that equals to like about $2 million of revenue the general fund would be getting from us. So by reducing that, the layoffs, you reduce the amount of money our enterprise fund provides to the general fund.
But the 80 layoffs, is that program for July 1st?
It's 80 July 1st.
Okay, thank you. Great.
You obviously heard the discussion of the city attorney. I presume with the code enforcement section being reduced so much that your filings with the city attorney are way down as well?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Repeat the question. I couldn't quite hear you.
Filings with the city attorney.
Right.
With your code enforcement program being reduced so badly, I would presume your filings are down a lot with the city attorney as well.
Yes, Frank.
It's on their way down, and it's taking us a longer time to get them there. Frank Bush, I'm the Assistant Chief of the Code Enforcement Bureau. Right now, we're still maintaining the levels, but it is starting to have an effect on what we will be.
I'd appreciate if you present those figures to the CAO so they can put that in the city attorney report, not for you guys. An issue that came up earlier this evening with the fire department dealt with positions that were unfunded, but positions that were to be deleted from the budget. When we get to the enterprise fund positions, which float with the economy, you go up and down as your enterprise fund allows you to do. Are those resolution positions, all of them?
I don't know if we're cutting 220. 236 unfunded positions, Karen. So on that, were those substitute authorities or?
Well, we're the 236 positions, 110 are regular and 126 are resos.
So are they being recommended for deletion or just unfunding?
Well, all of them initially were recommended for deletion, but I think the CAO is working with us to allow us to have 30 unfunded frozen positions like you just described.
It's really a structural issue. As we downsize the city for a while, some of this will come back, and obviously special funded and enterprise funded type positions will be the first to come back as money's available. So I don't want to lose the ability to bring people back into those jobs by having to recreate them again. So what we asked on the fire department was, and at the suggestion of the CLA is, don't delete them for the budget, put them as resolution authorities, and then we'll hold them in the budget for a future time so you don't have to go out and reinvent the wheel.
In the case of building safety, unlike fire, they're developing a different strategy so that they don't, during the next boom, they hire up, and then we're back in the same situation years later in the next bus, where they have a workforce that they can't maintain. So part of it was just trying to find the right mix.
The sweet number.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so you did that. That's what I was trying.
Yes.
We've worked very closely with them, and we want to keep some of the, I think we have 30 unfunded vacant positions that we would like to hold for like the authority to bring back 90-day contracts, so that we can deal with the peaks in the valleys
That
differently
was
than
my
just...
concern, and as we
Right,
talked to the
so
fire
we
department,
took
they
care
were
of
just
that.
eliminating them.
Right,
So
we didn't
we've-
do that, yeah.
Okay, you didn't do that here, that's good.
Yeah.
Okay, good, thanks.
I understand that working with the mayor's office, there's been a look at some of these special funded positions and possibly a little better special funded revenue than expected. So I don't know if that's true, and if it is true, are some of these 80 positions being considered to be reestablished?
Is that, no, go ahead.
I have to just make sure that we're on the same page and we make some clarification.
Let's answer his question first.
When you talk about the 80 layoffs, it's not just a matter of positions. These are warm bodies to begin with. What we're asking for right now is if we could, apply furlough even to our special fund employees. And with that we believe that we do not have to lay off any of the 80 employees. Now, one point I want to make it clear that for the past 2.5 years, the enterprise fund, as Mr. Over mentioned, that has suffered because of the construction activities. However, for the past 4 or 5 months, things are turning around. As a matter of fact, for the month of March and the month of April, these 2 months were the first time that we see that we're in the black. And when we end up this fiscal year, we projected that we will have about $10 million carry over to the next fiscal year. However, it seems based on a calculation, because we believe that we could hit our target revenue, and our expenditure is going to be lower than expected. So with that said, we will carry approximately $12 million to the next fiscal year. So things are definitely turning around. We have more customers going to the counter. We have our plan check revenue and permit fees have been much higher than last year. It's just that the first half of this fiscal year that we're in right now dragged our revenue down. But we're very positive. We know that we'll do very well. There are definitely more transactions in terms of permits pool. And these are not huge projects. These are not like, 20 high-rise buildings. But certainly these are some small residential projects. We see some apartments coming back. And all these things add up. And we feel that the things are definitely turning around. I will have a meeting with Mr. Tom Coates tomorrow. I'm going to show all our number of permits, number of county transactions, our plan check revenue, our valuation, all the charts that we have been recording and monitoring for the past 7 years, month by month, to make sure that, we get our point across to CEO, the business turning around, and we need people to take care of the business.
Let me be sure, Councilman, if that answered your question. I thought your question was different than that.
One question based on that, if you're expecting to carry over $12 million, why wouldn't we just budget to address the needs this year?
And let me tell you, the carryover that we have isn't the same as you would have in reserves. Our carryover is for people that pay fees for services that are not yet rendered. So when somebody comes in and gets a building permit, the building might take 3 years to build. They get a plan check, the plan check might have to carry over. So when we have reserves, we don't even call it reserves. We have it's fees paid for services not yet rendered. So our revenues just offsetting our expenditures is not enough. Our revenues have to exceed our expenditures so that we've carried over and encumbered enough money for the inspections. So you do a Marriott hotel, it could take 3 years. They'll pay all their inspection fees on day one, but we'll be out spending on inspectors for 3 years. So we have to encumber that money to be able to pay those services.
Gotcha. But so in terms of avoiding the layoffs of the 80 people that were contemplated, you think you can do that by furloughing?
Yes, if we, it's a council decision, but if we had furloughs instead of layoffs, we would accomplish the same goal, and you would get more money for the general fund.
That assumes that it winds up getting upheld when it's finally that concept is adjudicated, but...
That's right, and that's why that
good
issue
to me.
is your issue, not ours.
If we're able to do it, that sounds like a good approach to me.
Just to make a point on that particular proposal, Mayor did not propose furloughing special funded employees because of those possible legal issues that have been considered at the state level as well, and because of the fact that in some cases when we do furlough special funded employees, there is a revenue impact to the general fund in terms of the related cost. So just the other point on this proposal, by using furloughs to offset the layoffs, that is moving or the position eliminations rather, that is moving a structural change to a one-time change. So going from a structural solution to a one-time solution.
And I was just going to reiterate that when furloughs would be considered one time, so you're basically not dealing with the structural issue with a furlough. So.
This is a council issue. We respect that the council and the mayor have to work that out.
No, I think we just have to have a clear understanding what's real money and what's temporary money. And
that's right.
I think many of the general managers have said if you just let us work it out this year, we can fix it. The problem is it's a ingrained long-term solution, and generally the only real solution in many instances is removing people off the payroll. So that's one of the issues. You finished?
I'm done, yeah.
Dennis?
I don't know if this has been answered yet. The special funds versus general funds, what portion of your budget?
Do you have the exact 75-25? No? What do you think?
88% enterprise fund and 12%.
Wait, I can't hear what you're saying.
88% enterprise fund and 12% special fund. Excuse me, 88% special fund and 12% general fund.
That might be the previous years, but actually right now for this budget for fiscal year 2010 and 2011, the enterprise budget amount is $90 million, and the general fund budget amount is $7 million.
When you take out.
Okay.
Yeah, fair. Yes. So the ratio is about 90 versus 7.
And the special funded positions, have you been able to move employees from general to special fund?
Well, we had 20 layoffs in this last round, and everybody found a home. We either moved them from the general fund into the special fund, or we moved them to other departments. So we had, in this last round of when there was 1,000 layoffs, we had 20 of those. Nobody hit the bridge.
See, I don't consider that layoffs. They're being transferred. They're still employed. They still have their benefits, paycheck. So we need to be, as we keep on talking about transparent, we talk about layoffs. Layoffs means you're no longer employed. You're not getting a paycheck. You're not getting insurance. So when we're transferring people around, let's be candid and say we transfer them, they're still employed.
Yeah, we call it transferred in lieu of layoff, and that's exactly what happened. I do want to be transparent.
Yeah, but layoff is a term that we interpret means you're gone. The prioritizing functions, cutting back on the ones you're preserving. So you're prioritizing functions, I assume.
Absolutely.
We talk about code enforcement, which to me is very important. I want to commend Frank Bush because he's out there day and night taking care of business. How are you prioritizing the functions?
Again, understand that we prioritize functions, but we have to prioritize them within the funding source. So we prioritize the enterprise fund within the special fund that it is. We prioritize the code enforcement within the general fund. And Frank, so if you have a lessening amount of general fund money going to code enforcement, how do you prioritize that?
We prioritize our work based on safety factors. If there are imminent hazards, we're going to deal with those right off the bat, and take some of the lesser violations, maybe an overheight fence or a hedge or something, and have a longer response time to those issues.
Now, have you got any coordination with street services? Because some of those situations that overlap between building and safety and street services where they have certain jurisdiction, you have certain jurisdiction, have you done any coordination between the two?
We have our jurisdiction is on the private property. We do have authority to cite for some sections on public property. They're the lead agency on those, so if we get complaints about that, we turn the complaints to them on the public property, and they do vice versa for us. So but we can at times
back each other up and deal with a situation if it arises.
But have we tried to coordinate to say if it's right on that border between public and private, where whoever's there can take care of it instead of calling somebody else?
We have the authority, they have the authority to cite sections on the private property, and we do both from time to time.
Was that a recent change?
No, it's been that way for a number of years.
Okay, I thought there was a problem where someone didn't have the authority and they were trying to change that to give them the authority.
Well, we don't have authority on every code section that they have, but for, let's say, a vendor enforcement on a public property, or posting signs on a public property, somebody putting up a banners, advertising banners, we have authority on those, and we can take action on them. It has created, sometimes within being a lead agency, it can create conflict and overlap of enforcement on there, so we have kind of tried to let them be the lead agency on those issues, and, where there is a backup.
And then the new administrative code enforcement fee, when do we think that'll take effect?
We're working with the city attorney on those right now, and we're hoping to get it done. We can get it done in the next few months. To get
How much will we bring in on that?
Well, we're trying to, what this fee here that we're proposing is to be able to charge for the services that we render when we issue an order to comply. Right now, we haven't been able to do that historically. The city attorney has been open to conversation on that recently, so we've been talking about it. There's an estimate here that, we issue somewhere in the vicinity of 13,000 orders to comply a year. And, I know we have a listing in here that we talked about 4,000. That would be if this would be what we could do. If the ordinance gets in place next year, we'd get 4,000 of those in there. The possibility there is to get a little over, from the 4,000 to get a little over $1 million. But there's potential for a lot more than that if we can do all the 13,000. So the number we're using, Councilman, direct answer to your question, the number we're using is $1 million. And
For this year.
For this year. For this upcoming 10-11.
Yes.
And it should grow beyond that, but we don't want to count too many of our chickens before the eggs have hatched.
And do you plan to bring additional proposals forward on fees or other avenues?
Yes, sir, we definitely do, particularly in the area of code enforcement. Like I said, we have a good working relationship with the city attorney. He's motivated to develop a better cost recovery system, and we're certainly very motivated to have a better cost recovery system.
And on the delays that people are going to be experiencing, plan check, inspections, what type of delays are we talking about?
Right.
On the new construction side, for example, over the counter, people right now on an average, they wait about 15 minutes for the services, and it will be at least 30 minutes and plus. Also from a plan check standpoint, meanwhile, we have about 90% of the plan checks get checked about 4 weeks turnaround time, and it will be about 6 weeks. And for inspection, right now we have more than 95% of all the inspection requests that we will respond within 24 hours, and that is not going to be the case. Probably about 85% of the inspection requests can be addressed within 24 hours.
And there's fewer requests coming in?
Not at all, because right now, as I mentioned, there are more and more small jobs coming in. We still have to get back to that. We believe that we already hit the lowest of the valley, and things are swinging, turning around.
So you see an increase?
Yes.
So development is starting to take off again?
Definitely.
It's taking off, and again, if you had a crystal ball, if I had a crystal ball, we'd both be very rich. It's definitely moving up, but in terms of revenue for next year, we're only projecting a 5% increase, so we're not fooling ourselves. We're not going to get back to $5 billion in a single year in the next several years. I mean, it's coming back, but we're not fooling ourselves. We're not looking at the world through rosy glasses on this in terms of our revenue projections.
But there will be an increase?
There will definitely be an increase. It will.
All right. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay.
Thank you.
Paul? Okay. Jan? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
We will move to the next department. Appreciate the information. Oh, before you leave, I forgot two cards. Mr. McQuiston and Angel Carville. You just stay in place in case they say something that we may ask you to respond to.
Jim McQuiston.
That was pretty quick, huh?
As you know, I'm a professional engineer registered in the state. And so when Mr. Overton got into this, immediately I looked him up in the directory and I didn't find his name. And so I thought, gee whiz, this is city exempt. So I went down to the law books and I found out, no, the city isn't exempt, so I hope that you will get registered quickly. There is a problem, as I put in my thing on my statement this morning. You notice that there is a problem with the enterprise funds. When I looked in the book on the distribution of the enterprise funds, I found I couldn't justify some of the ways that the funds are being used in other departments because I couldn't really honestly say that they had a relationship. And as you know, Article 13D of the Constitution says that you really can't use those funds for anything except for what they were paid for. So I am concerned about those particular ones. The other thing that I'm really concerned about, though, is that we have 696 people in building and safety right now, according to the book. And the problem is that we're not going to safety of people. For example, Al quis priolo, which is the earthquake law, says that we're supposed to be telling people if they're close to an active fault. Well, we've known in the engineering profession for a long time about that there are active faults in the city of Los Angeles, and yet when we try to get building and safety or the planning department to notify people, they say, oh no, there are no faults in Los Angeles, we don't have to notify them. Well, the Al quis priolo says if we don't notify you and there is an earthquake, the city is liable. And the earthquake doesn't have to be on that fault. It can be on any fault, as long as the people feel some kind of contusion.
Thank you, Mr. McQuiston.
$1 billion in liability, and we do have to get that corrected. This morning, the state...
Mr. McQuiston, you've gone beyond your time. Okay, all right, thank you.
Well, shut the fuck up.
Mr. Calvo?
Thank you. Angel Calvo, formerly of the Department of Building and Safety, Bureau of Code Enforcement, now with Engineers and Architects. Just real quick, in recognition of the very valuable work that the department does do for the city, we would urge, again, that if possible, the City Council look at some ways of restoring some of the funding, especially to the general fund portion of the department. It is, again, it seems like I keep saying this, but public safety is sometimes more than just sworn. And just like the city attorney's office, building and safety has a very valuable role, especially my old Bureau of Code Enforcement. And we would urge you, if possible, to look at whatever sources you can to restore some of the funding there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to the next department, and that's Animal Services. While they're coming up, we'll go ask those who put in cards to come up to the podium. We have Pam Wilkerson, Tina Clark. Ms. Wilkerson, you had two cards in for the same thing. David Russ. Mr. Gusser, you have two cards. Phyllis Doherty, come on up to the microphone, please. And Phyllis, Jennifer Kraus, you can come right up behind her so we can... You have 2 minutes.
My name is Pam Wilkinson, and Councilman Parks, you remember 9 years ago when the city streets were full of stray animals. We've come a long way, baby. Yeah, and you guys are all troopers, by the way, for hanging in there. Moms used to walk their children to school with baseball bats. Dogs were cruising on the freeways. They were breeding all along the 110 freeway in North Central. We've gone a long way, and I'm really worried that the city of LA is going to regress back to even how it was 5 years ago. with animal procreation rates, how they are, and the lack of staff by LA Animal Services if this budget is cut. Public safety is not where budgets should be cut. Police, fire, animal services, no department wants cuts. Most are afraid they won't be able to perform. Although public safety is not a perform issue, it's a protect issue. They want to make sure that they can protect the residents in the city of Los Angeles. Continued diligence by LA Animal Services is crucial, so the city does not regress. This year, LA Animal Services has approximately $350,000 increased revenue. Also, they're going to be implementing, hopefully, a new no-leash citation program. It's going to be very lucrative. So many people in upscale neighborhoods do not keep their dogs on a leash. So it's going to be a really horrible decision for City Council to decide which council district they're going to have a closed shelter at, and which council district and surrounding area is going to have a lack of response time by officers. It's easy to take care of today. All you guys have to do, I mean, it just before it goes to council. The budget has been cut for LA Animal Services 2 years in a row. They're already working on a shoestring budget. They have an opportunity to bring in more revenue, and I think it's important that you guys don't give them the opportunity to where they have to take away this opportunity to generate more revenue. Please also revisit the 311 phone number. It won't work. Thank you so much. Bye.
Tina Clark, going once and twice. Daniel Gus, Phyllis Doherty, Jennifer Kraus, Elizabeth Orbeck. Okay, Phyllis? Phyllis?
All right, Phyllis Doherty with the Animalicious Movement. I left packets for each of you today that had some rather graphic pictures in them, but I think it's important that you see what animal control officers and shelter personnel deal with daily. It's one thing to hear about an attack by a dog. It's another thing to see the devastation that it does create. Animal control officers are the only professionals that are trained to deal with this type of situation. And we know that the number of aggressive dogs is increasing in the city. Right now, as Officer Dancy said yesterday, there are only 48 officers taking care of all of the animal control issues in this city 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, and they cannot care for what they have now. Cutting them by furloughs that would amount to another 10% is a tremendous reduction in this force, and this city will not be safe without them. The Department of Animal Services was given 2 tools this last week that will create revenue. So the furloughs, while they would just be a temporary fix, these are actual structural fixes, because if you will help them fast-track the administrative citation plan, which the city attorney is so anxious to do now after all of these years that we've been working on it, this is well taken and very, very appreciated. And also the licensing. They now have the list from the Department of Water and Power. They have the potential to generate in this year more than the $1.7 million that you're planning to cut. And that way we will have the officers out there. We will be building compliance. So as the number of administrative citations can decrease, the number of licensing will be increased. We need to give them a chance to do this. This is the wrong time to cut this out, to cut this department, because they're just at the point now where they're going to start generating revenue.
Thank you. We have Jennifer.
Switching.
Want to give your name?
Elizabeth Orick.
All right.
Good evening, council and committee members. I know it's been a very long and difficult day for you, and I do appreciate the opportunity to speak. My name is Elizabeth Orick, and I am a third-generation native of Los Angeles, so I have a very personal interest in the health and future of this city. But I'm also the Los Angeles Programs Manager for Best Friends Animal Society, and we have been staunch allies of both the city and the Department of Animal Services for the 20 years that we've been here. And we have been very enthusiastic about and supportive of the commitment that Los Angeles made to becoming a no-kill city, and we are on the path to achieving that goal. But these proposed cuts are going to revert us back to the time of catch and kill, a barbaric and truly unfortunate time, not just for the animals, but for the citizens of this city. And it's going to be a PR nightmare for this city. Every day we receive calls from people who are struggling with the same economic issues that are plaguing our city. And these folks rely on animal services as a community resource for spay and neuter services, to respond to calls about mistreated or nuisance animals, to care for their pets when they get lost, and as a place to go when they want to adopt a new pet into their family, and much, much more than that. I know that this is a very challenging process for you and that you're having to make some very difficult decisions. Every department is fighting to defend their budgets, and none of us wants to see cuts to any of our city services. But I hope that you'll remember this isn't just about the animals, but about our citizens who not only rely on the services of this department, but who will then have to absorb the costs of these cuts, resulting in more animals entering the shelter, fewer animals being adopted, and more animals being euthanized, which will ultimately cost the city more than the current programs do. I think we can all agree that this would not be a step in the right direction for a city that has always strived to be a humane and progressive leader in this country. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Jennifer Kraus, Angel Carville, Whitney Smith, Hayes Lynn?
Good evening, council members and budget committee. My name is Jennifer Krause, and I am also with Best Friends Animal Society. And thank you for the opportunity to speak. I know you guys have been here a very long time, and I'm sure very tired. I'm here to just talk about the budget cuts. I understand that the cuts are necessary, and I empathize with your position, but please realize the devastating effects this would have on the LA community, which, as Elizabeth said, many people look to as a model, as a progressive model. Right now, with the current financial situation, more and more people are surrendering their pets. Our shelters are overcrowded. We're already short-staffed. Now more than ever, we need the protective services that only the animal control officers can provide, both inside of our shelters and outside on the streets.
Whoa.
The cuts will severely decrease the animal services and staff, which are already decreased, and for the amount of animals that come in, and the staff cuts would also most likely result in the closing of a shelter, which removes capacity for thousands of animals a year, which means thousands of animals will have to be killed simply because of space and lack of personnel. Shutting the shelter also means that the opportunity for public to visit or adopt animals would be reduced, which would be a revenue reduction as well. In the last 10 years, we feel that the Los Angeles Animal Services, as well as the animal welfare communities, have made tremendous progress. We feel that this cut would take us back 10 years. So please reconsider and know that the humane community is here to come up with creative solutions as well. Thank you.
Angel? Okay.
Hi, my name is Whitney Smith. I'm a rescuer volunteer at the shelter and sort of all-around helper of animals in the city. I've got two things. One, I am at the shelter about twice a week. The staff is so dispirited already. They're anticipating that they're going to lose their jobs. The animals are, and one quote, the euthanasias are going to go through the roof. I know it's really hard to imagine, but I know their faces, and I know the ones that died this week because they are cutting back on how much volume they can have already. So if you go even further, I mean, we are talking about real live beings that could have a chance that will not. Secondly, I was out last night on 84th Street in Firestone trapping some ferals and moving them because the guy can't have them there anymore. And he told me that just recently he had an injured cat. He called Animal Services. It took 2 days. That cat lay suffering in a box. He has no car. He had no money. He didn't want to get involved financially. And he called and he was upset. And the captain at the shelter said, "Sir, we have budget cutbacks. We can't get out there. We have too few people staffing 6 million people. Additionally, school children in the area have to jump over his fence because there's dangerous dogs that run in his neighborhood." Again, waiting for animal control to come. There's 52 officers for, I think, 6 million people. So I'm just saying, boots on the ground, this is almost mind-boggling that you could take $1 from the LA Animal Services budget. There's already so little, and the volunteers are already putting in a gap where the staff has already been cut back. So just from the poor neighborhoods that are served very much by Animal Services, they use it every day. They will have nowhere to go, and more animals will die, which is already painful. And this is about suffering. Real suffering, not imaginary suffering, like real suffering. The people that work at the shelter and the people that are trying to save their lives. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm going to be really quick. My name's Hazelyn. I'm the founder of Take Me Home Rescue. I just want to give maybe some solutions to consider. What about a pet food sales tax? Or instituting a pet sales tax for all live animals sold in pet stores? Or how about a 2-year moratorium on breeding? Fine those who are selling animals in the newspaper or over the internet. You will make funds right there. Allow shelter volunteers to assist more with adoption paperwork and canvassing to generate revenue. We can bring in funds if we work together. Please do not cut LA Animal Services. You do not want more stray animals in your neighborhood, maybe endangering a child. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Patty Shanker. I live in Pacific Palisades, and I'm here representing a nonprofit foundation called Voice for the Animals, which rescues and adopts out dogs and cats, works on public policy issues, and is an official New Hope partner with the Department of Animal Services. Voice for the Animals is an especially appropriate concept today relative to the animals in the city's animal shelters. They need someone to speak for them loudly and forcefully right now. The proposed budget calls for all department staff at Animal Services to take 26 furlough days. That's 5 weeks of unpaid vacation. That kind of severe cut in available staffing could mean the closure of an animal shelter, and the closure of an animal shelter could, absolutely will, mean that thousands of animals will have to be killed by the city because there's no room for them. This is a violation of the promise made to the voters in 2000 when we approved the bonds that paid for the major upgrade to the shelters that has taken place in the last decade. And this is a penny-wise and pound-foolish example of public policy, because the animal shelters generate revenue from adoptions, while killing animals just cuts money, not to mention goodwill. Please find another way to balance the city's budget without forcing the closure of animal shelters. An across-the-board pay cut, combined with finding ways to enhance revenues, would be a more reasonable approach, because it would do just that. Keeping enough workers on the job to properly staff the shelters is important for the shelter workers, the rescuers, and the animals, and for the soul of our city of angels. It is good policy and good politics. So in closing, I make light of this serious situation by begging you to please, for the animals, keep cutting their balls, but not their budget. What? Thank you.
What? Beep, beep. Were you talking about the mayor's office, or? I didn't catch that.
We'll just buzz.
Okay, I don't know how I follow that one.
They should be in bed by now. It's 10 o'clock.
Whoa.
Yeah.
All I can say is, whoa.
In respect of the late hour, my name is Angel Calvo with Engineers and Architects again.
Should I ask him what his name is?
My comments basically have continue with the theme on furloughs, except that in this particular department, furloughs of the Department of Animal Services employees is actually getting in the way of being able to do things and programs that would generate income for the city and for the department. Presently, the management of this department is coming forward, and they have ideas on how they can generate income, but they can't implement it because their veterinary techs and their licensing staff is being furloughed. and they don't have the man-hours to be able to put in to create the programs that could generate income. So, quickly, what I would urge this council to do is please have a discussion with the management and find out from them what their ideas are, and if possible, at least try on a pilot program or some way to cut back on the number of hours that employees are being furloughed so that management can move forward with their revenue-generating ideas. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes the public comment. If we can just ask the department to give us a little overview on what they believe the impact will be of the recommended layoffs and furloughs. And I believe also in this budget, there's discussion about closing at least one shelter.
Thank you, Chairman. Council members, it would be difficult for me to encapsulate more eloquently the people that have already spoken tonight, and I certainly won't take up your time trying to do so. What I certainly will share with you is that we don't envy your position and the difficult decisions that you're facing. What I will also share with you is that we've been very financially stringent in our expenses and extremely creative, I think, in generating donations in the past several months. Just within the past month, knowing how difficult our budget situation is, we've raised $53,000 in a kennel sponsorship program. We've received a $17,000 donation in pet food from Ellen DeGeneres. We've received another $9,000 pet food donation from another cat food company, and we've increased our revenue by 30%. There's been a litany of great things that have been happening. The very best news that I can share with you is that our euthanasia rate has continued to drop, and in the first quarter of this calendar year is now at 25%. We know that all of you are pet compassionate people, and we deeply appreciate your consideration of our position. Closing our Northeast facility will be disastrous. Currently, we have 166 pets that are residing in that facility. It is also the facility that we use to place our pets that have been evacuated for disasters. It is the only place we have additional space when those disasters hit. The furloughs will cause us to close a second center, and that will be an operating center, a fully open center. One of those centers holds anywhere from 265 pets to 350 pets. Those pets will have to be placed at a different center. There's a very direct correlation between holding capacity and euthanasia. By closing Northeast, we lose 10% of our capacity. By closing a large center, we lose another 15% of our capacity. That's 25%. That equates to roughly 11,000 euthanasias additional to what we have. The impact of the furloughs will also reduce our ACOs, our animal control officers, by about another 8 officers. Already we are stressed and pulled to the max in trying to make sure that we address all of the calls that come in. And certainly many of them are serious. We're talking about animal bites, we're talking about attacks, we're talking about dogs running at large. That will also have a dramatic impact on obviously our response times that we're right now not extremely happy with. As mentioned, council members, we know you have very, very difficult matters before you. We appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Could you give us, in the sense of the overall running of the department, the issue of what is it going to be a strain on the other shelters with the closure of this shelter, or are there other pending closures, or just where are we in the sense of looking at the overall operation in the city? Are we to assume closure of one is going to solve some of the layoff and furlough issues?
We have proposed the layoffs of the call center and the canvassers in the budget.
as well as Northeast. Those animals obviously will have to go to another center. The furloughs will cause a reduction in staff sufficient for exactly one large center. So all of those pets will have to go someplace else.
And the department has built all of its shelters except, what, one?
Correct. We have one in the planning stages that is in South LA.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Great.
I just had one question dealing with the voucher redemption program. $240,000 comprised of feral cat sterilization 60% and a 30% coupon program. Currently, the city is prohibited from performing the feral cat surgeries due to a CEQA lawsuit from the Audubon Society.
Yes, sir.
Would there be a better way to program that money then?
We think there might be a more efficient way of using those $30 coupons. We have right now one mobile spay-neuter van that we pay a contract price to on an annual basis, and it really gets to the heart of where our services need to be provided. And we think, given the lawsuit and the fact that we will not be able to use money for feral cat sterilizations, that some of those monies might be diverted to put into the programs where we get the most bang for our buck. So we would be happy to bring back a proposal to for your consideration for moving those $30 fees to something where we think we can be more efficient and more effective.
Okay, if we could do that as a report back, I'd appreciate that. And then secondly, it is late at night.
I'll take it.
You want to take it?
I got a question.
All right.
How much work is discretionary and how much work is mandated by law? The work that you folks do, how much is mandated and how much is discretionary?
We are mandated to take every animal that comes to us. In the past 12 months, that's been 54,000 dogs and cats. We are mandated to respond to provide at least emergency services to the public insofar as providing public safety for calls that come in for attacking, biting, dogs at large, injured dogs, cats that have been hit by cars, those kinds of emergencies.
So that's mandated by law. What about the discretionary that you folks are doing?
Virtually all of our budget is being used, Linda Barth Animal Services, is being used for the provision of core services, which is public safety, our officer work, and then the work of our animal sheltering, which is, as the general manager said, required by state law. The city of Los Angeles has a mandatory spay-neuter law, so the spay-neuter programs that we operate and the outreach that's related to that could be also said to really be mandatory in accordance with that law. That's why those programs were set up to support the overall reduction of pet overpopulation and therefore ultimately the cost of animal control.
Was that mandated by law or is that just policy?
The spay-neuter law is a municipal code.
So that's an ordinance.
That is correct. And the program, the spay-neuter support programs, such as the coupon programs and the vans, those are discretion on the part of the city council to fund those
And what's
programs.
the cost of those programs?
About $1.1 million in general fund revenue that comes to the department, which Councilmember Smith asked about, as well as about another $600,000 to $700,000 in a surcharge on dog licenses, which is also used in that program.
And what about Beverly Hills and other jurisdictions where we provide a service? What have we done with those locations?
The Beverly Hills contract is a full cost recovery contract, including all overhead costs of administering the contract. We provide fairly minimal services to them, a little bit of officer support. They don't have a lot of demand, and we shelter animals, but we also retain, in addition to charging the fees for the animals, we retain all the adoption revenue or redemption revenue from those animals. So we're in a pretty good cost recovery situation as far as Beverly Hills. So that's the only contract we have right now.
Have we tried to get other contracts?
We have actually had meetings with a few other jurisdictions to talk a little bit more about that, again with the idea that we don't want to go too far, that we aren't always providing the maximum amount of service to our own residents, and that it would be full cost recovery, that it would work with our system. So we're exploring that a little bit with a few other jurisdictions.
And the equipment, how dated is the equipment that they use in the field and in the older shelters?
The oldest shelter that's still in operation right now was opened in 2001. That's the South LA shelter. The new facilities that were built by the bond funds that were spoke about by one of the speakers, we're in pretty good shape there. We have taken a number of hits. We've had 2 successive 10% cuts in our vehicle fleet. So as far as the...
You've had what?
2 successive 10% cuts in our vehicle fleet. So we're down to, I think we only have about 80 animal rescue vehicles left for all of our officers and our animal care technicians. So that's something that we're grappling with as part of the budget.
Is there a budgetary request for additional equipment?
Not in this year's budget, no, because of the 2 cuts we've already taken.
Has there ever been tried to get donations for that?
I think...
Or sponsorship?
We have not yet at this time, but we are experimenting with some that have so far been very successful new fundraising schemes, as Kathy mentioned.
Well, the county had a contract, $1 a vehicle, and I believe it was with Ford Motor Company, where they provided the vehicles for the beach patrol, and they paid $1 a vehicle, and they used that in their advertising. Have we tried to do any of those outreach?
We haven't, but it sounds like a great idea for us to pursue.
The vehicles appear to be getting pretty old, the vehicles you have to pick up the animals. Okay, Mr. Smith?
Yes, I did have one more question.
Okay.
How long till we can get the Phyllis Doherty Administrative Citation Program up and running?
I believe that it's been sent to the, I'm sorry, I forgot what department.
The Public Safety Committee approved it, so it will now, I'm sure, come to full council and get approval. I suspect because of the resources required to get the program going, it may be sometime throughout this fiscal year. I think that we would want to try to fast track it. That's why we asked for council to really endorse it and help push all agencies to work together. But realistically, because there is an investment of resources to get it off the ground and then to track it and so forth, it'll be something that will develop sometime this fiscal year.
And how close are you to the city attorney getting their draft done?
I could not say.
Okay.
But we do anticipate, we're very, very optimistic about licensing revenue. We will be finalizing a slate of improvements that hopefully council will be able to approve by the start of the fiscal year that we think will create a lot of streamlining, and we're very, very optimistic. Not really knowing exactly the timing of it, but optimistic we'll see increases.
I appreciate if you keep me informed of that, because it is certainly a great revenue opportunity that we're missing. And the longer we postpone, the longer the city attorney takes, whatever, the longer we don't have that revenue stream. Jose?
So the care center closure, the savings realized through the care center closure is mostly through the reduction of positions, correct?
Correct.
Correct. Because it's just, there's other savings associated with it. I'm not advocating for it, but I think all we're capturing is reduction of services, reduction of positions, and that's all the savings noted in our budget. But there must be other savings. Right?
Well, one thing just to consider in regards to the proposed close of Northeast, which we've noted, is that the facility is going to have to somehow be protected in order that the temporary closure, once we reach a point where it can be reopened. So we recommended, for example, that General Services give you an opinion about what it would take to safeguard or provide security for this facility. The other potential savings might be food or supplies, but again, most of the animals held there are evidence animals. They're animals by law that we have to hold and we have to treat. So those animals are going to go to other animal care centers and just displace adoptable animals potentially. So ultimately, if there are fewer animals in our system and more animals being euthanized, that would be some small net savings in food. But then on the other hand, food is an area in which we're doing great with donations. We've probably only spent 20% of our food budget this year because we've been able to obtain donations for the rest.
Which is my point. I think the service that we need to provide is still going to be there. It's based on demand that we receive. And earlier the question was asked, how much are we doing voluntarily and how much comes to us. So if we're only saving the positions and the money realized from that, it just doesn't make sense to close a whole center down. And where's the other nearest center to that area?
Northeast, East Valley is the closest one.
How far is that? How many miles or?
About, as the crow flies, about 8, but it's maybe a 20-minute drive at least.
A 20-minute drive. And, yeah, it just doesn't, anybody want to defend this decision?
Well, it's hard to defend, but just to clarify, that center is not open to the public currently.
It's not, and what are we doing?
It's a relatively new center, and it was unfortunately never really utilized to capacity due to funding. So it's used today to house animals as was described, many of which were mandated as a result of evidence. But it's my understanding that it's not open to the public like the other centers are.
Okay, and so the idea is that it's not open to the public, it's not providing full service. It would be cheaper to have people use the other centers around, and
which they do now.
Okay, and what would the center be used for if we shut it down?
It would essentially be mothballed.
Wow, that's blight. It's not good for a community. Okay, I'm not convinced that that's the right thing to do. I mean, I think there'll be other losses other than financial that we're going to pay for later on if we do that. There's still maintenance costs. There's a number of other issues that I don't think are fully in this cost-benefit analysis that we haven't even put into the equation. And I suspect if we do, we're going to see a lot more cost to us other than the savings we're going to see by cutting those positions there. So an evaluation of that is probably merited. If we could have a report back on kind of putting in what other costs we would incur if we were to shut this down, such as maintenance and other things like that, because I'm sure there's going to be some costs there. I didn't see any reduction. The low-income vouchers, what's the impact for low-income vouchers in this year's budget?
Right now, there's no, the low-income vouchers, both the mobile program, the mobile clinic program, which is for low-income, as well as the vouchers for low-income. That money is in the budget and would be planned for. The program would be sustained as it has been in past.
Previous year, that hasn't.
Yeah, and we do have a report back, so we'll provide you some optional ideas about expanding some of the low-income outreach. And we'll bring them in our report back.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Chris?
We're all out of gas at this hour, but I hope we won't give inadequate consideration to what's being proposed. Like Mr. Weezar, I think a lot of it doesn't make any sense. So I've got a few questions. First of all, with the animal canvassers, as the revenue-producing positions, and as it looks like, especially with the information that we have from DWP and some other elements, that this could wind up producing as much revenue or more than it costs for the canvassing. Why would we be still looking at laying these positions off?
The canvassers, we don't foresee would be directly involved with the information that we're getting from DWP. We would pursue that information more administratively to get the most bang for the buck and not be sending our canvassers out door to door trying to collect those. We anticipate about 100,000 records coming from DWP. What we'll do initially is take those records, compare them with what we already have in our database for licenses, and then obviously begin a series of letters that will go out asking those people that supposedly have pets at those addresses to license their pet, and work down from there. The other problem that we have with the canvassers is, unfortunately, our ordinances haven't been very kind to them. They're not enforcement officers. They can't enforce the law. They can only go out and ask for the licenses. They don't have the enforcement authority to be able to issue citations. So we've basically set them up to fail. The positions are not adequate for the kind of enforcement authority we need out there to be able to collect a license fee or to hold the people accountable if they refuse to pay that fee. Consequently, we've looked at best practices, if you will, for other jurisdictions, and really feel that the best thing that we need to do is review that entire program and come back with a better plan to be able to do that efficiently and effectively and be able to get the most bang for the city's buck.
Well, rather than say, okay, we're screwing it up, we're just going to cut them all, why don't we just resolve the obvious problems and implement the best practices? Like, I know I think they can't take the money on the spot, as I understand it. Why can't we institute some ability to accept credit cards and do it on the spot? I know ultimately we'll probably wind up doing that. Why can't we give them the enforcement powers that you might give after more study? Why cut them now and then have to find a way to restore it later?
Mr. Kurtz, they provide a very powerful service as well in the awareness that they build and in the education that they provide. Unfortunately, they need to be officers, and in order for them to be officers, they would have to go through the hiring program, if you will, go through the background checks, go through penal code training, all of the things that would make them a bona fide officer to be able to go out in the field and do. There's no way of just transitioning them into an officer's position. So that's kind of the
Rather than
dilemma
laying
that
them
we're
off,
in.
why don't we start that process? Why don't we just start doing it right?
If we could bring on additional officer positions, I'd be more than happy to have them apply for the positions.
Sounds like a better idea than cutting them. Also, is there more we could do with volunteers? I know there are already a lot of volunteers in the system. Are there functions that we could do if we recruited more volunteers?
We could always use more volunteers. We have about 800 active volunteers that work for us right now, doing a myriad of different jobs and providing tons of services, everything from adoptions to education to showing up at our doors and helping us do the day-to-day jobs that we have. We can always use more volunteers, and we do recruit for that.
And I don't know how to express this, but I'm really mortified at what the impacts would be of the layoffs and furloughs to this department. We need to know we're talking about killing thousands of animals unnecessarily. We need to know that closure of shelters translates directly to thousands of deaths of animals that don't need to happen. At the same time, adoptions make money, licensing makes money, private funding makes money. Doing some marketing will make it a lot easier to adopt out, and needing to do less euthanasia saves a lot of money. So I think we're going in the absolute wrong direction. At the same time, we're trying to hire a new manager of this department, a permanent manager with an orientation towards no kill, and we're immediately guaranteeing their failure by shutting down these shelters. None of this makes a bit of sense. So I don't know how we can look at revising this whole approach, but we're going to take what we've been trying to do backwards 10 or 20 years. We're not going to be saving that much money over all of the different potentials for revenue. We should be looking at all the people that have money and care about animals in this town that would contribute to a right approach and try to do some more private fundraising and try to straighten this whole system out. The direction we're headed in, I think, is just absolutely wrong-headed, and we need to turn it around.
Mr. Zine, you have anything? Mr. Weezer? Anything?
I'm good.
Okay. Mr. Smith? Jan? Okay. Let me thank you for the presentation. And one thing, colleagues, we have one more department. And after being here for about 7 hours, we're $80 million worse off than we started the day. So we need to be prepared tomorrow for a long day and maybe be able to put the budget in better repair. But we're $80 million at this hour, 10:13, than we were at 1 o'clock when we got started. So if we have the last department, emergency preparedness, to come up. While they're coming up, Mr. Benjamin Pazzillo, have a card if you'd like to come up to the podium at this time. Yes, we want that. We didn't adjourn. It could be a real show at midnight. Right on. I was... Good evening. How's everybody doing? Why don't you give us an overview of your department budget and where you think there's some issues that you believe that the committee should be aware of?
Good evening. I'm Anna Burton for the Emergency Management Department. Mr. Featherstone apologizes, but he did have surgery last week, so he'll be out through the remainder of the week. The department would first like to state that we are in support of the budget that was presented before us. I think during the budget situation, I think we've been very successful in working with the CAO and the Office of the Mayor to accomplish some of the tasks and the necessary staffing needs that we'll need to accomplish our core missions as we move into the next fiscal year. Some of the critical accomplishments that we have made is since our general manager started now 2 years ago this month, we have been successful in making more effective the city's response to significant events and or disasters, primarily through the use of a response organization structure called City Watch, which would have been, if we didn't have that function, approximately 20 EOC activations, which would have resulted in about $3.6 million of expenses. We've utilized our staff and gone to City Watch, which really streamlined the process and saved the city approximately $2.7 million in EOC response during the past 24 months. Although we are a low staffing level for an emergency management organization within the country, we are one of the least staffed comparatively to population and geographics. We are moving from this year a staffing of 30 to an approved staffing of 25 moving into the next fiscal year. That does include a reduction in $480,000 in salary costs by sweeping vacancies that we've had, and through the approval of this council process, we've actually been successful in offsetting what were to be 2 layoffs into moving 2 of our staff into grant-funded positions. And 1 of our 3 actually moved and was transferred to the Harbor Department. So we were successful in supporting the existing staff that we have. Our primary core missions are emergency operations, planning, training, and exercising within the new EOC facility, which is the primary state-of-art EOC within the region, community emergency management, and through the motion that I just mentioned, having grant fund support on special funded positions within the department, we'll be able to continue those functions through the next year. And I'll be glad to answer any questions specific to the budget that's before you.
I just have one question. In one of the budget documents, they reflect that the intent is to move 2 positions from operating departments as coordinators into your department. Could you give us what the rationale, and is there savings, or just why that proposal's been made?
The Emergency Management Department is the only department in the city where 100% of the time our core mission is emergency management. So through working with those departments in the Office of the Mayor, we've evaluated several departments that had emergency coordinator positions in them. And we have felt that it's at this time more effective, and it'll be certainly more efficient, to move those personnel into the Emergency Management Department so we can leverage the staff that we already have to continue to liaison with those departments and really make sure that those programs are successful. Specifically, the Department of Recreation and Parks, they have a Management Analyst 2 position that will be moving into our department. We've been working with this individual for many years. I'm sorry, I'm tired. I'm sorry?
It's only lunchtime.
No, I've been watching you. I'm sure you're much more tired than I am. From the Department of Transportation, their Emergency Preparedness Coordinator will move into our department and will be the direct liaison with DOT on their emergency preparedness functions. And the third position that was actually offset by special funding is through the Public Works Sanitation Bureau. They'll be offering financial support to fill an emergency preparedness coordinator position in our department, and we'll work through the managed hire process in the July and August months to actually fill that position with a new EPC.
Let me ask you, at one time, we were going in the opposite direction. We were trying to get 8 or 9 department coordinators. Have we backed off of that? And now
Yes,
we're
sir.
going back to centralized?
Yes, sir. At one point several years ago, it was the recommendation of the Emergency Operation Board that every department within the city have at least one committed emergency preparedness coordinator. Given the financial climate and the functions that we've seen, that simply is not possible. So through coordinating those functions and bringing those personnel into EMD and being under the direct supervision and oversight of the common emergency management program that we have, we think that's a much more effective way to manage those people and the programs.
And then how do those departments get us some assurance that are losing those personnel, that they're going to get the service they'd have if the personnel was still within their department?
The liaison and the consolidation that we've had in the past is through the Department of Animal Services. We did absorb that emergency preparedness coordinator, and we've been the direct liaison working with the Department of Aging and Animal Services. And from what we have seen and the direct support and planning that we have, that's been proven to be very successful.
Okay. Greg, you have anything? Dennis?
Mr. Chair, you have 34 people assigned?
I'm sorry.
To the
We had,
department. How many people assigned? How many people assigned to the department?
we started off this current fiscal year
What
with...
proposed, the 2010-11 proposed budget?
There will be 15 regular positions, and we will have an additional grant-funded positions, increasing that number to a total of 25, and that includes the consolidation of the 2 positions.
So I've got 15 regular and 19...
That's a typo, sir.
Dennis, you found the only typo in the whole book.
Okay, I had 34 positions. I'm trying to figure out where 34. So
Yeah,
the
it's
total
15
between
and 9.
regular and resolutions, how many?
24.
Total between regular and resolutions?
There's 24 total positions in the department. They're referring to one additional off-budget reso authority for a total of
Okay.
25 positions.
Okay, 24 or 25?
25 positions, there's 24 on budget.
Okay. And it's not a lot of people for 4 million population and all the different departments we have. Natural, major disaster, man-made natural disaster, how prepared are we with that department to handle a disaster?
I think we continually work towards increasing the city's capability, but I'm assured as we look towards now, even this weekend and other events, through the continual training and direct support of all the departments in the city, we will be able to address any disaster that comes forth.
And the thing that came up during the Michael Jackson situation where we sent away to Wrightwood or wherever the heck it was for food, have we coordinated that to a local vendor?
What we will be doing is we'll be working through a common RFP process. We're already working with the Controller's Office to evaluate how we make purchases and the availability of contractors in the region to, if the need be, to make purchases, whether they be food or for any other resources needed by the response personnel.
Well, we've had a situation that took place where we made the purchase because we had an agreement. Have we gone through that process, whatever we need, food or whatever, have we re-identified to say we want to deal with our local vendors? Or are we still working on that?
We're still working to establish a list of vendors that we would select from.
Okay.
I don't know through the city selection process the actual physical location of those vendors, but we will have a list of vendors that could be used during any disaster.
Okay, I'd like a report back on that when we have that, because I think it's been over a year since that situation took place. I know it was somewhat controversial. So any and all supplies that you need to obtain in a disaster, where would we get those from? And that should be on file for primary local vendors throughout the city of Los Angeles, not the region, but vendors in the city of Los Angeles. The other question I have is budget. How much of the budget comes from grants versus other funds?
Of the total 25 positions that we will have after with the on and the off-budget people, 10 of those individuals will be grant-funded.
And the grants for a year or longer time?
My apologies, sir. 8 of those positions will be grant-funded. And the grants vary. We're working with several grants and the different cycles of those grants. So the staff people throughout the year, that the grant may change mid-year, but it will support all of the people that we've identified through the full year.
Okay, and as far as other equipment, are there any type of vehicles that the department has for any type of emergency response?
No, sir.
So it's all dependent on the other departments. But so basically, the department would coordinate with all the other entities through the EOC?
That's correct, or through the incident command post as necessary.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Multiple languages, pamphlets, information that you get out there, multiple language speakers. How are we doing on that?
In-house, we have English and Spanish full-time. Our PIO within the department is Spanish-speaking and actually does translation for us. We also have, through one of the UASI grants, the capability to translate a number of pieces of material, and we'll be doing that. We're actually working on the RFP right now to select a vendor to translate the appropriate material, whether we piggyback on existing city contracts or not. Last year, we also had an in-house Korean fellow, and he was able to translate all of the material we have for public outreach, and both English and Spanish and Korean are posted on our internet website.
It's my understanding that most everything, if not all, was available in Spanish. You started to do some work in Korean. Any other language that you need to pay some attention to?
We'll be working on all of, I believe, the 7 required ballot languages, if not more than that, based on the need and the funding that's available through the grant.
Yeah. But do you agree with my assessment that, at least for Spanish, which is other than English, the most spoken language, that most, if not all, our materials are translated to Spanish?
Yes, sir.
They are? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
And they are, even the material we get from either FEMA or other resource outlets are available in English and Spanish, specifically through FEMA, the state, or the American Red Cross.
Thank you.
I think my brain is fried at this hour, so I have nothing to say on this topic.
That's why Mr. Carter came back. He's trying to get us.
The thing is Mr. Kretz, this is your first budget. This is generally lunchtime for us. Okay.
EMP's going to cater it.
Okay, we're going to recess in just a minute. Let's, tomorrow, 9 o'clock in this chamber, and we'll start off with our personnel function and go to public safety. And as we mentioned earlier, the items that are listed for, that were listed originally for Friday have been moved to also be a part of the Thursday calendar. So we have a new agenda, and so we'll recess and be back here at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Thank you.